What's up, everybody? Welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends. This is week number 11, Blevins. I'm Casanova, as always. Joining me, of course, Blevins. And, what do I say about this one, Blev? What do I say about this one? We've got an insane roster of players coming in for this week's Fight Night. And before we jump into that, I want you to break down the format for me, Blev. I'm gonna see. We're gonna try and see what these players are playing for, what they're doing.
Oh yeah. So we have 8 invited players, and we're playing double elim Casa like we always do. Every match is gonna be a best of 3, and every player has brought 2 decks with no region overlap. And in order to win a match, players are gonna have to win with both of their decks, and the players are playing for their share of our $1,000 prize pool. Now, Casa, notably, we've had the $1,000 prize pool this week and the previous 2 weeks. This is going to be our last increased prize pool for the time being. So this is the time to shine. You want to take your shot at the 1K prize pool. This is the week to do it. And we have got some awesome players that are going to be playing for that 1,000, Casa.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this lobby. I mean, of course, we've got the returning champ, Kuvira, from last week, and Stan, the runner-up, also going to be here. But Kuvira going to start it off by playing against Desu, who we have not had on Fight Night yet, but we've been wanting to have him for a while. Finally going to have him on board. Other than that, Kuvira called him out last week. He's here. He actually called out both these players last week, and we got both of them. Alanzq versus Glop. And then we have both Brazilian players facing off round 1, Stan and Trivo. And then at the bottom of this, Matthew Foulkes and Swim going up against each other. So just Swim. Just Swim. Also, Swim's here, by the way. But, our featured match for today is going to be Alanzq versus Glop, the 2 players that Kuvira called out wanting to play against on Fight Night, especially Alan, though. That is the one, Alan and Kuvira have a very special relationship. In Among Us, Kuvira always kills Alan first. It's just, they have a different kind of love for each other, and they need to face off in Mortal Kombat. So we'll see if we get that matchup in round 2, if both Alan and Kuvira win. But of course, Alan's got to go through Glop. Kuvira has to go through Desu, and both of those are going to be some tough matchups. But we are going to start with Alan versus Glop, and I am so excited for this match. These are 2 insanely strong players. Glop having a lot of success in Giant Slayer tournaments, and as well as the ladder, and Alan always being a ladder beast. I think recently, if not maybe just yesterday, he hit rank 1 on the EU ladder once again. And so Alan continuing to show his prowess in format after format. I mean, he has been an absolute treat to watch throughout this game's history. And finally, we get to have him here on the Giant Slayer stage.
Yeah, Alan is one that we've wanted to have on for a while, but it's just, it's hard to get the EU players who aren't the most degenerate to come onto this because it's very, very late. But Alan chomping at the bit. He gets called out and says, I'm absolutely coming to defend that. You can't call me out on stream and think that I'm going to back down from a challenge. Alan is here, but Casa, Alan is playing against Glop, like you mentioned, has had a lot of success in Giant Slayer events, is our current reigning Reckoning champion right now, and Glop has a pretty spicy deck today, too, in the Lee Sin Trundle. This is one, I'm going to be honest, Casa, I have seen 0 of until exactly now.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen this one. I've seen a lot of Lee Sin recently. And I didn't check out Glop's streams recently if he's been playing this. I normally check in with him before he plays Fight Night, just because I want to see what he's up to. I didn't look, and I haven't seen this deck in particular, but the fact is, this is Lee Sin with Augur of the Old Ones, and that in itself is hyping me up. I'm excited for that specific combination. I think a way to give Lee Sin overwhelm is always exciting. I love the fact that this is like River Shaper Starlit Seer, so you're looking to get those big buffs and just drawing through all your spells by using the River Shaper. You've got things like Troll Chant, Elixir of Iron, and Brittle Steel to protect the River Shaper to get additional strikes. I think there's a lot of really cool tricks in this deck. I don't know how good this is. I have no frame of reference, but clearly if he brought it, it's got to be at least reasonably strong. And it's super interesting to me. I'm really excited to see it play. I'm very hyped on this deck.
It is, you know, if I looked at this, I would think, man, this is a pile. This is a pile of cards, and I'm not sure how well it's going to work either, Casa. But you know, Glop is not the type of player who generally will bring something that's not strong. Glop has been very on the nose for the meta a lot of the times. He's had a lot of success with it, and he also you know, obviously he's had a lot of success with some very top tier decks, but we're just gonna have to wait and see how that one pans out. But Alan, on the other hand, has brought what is, you know, kind of the deck of the week, at least in terms of representation, Casa, and that's War Mother's Call.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of players on War Mothers this week. I believe we counted 4 earlier, 4 War Mothers, which is, you know, more of a single deck than we saw at all last week. Last week, there was only a single deck that even had a 2 of, mostly unique decks. But this time around, we get a couple people bringing this, and this, not only is it kind of the deck of the week, this is also kind of a signature for Alan. He played this a lot. The first iterations of War Mothers were largely Alanzq popularized decks, or even built decks. They were his brews on a lot of the more popularized lists of War Mother's Call. And well, we see once again him trying to innovate a kind of new version. I mean, of course, Trundle Tryndamere is kind of what we expect to see now, but I love that while his fellow Polish player Shihu isn't here, he does have a Shihu Wanders in the deck, able to clear away a lot of the decks with smaller units and completely nullify them. It can find good purchase versus decks like Fiora Shen, and we will see if there's any other aggro decks, or Swain TF even. It has pretty good game against those. So I'm excited to see that one of. I think there's potential that we could see random blowouts where it hits the board and just clears away a lot of an opponent's hand and board.
Yep. It is a very hard card to play around, especially when it's a one of. It obviously isn't getting full value when it gets pulled from War Mother's Call, but also a 10/10 regenerate is just fine. You don't really care that much.
We take those.
Yeah, you definitely take those.
All right, but I mean, jumping straight into it already, we got Alan versus Glop. Both of them are on their.
I was gonna say Alan queued up the wrong deck.
Yeah, this is not one of Targon's lists, or sorry, one of Alan's lists. So they'll just reset the game as in the rules.
Yep.
Should be no big deal, and we'll get that game. But it looks like Glop is likely going to be leading. Well, we'll see. He might change it up. Glop was on Aurelion Soul Dragons with the lead initially there.
Yep, easy mistake to make. You know, nothing, no ill will there. I mean, you're obviously picking Aurelion Soul as the deck cover, right? Like, there's no way that you're ever changing that. So you just gotta roll with it.
Yep. We see both of them will be going for their Aurelion Soul decks. They're both running Demacia with it, so this is pretty cool to see. This is, I believe, what we have people calling kind of Aurelion Soul Dragons for Glop, and then it's Lux Aurelion, which we've seen a fair bit of from Alan. We've seen this a lot in tournament. This was what was anticipated to be the most popular deck last week. However, it was only brought by one player. But once again, it's expected to see this deck come back and really shine once again, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's really the beauty of not only the Fight Night format, but also just the players that are playing in it, Casa, because it is, it's one thing to level 1 is to have a pulse on the meta, right? Level 2 is to try to beat that. And we're at like level 4 or 5 with these players, right? Where they're constantly like, okay, well, what beats the deck that beats the deck that beats the deck? Or I need to purposely be off kilter because everyone's going to be expecting something like Lux Asol. So I'm not going to play it even if I think it's the best deck. So Really very interesting to see how the meta for Fight Night specifically has played out, because it's its own monster, Casa, in a really great way.
Yeah, certainly so. And Glop here we see just developing his dragons on curve, eating up a little bit of Alan's mana there. We see the pass on 5, which kind of signifies potential of a Radiant Guardian, which Alan, we know, does in fact have. Glop just holding patient, just looking to try and establish board control. We actually see those 2 infinite Mind Splitters in Glop's hand, so he can afford to play very patient and try and set those up to just gain that full board control. Once those come down, he doesn't need to clear the units if he can just completely lock them out. And he's ramping into a turn 7 infinite Mind Splitter just by having this Herald of the Dragons on the board. It's actually setting this up perfectly, and there's no removal for this Herald by Alan, so we are going to be seeing a turn 7 infinite Mind Splitter, very likely.
Now there's a lot of cards in Runeterra that have very basic names. You've got Herald of the Dragons, you've got Will of Ionia, Mark of the Isles. I mean, not everyone has a cool name like Cithria the Bold.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and just as a note there, we see Glop getting a perfect concerted strike, clearing away the barrier and taking down Lux, and we also see that little bit of synergy with the concerted strike alongside these dragons.
Oh yeah,
as the Fury proc comes through, and that's a 6/6 spell shield, still having that Fury, of course, on the board, and that's a terrifying unit.
It really is, and Lux is great and can deal with a lot of unit-centric decks, but I mean, how many Lux lasers does Alan need to be able to get through this? And is he ever going to have enough time to do it? I just don't think so. Lux is just kind of mediocre here.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. Once again, Concerted Strike available for Glop. The Remembrance comes through, and yeah, like you said, half as they're going to pick that up. And even if Alan, wanted to go for that barrier, which obviously he can't because this is concerted, not single combat.
Right.
He just is having a lot of trouble getting through, but Remembrance pulling a Radiant Guardian, and he's got one of his own from his hand. That board looks scary, but we know that there is another infinite Mind Splitter available to come down from Glop to stun both of these up.
Yeah. And even if he didn't have that, does he really care? The life gain is pretty irrelevant, and there's already 2 units on Glop's board that are bigger than the Radiant Guardians. Like, this is exactly there's always a bigger fish. Like, there's always a bigger dragon.
On curve, turn 9, Aurelion Soul. Glop says, what are you going to do about it, Alan? What's your play? How are you getting through this spell shield? What do you have? Do you have single combat concerted strike exactly on this hand, and you haven't used it the entire time while you had other stuff on board to maybe answer one of my attacks? I think not, says Glop.
Yeah, I mean, really, when you look at the Lux Aurelion Soul deck, right, the power comes from being able to get a lot of value out of both Lux and the Remembrances, right, and them in conjunction, as well as Radiant Guardian. Glop just doesn't care about even a single one of those cards with the dragons. Like, yeah, nice Radiant Guardians. I've got an infinite Mind Splitter. It sounds like a Gen 1 Game Boy, not even Game Boy Color Pokemon sound when it comes into play, but that doesn't matter. It just stops everything.
Yeah, and I love that we're getting to see this kind of just dragon deck being brought. I saw Gummy actually playing this a lot when he was trying to kind of return to the game a bit. But he was playing a version that was running all the dragons, and it was playing Mobilize and trying to get them out really early with the Heralds. And I think this is a more refined, just tournament-ready version of that deck. And I'm really liking what Glop has brought here. And it's just kind of a mid-range list that just has really big units that are scary and curves out to an Aurelion Soul, which is a pretty great late game. And it's doing exactly that so far. And the Aurelion being on board, yeah, it's hushed this turn, but how does Alan get through this?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit of a different take. And I think, this isn't to say that Lux Aurelion Soul is, you know, worse necessarily than this Dragons deck. It really depends on what you're expecting to play against. You're playing against hyper aggro, you know, pirate aggro style decks. Maybe you do want the Radiant Guardian package and the Remembrances. But when you're playing against other mid-range and control decks, yeah, I want Infinite Mind Splitters and Aurelion Soul. Thank you.
And we see the Pale Cascade even coming out to just save this dragon a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Draw an extra card here and set up for what the rest of the turn is going to look like. 9 pretty much uncontested mana left for Glop, and it's going to be that Infinite Mind Splitter onto those Radiant Guardians, just going to completely lock those out and potentially set up for a very massive open attack. And, okay, yeah, there's the scoop. I mean, it makes sense. Alan doesn't have an answer right now. Alan just going for the quick scoop in game 1. Glop going to take that, and now Glop, he's got Lee Sin Trundle on the back burner. This is a pretty unproven deck for tournament play, because Lee Sin, obviously, with the changes in the recent patch, going to 4 mana from 6, we've seen a lot of experimentation on the ladder, but this is kind of the first time we're seeing a Lee Sin in Fight Night, and I'm really excited to see how it does. I think Glop is a great pilot. I think that if this deck has legs, Glop is going to be someone who can run with it.
It definitely makes a lot of sense, especially if you're thinking you're going to be playing against these sort of War Mothers and like mid-range to control type decks, right? Lee Sin, once he's leveled up, and if you have the spell backup, which this deck does, you know, it doesn't really care if you have a giant unit, because Lee Sin's just going to kick it anyway. Doesn't actually matter how big your unit is. Lee Sin's going to kick it. The 2x denies, of course, line up very well into what War Mothers was trying to do and get a very efficient trade. And, you know, Lee Sin with Overwhelm can end the game very quickly, Casa, if you have any amount of buff on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And this deck is kind of structured to do just that. Buff up the Lee Sin and then utilize Augur to grant it Overwhelm and finish the game that way. Now, obviously, Glop having the Lee Sins in hand, they can't actually be buffed by the deck buffs that are included with the Starlit Seer.
Right.
But there are other buffs that he can get later, especially with the Sonic Wave, especially because that is the champion spell now for Lee Sin. You can get that Sonic Wave Resonating Strike. You can proc the Lee Sin, set up for that kick to get that extra damage in, and well, Augur Trundle available, so turn 5 Trundle into turn 6 Augur will allow for the buff to come down, seeing as how Trundle creates the Ice Pillar, the 8 mana card for Augur to behold. And well, we see the Remembrance roll, obviously the Moose is no longer loose, it's stopped by the palm.
Yeah, it is chained, unfortunately. If you take a look at Glop's deck, you can tell it has either been very callously made or very meticulously made. And just considering that what we know about Glop, I'm thinking this is very meticulously made. You look at Augur, it needs to behold an 8-cost card, right? Well, you look at the deck, there's actually only one 8-cost card that's naturally in the deck, and that's Battle Fury. Of course, Trundle makes the 8-cost card the Ice Pillar when he's played, and if you have a Trundle in play and your Ice Pillar was gone for whatever reason, Trundle's Icequake can also be a card. But just knowing that the Augur never needs to come down on curve. It's nice if it does, but it never needs to come down necessarily at a certain time. It can come in late. It can, as long as it gives Lee Sin Overwhelm at some point, it's fine. So you don't need to necessarily overload your deck with 8-cost spells. It's brilliant in my mind that you can actually play Augur with this few triggers for it.
Yeah, it's one thing that was theory crafted a lot in the beginning is that, well, Trundle will give you an 8-cost for Augur, but people still thought, hey, we still need to run 7, 8, total 8 costs, including the Trundle, like a couple extra 8 costs in the deck. But no, Glop saying nay to that and just running a single copy of Battle Fury to buff up his Lee Sin, probably post Augur, actually. Probably waiting for that to come out and then have the Overwhelm with the Battle Fury. So this deck is set up to draw a lot of cards with River Shaper. It's even running nerfed Shadow Assassins just to help you cycle. So this really is saying that I'm always going to have Trundle, Lee Sin, Augur. I'm going to do that every game. And it's going to do so by having River Shaper thin the deck and Shadow Assassin to help with the draws as well. Deep Med also in the deck. Like, there are a lot of ways to draw.
Yeah, and you know, if you've been playing ladder recently, at least where I've been, which is, you know, plat going into diamond and now diamond pushing, there's been a lot of Lee Sin, but it's almost exclusively been Lee Sin Targon, which is just a very different style of deck. I mean, this is a control deck through and through, with the win condition being Trundle and Lee Sin, and you're basically just drawing cards and playing removal and different you know, creature buffs with Elixir of Irons and Troll Chant. So it definitely has a little bit more reach, I think, than the traditional Targon versions have. So it's certainly coming from a different angle than the Targon version, at least.
Yeah, certainly so. And Glop at this point has the option to Augur Lee Sin, right? Like, that is on the table. That would leave up mana for Troll Chant, but it is a bit scary, leaving 10 mana on the side of Alan, kind of free for him to do whatever he wants, but it is the attack token of Glop, so there's not concern of a big development. It's more so, what does he do about this Lux? But I'm not sure he has better options. I think just develop the Augur. You can potentially set up to go Sonic Wave Resonating Strike, but that does lock you out of your Troll Chant.
Yeah, another really great thing about Augur is that, you know, the biggest answer, or, you know, the biggest reaction to Lee Sin, of course, is Hush, and we see Alan has that. And in some other decks, you know, Hush on Lee Sin might actually be pretty devastating, but here it's like, yeah, you can Hush or even kill the Lee Sin, but I also developed a 5/5 Overwhelm regeneration, so I'm not in too bad a shape.
Yeah, and, well, here's the Troll Chant that we did talk about to try and keep the Lee Sin protected. I wonder what Alan will consider here. Does he Hush and Hush his own Lux? No,
he's gonna go for the single Hush.
Curious.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the single Hush does. I feel like if you were gonna Hush, you wanted to do both, right? Maybe not.
Maybe just trying to prevent the challenge from happening and the Lux from dying afterwards, I guess, was the main concern.
Makes sense. You can also use Hush to... Oh, actually, you're not even gaining life because you've got a 3/6 to block the 5/5 if you want.
He might just use it now to deny regeneration a turn and to get a laser. Actually, yeah, he'll generate a laser, so he can deny the regen and just clear something away. I think this line does make sense. I think double Hushing probably wasn't good here. I'm just trying to figure out the exact best line for Alan. He's certainly playing this second Hush to get the laser. There's no way he just lets it float. I would be very surprised if he did. But I'm not sure the exact line that he's going for.
Yeah, there's a couple of different routes he can go. Looks like he's just gonna go for the Trundle kill here. Yeah, Hush effectively just being a 3-mana make a laser. Oh, going for the Lee Sin kill. Okay.
Yeah, no, it does make sense to kill the Lee Sin. I'm just curious on the overall patience of the Hush, on who he wanted to use it on. Oh, he could have been waiting for second Troll Chant, actually.
Yeah, Troll Chant or Elixir of Iron. Yeah, there's definitely merit to waiting. Makes sense. River Shaper is a card that has really started to see a bit of a resurgence in the current meta. With, I mean, we haven't seen much of this deck before, but with the Fiora decks, it's really been standing out to me, at least, as a really, really solid card right now in the meta.
Yeah, and this is a great use of the second Hush to deny the draw from the River Shaper. Now, I fully expect that this is Ice Pillar, just level your Trundle. You have a second Trundle in hand. You want it to come down leveled. I'm curious. Now, there's another line for Alan here because it does want to be an Ice Pillar turn. He could have hushed the Trundle an additional time there to prevent it from leveling if Ice Pillar came down, but that is very committal. And I'm just wondering if Alan has played some of this matchup and just knows that slow playing it is just significantly better for him right now. Because obviously the Ice Pillar can come down at a future time, so it probably doesn't make that much sense in the long run for him to get rid of it. But it's an interesting line that he could have taken because Hush prevents level up conditions from happening on that turn. It's just a cool little note of that spell that it can do that, basically denying Glop the ability to really want to play that Ice Pillar.
Yeah, I think just in general, he's going to want to be reactive. I mean, that's just a general principle, I think, of these types of matchups is just be as reactive as you can. And yes, he could have gotten slightly more value, prevented this specific Trundle from being leveled up. But also, you know, Alan is worried about another Troll Chant or Brittle Steel and all that as well. Yeah,
there's a lot of spells, a lot of tricks that could be really scary for that line, and it's just interesting to look at the kind of versatility of Hush and some of the more interesting lines that you can take with it. Now, just because a line is interesting doesn't necessarily mean it's
right.
good or the best line whatsoever, but just something that's like a cool note of something that could have been done there. But right now, Alan is getting a lot of value out of this Lux. However, his board state has deteriorated rather quickly. This is looking like a tough scenario, but he will be getting at least one more final spark from the Lux here with the Remembrance. Unless this is, I didn't see what spell this was. Oh, it's a deny. Okay.
Yeah,
okay, so he will be preventing
great tempo deny. Yeah, because this is, I mean, this is just a, I mean, is this lethal? It's going to be 7, 12. Okay, he's going to go for the more, the safer route, I think. Could have actually just pushed 14 here if you wanted.
Oh, by using the pillars, yeah.
Yeah, could have pulled with the pillars and pushed 14. I mean, this is probably better, right? The thing about these types of decks is that if you're not actually killing right now, you might as well just go for a safer play because of, you know, all of the life gain that is in Alan's deck. And there's just so much. I mean, we already see some right now. So no sense in getting greedy for Glop. Just gonna take the more conservative route, try to kill some more units, keep the board developed, and then just win pretty easily next turn.
What pull does Alan need off this star shaping to help kind of bring him back? I'm very curious if he has one, if there is something that he can find here. Sisters get you really close, closing out the game, but you probably lose. Actually, maybe not. Sisters might be one of the better pulls here because the life steal unit and the wide board can keep you alive a little bit longer.
But the problem is that Glop is just gonna pull. I guess it depends on if does the lifesteal one get vulnerable or does the elusive one get vulnerable, because Glop has the ability to pull at least one.
It would be the Golden Sister, but star shaping is 7+ actually, isn't it? Sisters are 6 mana. So that's,
you're right.
Never mind on that one. But so there really wasn't anything that he could get off of star shaping. So it had to be Aurelion Soul.
Yep.
Just to get a big unit on the board. Try and get rid of the pillars so that he can actually block.
Yeah, definitely need to get rid of the pillars. Aurelion Soul can give you something like Living Legends, and you know my motto, Casa. Living Legends can always win, even if it's not actually possible. It at least gives you the hope, right? It's always possible when you fill your hand with Celestial cards, even if it's not. And is Glop lining up? Oh, he has he's got Palm here, I believe.
There's Palm just breaking the spell shield.
Okay. Oh, and he actually doesn't get
close to the level up.
He actually doesn't get the 3/2 because his board was full at the time. when he cast it. Not that that really matters. He's still got a full board. Okay, Brittle Steel coming down. That's going to give Lee Sin challenger.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably one away from the level up. And he has the Troll Chant. Now, if he is one away, it might be worth setting up, because he did set up for the Dragon Rage onto Aurelion Soul on the previous turn with that Concussive Bomb. So I assume that this is likely a Troll Chant into setting up the Lee Sin attack, just trying to close out the game that way.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because even if Lee Sin's, I mean, if Lee Sin is leveled, then it's pretty cut and dry, right? But if he's not, he can still pull the Aurelion for free or kill the Lux. Okay, Lee Sin is leveled, so he can kick the Aurelion. Lux is going to be forced to block somewhere, right? And then everything else just comes in.
Yeah, I mean, it's very likely game here. I'm trying to see. I mean, Star Shaping, of course, is going to heal a little bit more, but I don't know if
I don't think it's close,
Alan can
right?
block enough here. I think this is just an insane amount of damage.
He can basically block 8, and he's taking 4, 11, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and he's at 6. I don't think it's...
Yeah, it's a lot of damage that Glop has here. I think Glop might just be taking this one 2-0 over Alan in a pretty quick and decisive series. I mean, this Trundle Lee Sin deck has been no joke in this game. It's looked pretty great. It felt like it was going a little slow, but just the card advantage has been incredible. At this point, he's running out of cards, but that's just because he's played so many of them. And yeah, Glop going to take the set over Alan 2-0. And Alan going to have to make the loser's run if he wants to get that matchup against Kuvira down the line, because he's not getting it in the winner's bracket. Glop going to take that one and advance to the winner's semi-final. He will be facing off against the winner of Kuvira and Annie Desu.
Yeah, and then that was I think that was the textbook definition of what that deck can do, right? Control, draw a bunch of cards, play good stuff, kill with Lee Sin and Trundle.
Yeah, and we will be getting either that match or just more in general in just a moment. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, there will be more Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're jumping straight into another round 1 matchup. This is last week's champion Kuvira taking on Desu. And I believe this is still game 1. This is War Mother's control for Kuvira going up against, this is Karma Lee Sin being played by Desu.
Karma Lee Sin. Okay. So we're seeing not one, but 2 different Lee Sin control decks already. I like it.
Yeah, both of which utilizing actually, one of them was Freljord with Trundle. This one's actually Targon, which is what you said you more commonly saw was the Targon. But this
not with the Karmas though. Although I will say the composition of the deck is roughly the same, whether it was Karma or Tarek or sometimes you would see just Lee Sin. Or Diana even too, I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, with these stats on the board, it looks like chat got it just right. It looks like a Cosmic Inspiration is online for Desu, which, I mean, we generally see those result in wins as long as they have board parity when it comes down. As long as it's not the end of the game right after they play it, it becomes very difficult for the opponent to come back. So this is a pretty scary situation for Kuvira, but he's currently handling the board. It's just how long can he last against the pressure of that Cosmic Inspiration? There's not many followers left over for Desu right now.
Well, there's not, but also the Eye of the Dragon is going to be creating a 4/3 follower every turn, and also Karma is leveled up.
True, Karma is also level. That is the very scary point, and she is 7/6. So that becomes a bit terrifying. You kind of get to the point where it's like that has to be removed. Kuvira has the Vengeance, but Annie's got the Pocket Ace, the Deny on the far left side. Yeah. I think that Deny is essentially curtains because we look at Kuvira's hand, and he's got 2 ways to remove the Karma. He's got Vengeance and Atrocity on one of his units, and neither are going to be able to work based on what Annie has.
Nope, they are certainly not. And Annie, of course, is going to know, I'm just going to leave this 4 mana up. Break in case of emergency, deny it. He does not need to do much more than that.
Yeah, and I think Kuvira probably has to throw out the Vengeance. I'm trying to think if there's, a way around it where he waits, but Annie will never go below 4 mana. He never has to go below 4 mana, so I do think that this is probably correct from Kuvira. He's kind of forced into it. He can't allow this Karma to stay on the board, and there's the Deny, and realistically that should seal it, but I mean, we'll see if Kuvira can find his way back in. This is going into a attack token turn from Desu. There's the 4/3 Dragonling that you mentioned, and I don't know if this War Mother's Call is necessarily going to be enough.
War Mother's Call would need... The problem is that with those Dragonlings are actually just sickening, right? Because, like, Tryndamere, okay, great. You've got, a 9/9 or an 8/4 overwhelm, but you're just gaining all of the, like, chip damage back with the Dragonling. And Annie gets to just double invoke here. I'm falling more and more in love with this Karma version every single spell that's being cast. Like, I never really liked the Tarek versions, and the solo Lee Sin versions just seem so bland. This seems like it actually has the ability to do... It can have an aggro plan and also can go over the top with Karma.
Yeah, I mean, Lee Sin can be even used to just help you bridge that early mid game to set up for the Karma late games, and that's pretty terrifying. Annie always having something special beneath his sleeve. We used to see him on those Shadow Isles Ezreal decks, and this might be his new sauce. The Karma Lee Sin being pulled out, and it looks very, very strong from what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, I feel like Karma actually kind of covers a little bit of the the weakness of the Lee Sin versions in that, like, sometimes you just kind of have to overcommit to Lee Sin, but Karma just generates so much advantage. Of course, it's a natural synergy when you're casting more spells. You want to put more, you want to be more spell heavy. Something like Eye of the Dragon, I've been seeing pop up here and there, but that seems like a natural inclusion in this deck as well. It's hitting a lot of the it's checking a lot of the boxes that Lee Sin himself was not checking.
Certainly so. Now, I mean, Annie can just continue to play slow with these Dragonlings. He's got great ways to basically create more of them with these cheap spells. He's got a Gift Giver to even get another gem, and all he has to play is 1 gem per turn, and he makes it.
Yep. He just gets a free lifesteal Iron Ballista every single turn. Like, okay. I think you probably play that card, right?
I mean,
and what is Kuvira going to do? I mean, the over the top is something like Atrocity. That's never going to happen unless Trundle gets gigantic, but there's a Hush for Annie. Like, there's another break in case of emergency card. And I think if we extrapolate this out and have both players go long, Annie has to be massively favored with the leveled up Karma in play.
Yeah, I feel like even if Annie does something crazy, like play this 9-mana Supernova, he's still positioned well because he can clear away the Trundle and the Sejuani, and even if Atrocity comes back at his face and kills the Karma, he's got another Karma in hand already. Now, I'm not sure that that's the best line for him, but I actually don't think it would even lose him the game. I think it would be fine.
Right.
Like, he would still be in an okay spot. The scary thing would come in is if the War Mothers followed up, right, and then you're developing Karma, and then you're kind of racing that War Mothers. So I think the risk is not worth it for him to go for Supernova. Right. But the fact is even going for a play like that, as risky as it is, I think is still something that he could potentially do. And now he absolutely plays it.
Right. This is the opening for Kuvira here, of course, with the War Mothers going to be able to resolve here. Annie giving the GG.
Well, it allows him to play Supernova on Trundle and, well, Tryndamere.
Oh, the Supernova. I was thinking it was... Okay, I was thinking that was the other one. The bad one.
Oh, the one that destroys, like, 3 attack...
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what that card is, but I'm just gonna. I don't know what that card would do here. I was thinking maybe it was 3 health because of the way that you were framing it. But yeah, Supernova. Yeah, that's pretty good.
And just with this hand, I mean, now the Spell Shield for Moonglow on Karma, so Kuvira can't even just rip, you know, a Vengeance. He'd have to go something like Vile Feast Vengeance, and it's just becoming so difficult to actually deal with anything on the board. And Trundle and Tryndamere were kind of the potential ways back in, you know, try and push some overwhelm damage and then set up an Atrocity and see if you can find the win that way. But both of them getting obliterated. This Sejuani isn't doing nearly enough. And like you mentioned, I mean, 4/3 Dragonlings hitting the board every turn, keeping Annie topped off. This is just kind of the point where Kuvira is probably just trying to find out if he needs to concede or not. I do think this is likely unwinnable, but I think Kuvira is just like, there's too many variables, I'm gonna play it out.
Right. I mean, he does have a War Mothers online, right? Like,
yeah, he does.
That is a positive. It's just that actually lining up the win is going to be very tough. And if Annie ever draws another deny, I think it's going to be nigh impossible to do so. You know, you just look at the unit suite. I mean, he's got, for Kuvira, they have the 3 Trundles, of course, the 1 Sejuani, so there's no more of that. 2 Tryndameres. We saw 1 get obliterated, so there's only 1 Tryndamere left in the deck. Some number of Trundles, I think 2 at most 2, because we saw 1 die. And then it's like, you know, you've got Hearthguards, which are fine. There's one Babbling Bjerg, that's not really great, and then Weirding Stones. So like, even if Kuvira gets to pick the unit they take from their deck, I don't know that it's going to matter at this point. There's just not enough gas left in the deck to get there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think that he's got any enough gas to get there. I think that he's not going to be able to push through this Cosmic Inspiration board. I think that the Karma is far too much, because even if he removes this one with the Vengeance, there's just another one to be played. Now, of course, he doesn't know that there's another one, but he could think that there's, you know, a deny. It's probably
Right.
this is probably Annie's first Karma. So it's not unlikely that he has another one as well.
Yeah, I think it's really tough. What Kuvira I'm imagining is hoping for is that there's going to be some sort of opening where he can chip in a little bit of damage and then Atrocity a Tryndamere out of nowhere. I'm not betting on that ever happening, but that's really all Kuvira has to rely on, right? I mean, you know, this Trundle with the Ice Pillar is going to be able to, you know, open some lines up here at least.
Yeah, I mean, likely what this is Ice Pillar to apply vulnerable to the Karma.
Mm-hmm.
You then are met with a Obliterate once again to likely your Trundle, and it's just a tough scenario for Kuvira. The open attack isn't very appealing. He could try and just pass and try and pull into Tryndamere once again, have Trundle try and go forward, but you know, looking at this game, it's hard to not see it as a foregone conclusion, and I would be extremely surprised if Kuvira was able to pull this one back. It just seems too tough.
Well, I think the good news for the viewers here who are hoping to get into a game too eventually is that Lee Sin will put the clock to now immediately, right? It'll force Kuvira's hand because Lee Sin will threaten to kill next turn, I believe. Leveled up Lee Sin with double overwhelm. I mean, there's going to be a lot played.
Yeah, the Lee Sin will be big enough with just Zenith Blade with the Cosmic Inspiration, I believe, that will put lethal damage represented.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we'll see if that ends up, you know, working out. Annie might even just trade a Karma here.
I mean, it's not even a trade. It's not even a trade. The Trundle's not even killing the Karma.
Is the Trundle not generating enough? Oh, it's not. It's going to be 9 attack. You're right. 9 attack.
No, it's 8. It already got the bonus.
Yeah. Of course, when you hit attack, yeah. What am I talking about? Yes, 8 attack Trundle. Yeah, it's not getting there. So Vengeance is going to be played by Kuvira.
This is the opening that Kuvira was hoping for, right? Where a block on Trundle will do damage. Okay, this gets Annie down to 12. Now all of a sudden the Atrocity is looking more reasonable, right?
Right.
I mean, I don't know where you go from here. That's not even you can't even threaten lethal yet, but
so Karma plus Lee Sin now get played by Annie. He probably just sets up the Zenith Blade, and then he plays a burst spell with the Lee Sin to go for the open attack.
I would think that would be the case as well.
It might not. I mean, he doesn't necessarily have to open it. Well, wait. I think there are runations, and he doesn't have a deny in hand. Yeah, there's a runation. He will probably try and play around that single card. I think he has the luxury to do it. No, Guiding Touch.
Interesting.
It's gonna be played instead.
Opens up the options a little bit for Annie. So that just makes me think not going for open attack.
Yeah, I would be a little bit more surprised by an open attack. because I assume that Annie wants to set up the Zenith Blade before going in.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what Annie is playing around at this point. I mean, it's got to be another Vengeance, though I think that there's only one Vengeance left. There's only one Vengeance left. Okay, here's Lee Sin.
Okay, Kuvira hovered the scoop for a second.
Yeah, but Kuvira will do that. We know that is a Kuvira classic.
Yeah, I am very curious.
Oh,
okay,
and,
this.
Nope.
No. All right.
Went one step further that time.
I don't think Kuvira can win.
I mean, I've thought that for about 4 turns. But I think that at this point the game is going to end this turn. Right? There's nothing that Kuvira can do. There's no interaction.
Now the Ruination might scare Annie off of actually finishing the game.
Oh, right.
Because he didn't hit his deny.
That is true. That actually is kind of scary. Okay. Annie says you don't have the Ruination. It is also
he might just win on his
that
one drops if Ruination comes out.
Right. That is possible, actually. It's also possible that Ruination got played before we came into this game.
That's true.
We don't know.
Could
if that's the case, then this is essentially a free roll. And now we see this attack will be lethal.
Well, it's gonna threaten it. Kuvira can play Atrocity, and then the kick won't go through.
Oh, true. True.
So the game still technically doesn't end here.
Right.
But Kuvira, I think
over okay longer. No, okay, getting closer and closer to.
I think he knows, but he's like, well, it's not over technically.
At this point,
I do think it is over, right? Like this is.
Okay,
there's not a way out of this one.
Well, no, I don't think so, at least.
Yeah, that's double resonating strike in hand. That's plus 8 attack, as Croc pointed out in chat.
Oh, right. Yeah, plus 8 attack, and then also a...
and then also Pale Cascade.
Yeah, also Pale Cascade. Okay, yeah. The kick is irrelevant.
So yeah, this is... Yeah, the kick does not matter. The overwhelm damage will be there. I think Kuvira should have been able to calculate that at this point as well. Probably see him just throw out the Atrocity for fun.
Well, so I got to put my, degenerate tournament player hat back on. At this point in a tournament setting, you make your opponent go through it, right? Like you've already played this long, make your opponent have it. You're playing for those outs. Like Kuvira has been playing the last 6 turns or however long we've been watching for that opening. Not even necessarily that Annie's going to make some sort of glaring blunder, but can Kuvira set up a play where, Annie uses a deny on a spell that's not actually relevant, and Kuvira gets to use the Atrocity and get a win out of nowhere, right? Here it's, does Annie miss the, fleeting cards that are in his hand?
Yeah, and Kuvira, of course, can see the resonating strikes, so he's aware that those are there as well. And finally...
Hover... Okay, it looks like that was clicked there.
I can't tell. It's lagging.
Okay,
there we go. Yeah, so it was the scoop. It did look like he clicked it. Okay, so that is game number 1 of this first round set. Annie gonna take that one over Kuvira. Game 2... It looks like Annie has... What is this deck? War Mothers. War Mothers left.
Oh, God.
So,
Well, hope you're ready for another 5-hour game, Casa, because War Mother v War Mother, not known for being the shortest games.
oh, chat, I heard you liked Legends of Runeterra. So we decided that we're going to give you a lot of Legends of Runeterra content today by having War Mother's mirrors, where they may go on for upwards of an hour. Looks like we're going to be in for the long haul today. The call has come, and we do see quite a few War Mother's lists in the tournament. Kuvira versus Annie, it does look like they have some very slow decks versus each other. So this one's definitely going to be a long one, but a lot of tight plays between the two. They're both incredibly strong players. And I think it will be interesting to see how they navigate it. We did see, you know, the TLC mirror between Zinc and Rattling Bones in a previous week that was really interesting to watch. And Zinc actually went through and did a full VOD review of it that was exceptionally well done. It is worth checking out for anybody who hasn't seen it yet. You can find Zinc Elemental on Twitter. He probably tweeted it out. I think it's Zinc Elemental on YouTube as well. If you want to find that very, very interesting insight into that mirror matchup. So I do think that these are interesting to watch, but of course they're quite long. So we got to buckle up, strap in, and get ready for a lot of card slinging to come between those two players. But they do have slightly different War Mothers lists, and I guess that is something that we can highlight here. Of course, we saw the one of Sejuani from Kuvira in that previous game. He's only running 2 Tryndamere. Well, on the other side, we have Annie Desu running 3 Tryndamere, no Sejuani. He's actually included a Ladros, which I think can help him out in some of these control matchups, just having that continually hitting the board and having the HP pushing that extra damage. I like the Ladros include, and I think it's going to help him out.
Yeah, Ladros as well as 2x Atrocity instead of just the 1. So I believe, let's see, Kuvira's got... Okay, so this is very interesting. So Annie's deck seems to be much better suited to play the mirror out than Kuvira's, where Kuvira's deck is much more of a hedge to play against, you know, more aggro decks. There's 3 Avalanche in Kuvira's deck, 0 in Annie's, and that is not really a card that you want in this matchup particularly. So I think if you're just looking at it on paper, Annie is actually pretty heavily favored.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I actually do think Annie is favored in this mirror. I think that this is likely, you know, it certainly is in his favor, right? But of course, this is a War Mother's mirror. If Annie doesn't hit War Mothers and we see a turn 9 or earlier War Mothers from Kuvira, well, you know, throw all that out the window, right? It just becomes that War Mothers list is probably going to win. And generally that situation comes down to these aggressive mulligans, but Kuvira gonna opt out of
not
the mirror.
Even getting the mirror.
Honestly, I was kind of hoping for the mirror, actually. I don't mind watching that mirror in particular. But this is going to be Leona Karma. We saw a Gigas playing this last week, and Kuvira taking a little bit of inspiration. Gonna be running his own version. This is running a bit more of a Dragons package with Fused Firebrands alongside the Infinite Mind Splitter and Dragon's Clutch. It's going to be running that into Annie's version of War Mother's Control. But this is, of course, going into an Ionia deck. 3x Deny, always scary for a War Mother's list.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the natural, like, oh, you're going to spend 12 mana? Well, I'm going to spend a third of that and completely, for lack of a better word, deny what you're doing. And that's just a huge tempo swing, especially when this deck like is not just a derpy control deck. It's got, you know, the Fused Firebrands, the Infinite Mind Splitter. Like, it's got some aggressive and it's got some aggressive plays here. It can actually put forth quite a bit of a clock.
Yeah. I mean, Weirding Stone's certainly any curving out great here, of course. Goes in, has a turn 4. Doesn't he does have the turn 5 play, sorry, for the Hearthguard, which is exactly what Annie wants here. I wonder if he ever just takes this pass though and continues to ramp. I don't know. What do you think about that in general? I kind of like the Hearthguard. I feel like, you know, he's got a good option for it here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a War Mother's player just take a pass, but it is against a Karma. I think that's the other side of it, right? It is a Karma, so you get a little bit scared about that.
It actually is. Oh, here we go. I smell Leona. That's funny. We got the little view in there. It actually is. And what I actually really like about these ramp decks is that you do need to decide, like, are you the beatdown or are you the control in this matchup? I'm not sure what the answer to that is. But sometimes you can overanalyze it and you can think about it all you want, but at the end of the day, playing a Hearthguard on turn 5 is not a bad play, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, it's pretty good.
You can't really go too wrong by doing that.
Yeah, I think that's just one of those kind of those too patient passes sometimes that we'll see from players, where it's like he has this Hearthguard on 5, and sometimes we'll see a pass come out, but Annie doesn't really have any plays going forward, and well, Kuvira picked up the deny, so I wonder how much of footsies are going to be played between these two, or if Annie is going to rip this War Mothers the second he's got 12 mana.
I mean, it's tough. I mean, because if you're Annie, like that's exactly what Kuvira is hoping for, right? Like it's really kind of hard to navigate it that way because you're just kind of gambling that he doesn't have the deny, and that's just
Yeah. So I actually loved how this was played in the past by actually Topher during his run when he won with the War Mother's control deck. Call. Yeah, with Casanova's call, of course. Where when he played against Ioni decks, when they had 2 denies, 3 denies, 1 deny, whatever, he just jammed War Mothers the second he could. Because if you have deny, the War Mothers is like, I'm gonna lose as a War Mothers player generally. But if you don't have it right now, the second I can play this,
right,
you lost. I have won the game. And he beat multiple as Karmas in his run with that version by doing exactly that. Just jamming War Mothers. And now this is not as Karma. This is a different deck. But it's the same concept in my eyes, right? It's the same idea. Like, if Annie jams this War Mothers the second he's able to, and the deny isn't there, then Annie probably wins this game.
It's definitely a way to play, and this is the sort of a play style that generally is played by combo decks, right? Where if you have a combo that in other games can win on the spot, sometimes you just jam it, right? You make your opponent have the answer because they don't always have it, and sometimes you just get free wins. The other line, of course, is to try to bait out the deny or the answer and try to sneak in a War Mothers. That particular line, the latter, is very hard to do because it's not like Kuvira is going to get caught off guard by a War Mothers, right? It is the namesake of the deck. It is the one thing that is on his mind at all times. What can Annie even play that is more threatening or would even warrant a deny? So I actually kind of like the Tofarian line of just, hey, I've got 12 mana, just jam it.
My God. All right. Well, I really do. I mean, I agree with you here, right? Like, I really do want to see. I want to see Annie go. Well, now we can't. I wanted to see Annie go Tryndamere into War Mother. The first War Mother, if it gets denied, you just the second you can play the second one, you play it, right? Now this is likely not going to be that. This is looking more to me like Tryndamere into Ladros to try and just avoid the denies. But we'll see if that's the direction that Annie decides to go. If he banks mana this turn, it's probably War Mothers. If he plays Tryndamere, it's probably just going to be Ladros and just jam the big units that he has in hand and not worry about deny.
Yeah, I don't hate just developing either. That's another way to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to treat these War Mothers like they're blank until I'm backed into the corner, right? That's not necessarily a bad play, especially since Annie has good plays here. The Tryndamere into Ledros, It's kind of like
continue.
it's kind of like you just played War Mothers anyway, right? Just play the units straight up.
Yeah, this I was like curious for a second. I was like, okay, well, he could Withering Wail and try and ensure that this dragon dies on the other side, but no, this is the fact that he didn't is a clear like, okay, I'm Trin slamming into Ladros slamming, and I'm gonna try and get as much mileage out of this Ladros as I can before setting up to potentially just start jamming War Mothers. But Kuvira finds an angle to potentially develop Karma safely onto the board, and I wonder if he'll take it and try and generate some value off of this. It is a decent spot to get it out there. You do have the deny, but you are kind of priced into always playing this deny onto War Mothers. There's also the option of this. This is a Moonglow, correct? Yeah, that Moonglow could go onto Karma to try and protect against just a Vengeance or a Grasp.
Yeah, the interesting part here is, even if, I mean, the play that we described from Annie makes a lot of sense, right? The problem is that Kuvira has so many answers that aren't deny to those lines, and you can't play a threat and then also a War Mothers unless that threat is a 1-drop spell. Then you have, or is a 1-drop, right? So
yeah, makes you think maybe Revitalizing Roar would be an interesting addition to this kind of deck.
Makes me think that maybe something like TLC is a pretty good deck. But again, I'm biased because I've been playing a lot of it on ladder. I don't hate the War Mothers deck in general. I just like, there's so much Ionia out there, at least on the ladder that I've been playing, with denies and like, even if the deny wasn't there, right? Infinite Mind Splitter effectively stops 2 War Mothers, procs. The Will of Ionias are great. The stuns are all great. It's just, can Kuvira, like, if Kuvira gets a board here and this Infinite Mind Splitter is actually just getting slammed, like, right now, there's enough stall here to just stop, like, the War Mothers from even being relevant.
Yeah, and wow, this Moonglow even protects against Ruination as a potential option for Annie. And this is starting to get scary for Kuvira to just 20-0 Annie on a turn very soon. And Kuvira has plenty of answers to things like Atrocity. He's not really worried about his HP value right now. Can look for stuns, could look to just, Will of Ionia this back to hand, could look for, there's certainly options.
I mean, what is the worst? So the only, for 6 mana, I'm going to try to not look at Annie's hand. At 6 mana, you've got Atrocity, Withering Wail, Grasp, and then, of course, like the 2 mana spells as well, which you don't really care that much about in this case. What if you just jam another Infinite Mind Splitter, you go into Annie's turn, board completely stunned, and just open attack and say, what do you got?
Yeah,
right?
The Spear card's Atrocity right now at 7 health, right? So
that's true.
I think that's the only reason Kuvira can't play it. He has to wait to be under 6 mana on the other side, and then that play opens up. But the only way he's losing right now, I would say, is that Atrocity. I think that's the only thing that's really punishing for Kuvira. So as long as he plays around that Atrocity, he should be able to close this out.
Yeah, and I think he can pretty reasonably play around it.
Can he play around 2 of them? Yep, I think he can. Looking, double will, deny. I think he even can play around 2 of them. He does overdraw a little bit there, but his hand quality should be good enough. The scary thing is if he thinks he can develop Infinite Mind Splitter with the deny backup, and then he gets double Atrocity'd.
That is true.
Certainly could be scary, but, Annie has to keep 12 mana if he wants to do that. I think if Annie's keeping 12 mana, Kuvira is going to try and stay safe and keep the ability to answer, but yeah, double Atrocity is scary. That is definitely scary, and you do see that Annie has it. So there is a world where Annie can win here because maybe Kuvira says, I don't really want to play around 2 Atrocities. And that might be a reasonable thing to say, but it would cost him. 9 mana is the sweet spot for Kuvira to answer double Atrocity.
Yep.
So, that, you know, that is a position that Kuvira is probably okay with being in.
Yeah, I mean, this actually presents it, right? I mean, it presents 11, 6, 17, 18 here. And then Annie, of course, has options to gain some more life if he even wants to. Or he could just go for the double Atrocity. Yeah, really, really smart from Kuvira saying, you know what, this is not necessarily pushing lethal, but it does, but it is in fact going to put a lot forward and also give me the maximum flexibility to play around even something like you having both of your atrocities, which we of course know Annie does have.
Yeah, and Will is great here, pushing back the Tryndamere. It's going to be very hard to find a time to play the Tryndamere once again. So this is really solid. And is that just going to be the commit, saying, hey, you don't have two? Yep. The second deny going to come down. Going to be able to respond. Annie now out of atrocities. At least in hand, I think he's only on 2 in the deck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Only 2 in the deck.
That's all the atrocities, and Annie's going to have to find a way to finish the game without an atrocity at all. This is a lot of damage coming in. Going to be able to block the Infinite Mind Splitter, like you calced earlier. 18 damage being pushed. I think Kuvira's in a very good spot to just finish this game.
Yeah, and with so many, I mean, there's 3 stuns and a Will of Ionia in hand, like... And not to mention an Infinite Mind Splitter as well. Annie, of course, has some life gain options. And also has the Ruination. Actually, I mean, is Ruination... man, the problem is that he needs a Ruination before any more developments. And then Kuvira can just develop after the fact. There's just not a lot of good options.
Right. So if he Ruinations here, it also just the spell shield on the Infinite Mind Splitter.
Right.
Just stops it, and he gets to just attack with the Mind Splitter and end the game. Yep. I guess Vengeance would save Annie at that point. And he does run 3 of them. So actually top decking a Vengeance would not be unheard of in this spot to save his life at that point. But
yeah,
man, it's getting tough. Annie really needs that ghost that's on the other side. That Kuvira has in hand. That might be able to get him there, but even then, Kuvira's got, you know, 2 Steel Tempest. Which stun does he want to use?
Yeah, which stun or Will of Ionia does he want to use? It's up to him. Yeah, the second Withering Wail won't technically... Well, actually would present not dying for Annie.
Presenting not dying. That's certainly a move to make.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much that Annie can do here.
Not even sure what Kuvira could want. I mean, he could go Serpent as just a thing to refill if stuff gets removed, or I guess he goes Supernova for the failsafe. He has Spacey Sketcher to create an additional Celestial that he can behold for it. There goes a lot of his board, but you can just see Concussive Palm come out to generate more units, go wide.
Yep.
Which does look like that will be the play for Kuvira. They get a couple more 3/2 followers, a couple Tails of the Dragon on the board. Setting up for the open attack, likely just with Ghost on the Infinite Mind Splitter, just to try to guarantee it, or at least just force Vengeance. Just force abilities to be used, and then he can just redevelop another Mind Splitter in the event that happens.
That comes through 3, 6, 9. Actually, yeah, no, this is not gonna well, let's see. He's gonna do 12. He can gain 6. Actually, he's gonna survive here, right? With grasp plus withering whale, or actually
no, he only
grasp
gained
plus troll
6.
chant.
Oh, grasp plus troll chant.
I think
That might
both.
do enough.
Yeah, believe so.
Does it? No, it doesn't. It's close.
Oh.
It gets close. It gets close. It's like 1 or 2 points off.
Yeah, a little bit
either
off.
the double heals or the grasp plus troll chant. But yeah, Kuvira's gonna get there, and we're gonna have a game 3. We will get the mirror. That will be something that we do get. We do get the War Mother's mirror between Annie, Desu, and Kuvira. I mean, it's a race. It's a race to the top of the mountain for them. It's a race to War Mothers.
Yep.
A race to enlightenment. And having as much ramp and mana as possible to get those spells out to see who can start rolling a bunch of big boys on the board to push the damage. And well, it'll come down to that for this series to see who will move on to face off against Glop in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, you know, a little bit draw dependent, of course, like pretty much any mirror is. But again, Annie, I think just on paper before the game actually starts is a little bit favored. The deck for Annie is just a little bit more suited for these controlled mid-range matchups, whereas Kuvira, like I mentioned before, has those avalanches, which are just kind of dead draws here for Kuvira. Of course, you can still get value, but not what you're really wanting, and not going to line up to the cards that are in Annie's deck here.
Okay, Kuvira finding ramp to start things off.
Pretty good.
Catalyst plus Weirding Stones. He can actually ramp his Weirding Stones into a Catalyst. Turn 3 Weirding Stones. I mean, either way, right? He's on turn 3, he's playing some form of ramp. So I'll have the spell mana for the Catalyst on turn 3 as well. Deciding on a Flash Freeze, interestingly enough. Potentially wanting it for Atrocity later in the game, knowing it's a card that can be very good in the matchup, and he doesn't want to never see it. But I think looking for War Mothers is so important here, and well...
Wow.
Speaking of... Ooh, okay, so this hand is great from Annie. He's got Weirding Stones into double War Mothers and Ladros. Now, Kuvira might be able to out-ramp him a little bit here with double ramp, but
into what?
he doesn't have anything to ramp into, you're right.
Right. Yeah, Annie, I feel like Annie's got the full package here. And Kuvira doing what I have been wanting people to do for a while, which is send the message. You need to send that message with your Weirding Stones. Yes, it is taking an extra 2 seconds, but when the match is going to go for an hour and a half, an extra 2 seconds doesn't matter. And Annie returns the volley, sending their own message as well. I love it.
Sending the attacks, but Kuvira finds his War Mothers. Very important for Kuvira.
Huge.
He's gonna ramp a little bit faster here. Oh wait, was that a Catalyst picked up as well for Annie? Okay, he's not ramping faster. They're gonna ramp at the same speed. It did, you know, Kuvira initially had a little bit more ramp, but Annie not gonna go for his Avaros and Hearthguard. Instead, just gonna ramp further, trying to get as close to the War Mothers as possible. Makes sense. These double Hearthguards are certainly not good for Kuvira when he starts to see these come down. And he's got a much better hand for this matchup. He's going to have these Hearthguards down before he plays the War Mothers. But actually, no. Going to just keep passing. Going to pass essentially to the War Mother's turn. Interesting to see.
I like it. I mean, ironically, the first 9 turns, I guess this is only, what, 7 turns? The first 7 turns of this mirror are actually some of the fastest turns you can see. But it's the next 38 turns that are going to be very much in the tank, I think, at least. Notably here, Annie, of course, does have the Ledros in hand already. And, like you mentioned, has 2 Hearthguards in hand as well.
Yeah, that's almost not great, because that's a lot of his units that'll get pulled by the War Mothers already being in hand.
Right.
However, he still has 3 Trundles, 3 Trinidors. So
yeah, and an additional
Hearthguard. Yes, he's got some Weirding Stones hits, but it's pretty okay if you're Annie to have these units in hand. And the fact that he gets to develop a little bit earlier than Kuvira, and the fact that he gets to develop a Hearthguard that will be buffing everything that is going to be hit by the War Mother's Call is giving Annie quite the advantage.
Annie definitely seems to be ahead here. Notably, though, we see that 1x atrocity for Kuvira. And again, because it's a 1x, it just makes Annie just that also slightly less likely to play around it. But Kuvira, you've got the namesake of the deck. You know there's no interaction for your opponent. You're slamming it. Kuvira gets one of the better first War Mother's pulls.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want, really.
Right. Annie's first is a buffed up Trundle. Can't be too upset about that.
Yeah, Annie almost, he doesn't want the Hearthguard first because he already played a Hearthguard. He's got one in hand, so he's happy to see the champions instead. And Kuvira generally would want to see that first Hearthguard, but now he's just so behind.
Massively behind.
He probably would want to play Ruination to try and catch up, but you can't because it's Tryndamere on the board, and Ice Pillar was what was played, so Annie could just have another big unit and just end the game.
Yep. Yeah.
So it just puts Kuvira in such an awkward spot. I mean, we talked about the Ladros being a good mirror breaker, but realistically, it was just having the tempo advantage for Annie and hitting better units off of the War Mothers. And, I mean, now what does Kuvira do? If he plays Ruination, he's dead to Tryndamere. It'll be 10 attack.
Yep. I do have to give a call out and a shout out to chat here. It was Boulevard, our caster brethren, who did point out that the War Mother's mirrors actually go pretty quick, and it's looking like that is the case. So I got to give the shout out to Boulevard and no one else on that one for calling out that the War Mother's mirror was actually going to be rather quick. Or at least it's looking like it. I mean, I don't see how Kuvira gets out of this.
Right? Like, this is like there's not really a way out. If we look at this, the attack can come in. He can't play Ruination because he immediately loses.
Literally dead.
Yep, he might be able to. I mean, he probably survives this turn, I think. Right. But not by much. He's got all these troll chants. Yeah, that'll slow it down for sure. But I don't even think he's got pulls off his War Mothers that are going to save him. He's just going to eventually lose to either this atrocity. He's going to lose to, getting overwhelmed. There's just too much. And Kuvira, likely, he may get his match against Alan, but if he does, it's going to be in the loser's bracket.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this was just overwhelming. No pun intended for Annie. Just has really, yes, Tryndamere was great. Yes, Ledros was great. But really, the Trundle and the Ice Pillar just makes this so, makes it so good. And yes, the Tryndamere also just gives you Ruination protection. And Ledros is just inevitable. I mean, it just has it all, right? Like, what more can you ask for?
Yeah. I mean, you can't ask for more. Annie got exactly the hand that he wanted. He got ramped. Kuvira did as well. They both ramped into their War Mothers, but Annie had a play prior to that, being able to develop the tempo of the Avaros and Hearthguard, and then Annie having better hits, finding his champions, and having that one of Ladros, really swinging the tide, and it's just about gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just dead with these blocks, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's got these troll chants. I think he might be able to find. I mean, he should be able to survive with troll chants. He's got 3 of them. They're each worth 4 HP.
Yeah. Well, there's 20 overwhelm coming through, and he's blocking 5, so 15. Yeah, so I think this will. I think
he lives on 3. I didn't calc it, but I'm pretty sure he lives on 3.
Barely get it. And to what end is the real question.
I wonder if he just, he might just concede. I actually don't think there's a way back in. Unfortunately, he's not really running, he doesn't have the Ladros atrocity package. He doesn't have those ways to survive.
Yeah,
to finish the game quickly,
Right. It goes back to, he just played out, the game is going to end in 2 turns or another turn anyway, right? So even though it seems very unlikely. Like, I don't know, play to your outs in a tournament, I guess, but like maybe get a little bit more information on how Annie plays, so that in the next time you have to play them later in the tournament, that's semi-relevant. But yeah.
Here we are. I mean, Kuvira pulls a Babbling Bjerg from his War Mothers. Yes, there was a Weirding Stones on the other side, but Babbling Bjerg is not contesting this board right now.
No.
Neither is Tryndamere. Now, Kuvira does have this atrocity, so if Annie completely blunders, maybe Kuvira's got a chance. But he doesn't.
The blunder would involve Annie also not playing his own atrocity now.
Yeah, it's not possible. I think Annie should be able to just clean this up.
Yeah.
Finish the win. Plays Withering Wail.
Sure.
Clear away a unit, get a card out of his hand, I suppose.
Sure. I'm pretty sure if Annie just cast spells in their hand or didn't and just kept pressing the key A on their keyboard, they would win this game.
Yes, yeah, he certainly would. Can't he just atrocity here? Is there? Am I missing something?
Kuvira could.
He's got 4 mana. Oh,
He's got 4 mana.
Oh, that's
the flash freeze.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. That's right.
He's there. Yep.
Yeah, we talked because he considered keeping it specifically because it's good against atrocity.
Yep.
Of course, he tossed it because he needed to find something to ramp into.
Yep.
So yeah, playing around flash freeze. No, that's great because Annie just continues to attack in with these overwhelms. He'll eventually win. If Kuvira taps under flash freeze, then we see the atrocity.
Right. Yeah, here I think you can just block however, right? Does it even really matter? I guess ideally you just... Oh, no. Ledros doesn't actually block much. Yep. Just use the stones to gain 5. Makes sense. Keeps you out of atrocity range on the next turn, of course. Blocking with Ledros is interesting. Because that would put... that puts atrocity on the table at least to be lethal. Okay. This makes more sense. The atrocity comes out, and he says, yeah, if you have the flash freeze, that's great. I'm going to win on the open attack.
Yep. He would be able to find it, regardless of the flash freeze. And Annie Desu going to take down the returning champion, Kuvira, sending him to the loser's bracket and advancing to the semifinal to face off against Glop after a grueling first round between these two players. But both of them, incredible players, taking their time, going through the turns, very difficult matchups to navigate. And Annie comes out on top. So Kuvira gets his match against Alan, who he called out. However, he does have that in the loser's bracket.
I was going to say, this is why you don't consult a monkey's paw when you say, I want to play against Alan in the tournament. Because this is what you get, the loser's bracket match, which neither of them wanted.
Yeah, certainly they did not. But, of course, plenty more Runeterra action to come. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, we will have the winner's semifinal, probably between Glop and Annie Desu. But make sure you don't go anywhere. Plenty more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We had quite the marathon match between Desu and Kuvira just a moment ago. But that's not all for today. We got plenty more matches to come. Kuvira playing against Alanzq in the losers bracket, but we'll likely be going here to the winners semifinal between Desu and Glop. I mean, we can go ahead and take a look at the bracket for just a moment and just see how that first round went for everybody, see where we're at going into this semifinal before we jump into game. But Blevins, looking at this here, we saw Matthew Foulkes 2-0 Swim with his aggro lineup. Swim actually messaged me before the event saying, and I quote, let's see, I'm very
confident. I want to quote the whole thing.
It's okay. We'll make sure. I'm very confident against most matchups, but very worried about aggro beating me. Paraphrasing, the one thing
here.
Mining Kuvira's lineup is week 2, and he low rolled into Matthew's aggro lineup in round 1, and we see it turned out how Swim expected. He got 2-0'd by Matthew. Of course, Kuvira being a longtime Swim fan, I will quote this one from Swim. Kuvira has been watching me since I started streaming. He was once my pupil, but now he's one of the best deck builders in the game. And he ended up prepping with him and building a lineup together. And I honestly, I completely agree with Swim. I do think that Kuvira is one of the best deck builders, one of the best lineup builders in the game right now. And it looks like Annie actually got the better of the lineup this time around. And Matthew, of course, having that aggro lineup that neither of them expected to see. That I didn't expect to see an aggro lineup make it here today. So I'm super pumped about the fact that Matthew ended up bringing that. But yeah, no, of course, Kuvira, renowned for his deck building prowess. You know, part of the rivalry between Kuvira and Alanzq is how Kuvira is one of the best deck builders in the game, and I think Alan would concede that Kuvira might be a better deck builder, and Kuvira would concede that Alan is a better pilot, and they're facing off, and that's why that matchup had so much hype behind it. But we will be sticking to the winners bracket as is tradition. Desu versus Glop going to be our next matchup. When we saw Glop earlier, we got to see a little bit of that Trundle Lee Sin, and the deck actually did impress.
Yeah, it was very, I mean, it's the type of deck that, again, I mentioned it when we were seeing it, it like is made in a way that is very, very calculated by Glop, right? There's the Augur of the Old Ones, which you need to bestow an 8+ cost card for it to get its ability, right? And there's one 8+ cost card naturally in the deck. Now, of course, Trundle is generating them, as well as Trundle's Icequake being made when you have a Trundle in play already. So Augur of the Old Ones is a card that Glop knows he's able to play at the right time because he's drawing so many cards. B, you don't really care. You don't need to play Augur of the Old Ones on turn 6 and get the value necessarily. We saw, you know, Glop able to put on pressure and just draw cards with the Shadow Assassins, the River Shapers, the Starlet Seers, set up, keeping a Lee Sin back in hand, or maybe playing a Trundle in the mid game, and then late game having the Lee Sin into Augur of the Old Ones, and then going from there, right? Like, there's none of this, you know, play Lee Sin on 4 and then play a bunch of cheap gems and stuff. Obviously not with this not being a Targon deck, but just very much playing your spells out beforehand, playing a Lee Sin that's already leveled, and going from there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you know, we've seen a couple different Lee Sins. The other Lee Sin, of course, coming from Desu. He's playing the Lee Sin Karma, utilizing the Zenith Blade to get the Overwhelm, whereas we see the Augur from Glop, which seems a lot less consistent than Zenith Blade would be. But I don't think that is the worry of Glop. I think he feels like he'll always get to the point where he can apply the Overwhelm. And he doesn't necessarily need it either, because Trundle gives him so much control in the mid game, and River Shaper basically just feeding him all of his spells throughout that mid game as well just makes it very easy for Glop to actually hit the combo pieces that he needs. And I did love how it performed in that first match that we saw. I'm interested to see how it will do in Lee Sin Mirrors and how it will do versus War Mothers. But yeah, to start things off, we actually will see how it does versus War Mothers. And this is a Starlet Seer River Shaper hand with the Trundle. It's pretty interesting. I'm curious how much of this Glop keeps. It might be everything. It might be just the 3 creatures, or I'd be surprised if he got rid of Trundle. Generally, that's an auto keep, but maybe this specific matchup.
And Glop is the king of having his opponents misclick and queue up. I mean, this is a legal deck, right?
Yeah, this is a legal deck, so I don't know if this is a remake. It probably is not. I don't know if we have rules for accidentally keeping your hand. I think that likely, I think you have to play that out.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what the chat was reading there. I think he's gonna have to play it out, because it's a legal deck, and there certainly are not rules for if you accidentally misclick your mulligan.
Right? Yeah.
It's an unfortunate mistake. I mean, I feel for him, but that's not something that we cover.
I would say that's pretty clearly in the realm of not a remake.
Yeah,
at least in my opinion. But Annie, I mean. Can you really tell though, right? Like,
no, this hand looks great, honestly.
Weirding stones into Trundle, it's one of the best things that you can do in Legends of Runeterra right now. So I think that's pretty all right.
Yeah, his hand is excellent. I couldn't imagine really asking for a much better hand. You see Glop shaking his head in confusion. Probably like, what are you talking about your hand? You have weirding stones on 3. Like, what's wrong? Like, everything should be all right. And you know, we potentially going to see setting up for double Vile Feast to remove the River Shaper and not allow any draws to come through. We see Glop has ways to deal with that with the Iron Pot in hand.
Yeah, this is he also can now use the Sonic Wave here, pull the Weirding Stones with the River Shaper. That's another line, of course, that will still
that'll give spells for this Starlit Seer. I like this line, right? Just go Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike on the River Shaper, send it in the Weirding Stones. You actually have backup in case there is another Vile Feast, which I'm sure he anticipates at this point with the setup from the previous round. I don't really see too much of a reason. I guess you could use the Spider to just make sure that the River Shaper only gets a single trigger, but we will see, you know, Annie Desu likely go for the Vile Feast, and Glop's got the response.
Yeah, I think there wasn't necessarily another response, just because, like, the Vile Feast itself was kind of an answer to the River Shaper, right? Like, it without the challenger, like, it was going to be kind of an awkward attack regardless, but this ends up being really good for Glop here, and Annie says, I'm just going to develop a Trundle now.
Trundle, of course, coming down. A couple extra draws that Glop has gotten, but he can probably look to set up his own Trundle on this turn, or maybe even considering a Lee Sin, because it can be played with the Deep Meditation.
Yep. Can either play Deep Med or keep spell mana up. Not sure what he's going to favor. Well, goes for the Deep Med. That makes sense.
Played 2 spells last turn, so I guess he just wants to utilize it now.
Yeah.
Try and pull it into potentially a unit, because I think there's a big unit on top. Whatever he's going to find, and, well... Oh boy, that's a big auger.
That's a big boy.
Now, he does need to play the Trundle to set that up, but that auger is very large when it comes down. 8/8 Overwhelm Regen. Going to be kind of a pain to remove, but Annie does have a lot of vengeances. But maybe Glop can tax one with the auger, and that can protect a Lee Sin or a Trundle by taking it with a different unit.
Yeah, and the issue for Glop here is he's got a very unit and board centric hand, right? There's 3 Iron Pots. He's got the 2 resonating. He has all of the Iron Pots and Resonating Strikes in the game left in his hand right now, I guess, besides the additional Lee Sin copies. And notably, that means there's no answer to War Mother's Call. And yes, there are, you know, the ability to keep units alive and whatnot, but at the end of the day, at least for a period of time, Annie's board is just going to outclass Glop's with the War Mothers.
Yeah, there are 2 deny in Glop's deck, and he has the River Shaper, so he can at least try and dig if he wanted to swing. But I think he's trying to keep the River Shaper alive even longer by utilizing things like Vulnerable and the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike to set up for potential opportunities to keep this unit alive. And so we may just see this pass.
Yeah.
Curious, Lee Sin killing a spider, is that worth it here? Especially because you're granting Lee Sin regen on the next turn. 3 health dies to Grasp, so a little bit scary. But it's a 1 of Grasp.
It's a 1 of Grasp, and you still have the 2 Iron Pots.
Yeah, you're right.
I think you're fine there. I'm almost wondering, like, that Unspeakable Horror play was very weird. So I'm wondering, like, I almost like attacking with the River Shaper if you're Glop. A little bit, just because it's like, why in the world did that Unspeakable Horror come down? Because it didn't actually change the attack math at all. It just makes me think that you have another way to deal 1 damage.
I guess it just made it so the spider could trade with the River Shaper, so you wouldn't have to block with something else, and you could hold up your blocks for other things.
That's true.
But yeah, I mean, it's not, the most ideal. Maybe he's also just looking for, something off of that Unspeakable Horror. He wanted to play it to get the Nightfall unit, and I will mention he did get the best one. You do want Lunari Priestess in this deck. Find removal, or just really find a versatile card. You want to be able to invoke if you can, and able to find a Comet, which honestly is pretty big. Will allow Annie to deal with a Trundle or deal with a Lee Sin down the line unless Deny is found, but there's only 2 of them, and those want to be used on War Mothers. So I do think that that's a great pickup for Annie, and it can make the difference in this game.
Yeah, and this is going to be huge. The Lee Sin, air quotes combo is set up, aka giving him Overwhelm, and now that Comet can come down and just kill it.
Yeah, Comet could immediately take
the
down
Comet combo.
Comet combo. Combo breaker. And can take down the Lee Sin, but I'm curious if Annie just goes for that. It does. No, he's not on the War Mother's clock for next turn regardless, so
no.
It does seem like a pretty reasonable play.
I feel like you just want to you got to get that out while you've got, the coast is clear, right? There's nothing. Iron Pot obviously doesn't do anything, and the only other 1-mana spell is Brittle Steel, which also does nothing here. Oh, okay. Going for the Augur, actually. Okay.
Annie does not have a way to deal with that Augur right now, so
makes sense.
The Lee Sin is manageable for the time being. However, it will be interesting to see if Glop finds something like the Battle Fury and Annie doesn't hit an answer. It could be pretty terrifying. And right now, I mean, Annie doesn't actually have like an amazing answer if Battle Fury was found. There are these Troll Chants, which can certainly help. They can make a difference, but yeah, if we get that Battle Fury kick coming out of the Lee Sin, the dream for this deck, that would be very fun to see. And as of right this second, there is not a response on any side.
Right. I'm wondering. Well, we also need to know how close is Lee Sin to actually leveling too, is another question.
Right. He's not super close at the time, right? We see that. I think he's about halfway. I think he's probably 4 of 8. Yeah.
But right now, just the resonating strikes themselves would be 4, which would be 7, which is 14. So, I mean, it's already pretty close to doing it just on his own with the resonating strikes. But not quite there.
Catalyst ramping into the War Mothers on the next turn, potentially. I wonder, how much damage can Glop do, and does he just try and do it?
I feel like if he can level Lee Sin here...
Wait, the Overwhelm from Trundle and the Lee Sin level, does he have enough damage?
If the Troll
Chants will mess with the math, for sure.
Can present it, at least,
Yeah, the Troll Chants will mess with the math, but I think he's going to present it. Wait, this is crazy. This is a lot of damage.
Yeah. Trundle being able to pull an X1 is huge.
He's just gonna pull everything else with these challengers, and then make one of the 1 health blockers block Trundle.
Exactly. Lee Sin levels.
Yeah, he's presenting so much damage. The Troll Chance, I'm pretty sure, will save him. Will save Annie, but it's kind of close. Like, it's a lot of damage that's going through right now.
Yep. Okay, and Glop going for a more conservative line. Just
He's
says,
not
I want
even
to
going
kill
to go
your
for it.
five.
He's going to remove the units.
And this still... Oh, and Lee Sin is actually bigger than I forgot that he's also leveling up, so it's actually 16.
I wonder if this is correct from Glop. 4 mana for Annie, and just not presenting the lethal here. Maybe he's just reading these troll chants. Maybe he's just thinking that there's no way that Annie doesn't have a way to survive. So, I mean, this is the safe line of just removing the board, right? Like, I don't think that it's insane to remove the board, but I feel like committing this much and going so hard on this, it almost does feel weird to me that he didn't try and present lethal.
Yeah, especially considering that, like, Troll Chant isn't really, like, a huge punish or anything. It's not like, oh, I present lethal, and then if he has, like, the Troll Chant, I'm in such a huge, awful, bad spot. It's like, you're still kind of just fine, right? Like, he has an extra 5/3 on board or whatever, and your Ice Pillar might have a little bit of damage on it, but, like, do you even care that much?
I'm sure Glop has a very specific reason. I know he generally does when it comes to a play like that, and because it was obvious he had enough damage. It's not like he miscounted. It was pretty clear that he could have created an opportunity for it. So I think just playing around the Troll Chant, most likely trying to just remove the Trundle, makes the most sense. And I like Glop's position from here. I do think that he's in a great spot. He's got very easy ways to set up Lee Sin to swing in. The Lee Sin dodged the Obliterate due to the fact that we saw that 8/8 Augur. Like, I talked about it. It might eat a removal spell that allows Lee Sin or Trundle to live. And, well, what happened? It ate that Falling Comet. Lee Sin stays on the board. It's pressuring to end the game in not that many turns.
Right.
And Glop even, River Shaper coming online as well, potentially to draw even more. Trundle for the Ice Quake. It's actually just going to give an additional attack to Trundle by drawing with the Entreat.
And allows for the Burst Pass, which is not irrelevant.
All right. Can set up open attack with Burst Spells. Gonna have to get through this turn, of course. But he can get a barrier onto Lee Sin by playing another spell. And he's seen a lot of pings. So I think he's likely feeling safe around those. Maybe not. There are 6 of them in the deck. He has seen, I believe, 2 or 3 Vile Feast and 1 Unspeakable Horror?
2 Vile Feast and at least 1 Unspeakable Horror.
Decides against the Lee Sin, though. Goes for the Trundle. It's going to utilize the regen.
Glop is not.
Oh, this is challenging. Never
choice.
mind. This is. I didn't see the vulnerable on.
Yep.
You know what's funny, Blevins? You know how I've been having like trouble seeing cards.
We both have.
Yeah. So I actually went to an eye doctor. I actually did. I was like, I'm having a lot of trouble seeing. My vision's trash, Blev. It's bad. Yeah.
That's not good.
So went got some prescriptions. Got some lenses coming in the next week.
There you go. Ooh, are we
no
gonna see
more. Oh my God! When did that happen? What? Wait, what?
When did Riot buff that card?
I guess the double seer. I honestly didn't think about the sheer volume of spells Glop has played. I kind of forgot about that.
Oh,
but no, it's been a lot. He played 4 just from the Sonic Wave resonating strikes.
Right. Well,
and he just hasn't drawn a unit in a while.
Well, it's hilarious because the spell density is so high and there's just so few units, and pretty much every unit in your entire deck you're fine getting the buff, with the exception of basically just the Starlit Seer itself.
Even then it's whatever. But yeah, that is the worst card. The worst card to get the buff is a Starlit Seer.
Everything else is just very good, right? And you're just playing, there's only 11 followers, and then, of course, the 6 champions in deck, and everything else is spells, so it makes sense.
That gets sick. I love this. Glop, this is a banger. I appreciate this one.
I think this deck is a banger. My only concern is that when I pilot it, boy, am I going to lose way more than Glop is. I'm going to misplay this one into the ground. I can already tell.
Yeah. This looks fun, though. This is a great deck. I'm loving this one. Shadow Assassin. That actually further, like, it was a note of the Shadow Assassin that I just didn't think about initially. I'm not, a Fizz player. I haven't played enough Starlit Seer stuff. But not only does the Shadow Assassin allow Glop to cycle, it's just a win condition in some cases. Now, he had the win anyway here. We see him pick up game number 1 against Desu. But if he didn't have this board, he didn't have this, like, win, he could play that Shadow Assassin and just threaten the win in a lot of cases. Now, of course, specifically War Mothers, could have Vengeance or Ruination or Answers in general. But against a lot of decks, they can't deal with that elusive coming out that is that big. And that is awesome to see. Yet again, the Lee Sin deck coming in clutch, picking up the win. We haven't seen it lose yet. And Glop is having a grand old time in the tournament so far. And now the Dragon deck, the Herald, has arrived, and we'll see how many dragons
good old Herald
this matron can call.
Now, based on the picture, I did not think that character would be named Herald, but that's just my bias showing. So you know what? That's on me. Herald is really it's crazy because you think, ramp, I have to play Freljord. Herald is a ramp card. Like just straight up. Yeah,
it is a ramp card indeed. And this is the goal of the Herald. This is hashtag goal, chat. You want the Herald the Dragon into White Flame Protector. And then the Firebrand on 4 is the cherry on top. And now, Annie doesn't have removal for the Herald. This is exactly what Glop wants to see.
Yeah, this is classic rampant growth into whatever the best 4-drop is for Magic, which is just such a strong. It's just a traditionally strong thing to do, ramping 2 into 4. 1 into 3 is also a very good one, though. I would say, thankfully, we don't really have the ability to do that in Runeterra yet. I'm kind of hoping that they veer away from 1-mana ramp cards because they tend to be degenerate, but we'll see. I'm curious what Glop is doing right now.
Look, it's better to not ask, honestly. But we will see him ramping into his dragons very quickly. And I think Annie's deck might have a little bit of trouble with the dragons. The Mentor is going to be able to create a very strong doggo, but it's going to get gobbled up by this dragon initially.
Yeah, the kicker here for Glop is that the Concerted Strike can deal with Lee Sin through Divine Shield. That is one of the bigger, I would say, blockers for a lot of these decks. Is like the Lee Sin combo, like the combo kill with Overwhelm is just kind of uninteractable in some cases, but because of the Divine Shield. But with Concerted Strike, as we've seen many times before, it can go through it. It works well with the dragons. It's just insano, nutty bananas, whatever you want to call it. It's so good, and Glop has it, and a board.
Yeah. I would actually like to see Annie commit a gem to the dog so that it can trade into the fused dragon, the one with the spell shield. I think that dragon can become quite the nuisance, and I think just having a blocker that threatens it from swinging in is pretty nice. But Annie wants to develop the Lee Sin, decides that developing the Lee Sin is important, and now we see the fused dragon going in and be able to get that attack. Fused Firebrand, that's the rest.
Used Firebrand. I don't know why that's one of the ones I remember, but
it's a good name.
Here we are. It is a good one.
Good name.
What is he fused with? That's what I want to know.
Well, it looks like he's a bunch of like metal. It's been fused.
He does kind of look like a robot dragon, which is kind of cool. Also, doesn't really look that much like a dragon either, so I guess.
No.
There's a lot
not all the dragons really look like traditional dragons, and I like that. I think that's cool. It's like their own interpretation of what a dragon is. And a lot of the dragons are like, most of them are like space dragons anyway.
Right.
Like, like the infinite mind splitter. It's a dragon. It doesn't really look like what you would when you imagine a dragon. You know, the Demacia dragon. That certainly looks
that's
more
pretty
like what
dragon-esque.
you expect.
You're a
when you
traditional
think of a
European style dragon.
Yeah.
And Fused Firebrand's like a weird bug robot thing. So that's cool
Yeah,
too.
But, you know, who's to say that's not a dragon?
Is Baron a dragon?
Baron Nashor?
Yeah.
I don't think he's a dragon.
Well, there you go. It's decided then.
Oh, I didn't realize I was the authority on that, actually.
Yeah, it's canon now. Baron confirmed, not a dragon, which makes sense because
guess...
there's a dragon, and
yeah.
dragon is certainly not Baron in League. So
yeah. We've talked about it. Like I am generally the lore master, but I didn't think I actually had authority over any lore.
You have authority in my mind, and that really means nothing. But
yeah,
we're the ones casting right now, so we get to choose, I guess.
Apparently that's how it works now. No one gave me that memo, but now I'm learning here live from Blevins. So I guess the source isn't very credible.
No, but it is not credible. It's incredible. And speaking of incredible, that concerted strike, as we talked about before, was in fact incredible. A lot was committed by Annie there to get that Lee Sin online, and Glop just said, I'm just gonna dragon you down.
Yeah, I mean, Glop is really vibing at this point. The Herald is still on board. He's ramping into turn 7 Mind Splitter, turn 9 Aurelian Soul. He's got the Fused Firebrand on board. He can wait to play reactively to whatever Annie wants to do, and even go for the Solari Priestess. But realistically, the Solari Priestess almost doesn't want to come down. He would have preferred for Annie to actually just pass there, just because he's not really going to play the Celestial anytime soon. At least not likely. Maybe turn 8, it actually finds time to be played. But he's on double Mind Splitter, so realistically, he doesn't need to find another play, and he's happy with Annie wasting mana and not doing much.
Yeah, and the notable thing about Solari Priestess is, and we've talked about this before, you get more value the later you play a card like that, because right now, like you said, Glop has plays. He's got Mind Splitter, Aurelian Soul. You're not going to get anything better than those plays, right? So it's better to wait to play the Solari Priestess to actually get more information in regards to what you actually want. Yes, Glop could play it and just take a removal spell, which is always going to be fine. Could take a Sisters, but like those cards might not necessarily be what Glop wants. And with the power in Glop's hand, he's going to want something more specific later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I 100% agree with that point. I think, you know, it's been a discussion topic for us a couple times here, where, you know, we love to see those invoke cards getting saved for later opportunities when the opportunity arises for you to do so. And Glop playing incredibly patient, waiting for Annie to try and establish any meaningful threat before playing the Mind Splitter. And I don't know if Annie loves passing here against a deck that runs Aurelian Soul, so we're going to see him at least burst pass with the Behold the Infinite. Potentially just try and find some kind of bomb that he can get on the board, something big, or just some kind of removal. Instead goes for the Moonsilver.
Okay. The burst pass is fine. Can also Serpent the Herald, which can throw the math off a little bit. It's not the most value, but it's also not terrible. Like, as we can see, Glop is still getting a pretty good amount of value from that.
Yeah, it's very funny because killing it here would actually be like very good because it hurts Glop's plays. Like he can't play the Infinite Mind Splitter, so it does throw off the math for sure for Glop. But end of the day, there he goes just with the Solari Priestess, and he's pretty much just committing to the White Flame Protector at this point. And even if the Serpent takes down the Herald, he can still develop this unit. So Glop having a pretty good turn here, and he's just going to go into turn 8 Mind Splitter instead of turn 7. That works perfectly fine for Glop. In his eyes, there's not any threat on the board, really.
If he even wants to, he doesn't even really need to play the Mind Splitters yet. Like you said, there's no threats out. As it stands, like, Glop can just attack with what he has on board. Like, these Spacey Sketcher's great. You got chump blockers, but the dragons literally eat them and grow bigger
Yes,
when they get jump
they
blocked.
actually eat jump blockers. They just gain attack, essentially just, one for oneing the HP gain.
Yep.
The one attack unit and just increasing their attack, getting scarier and scarier. And, with Glop being on double Mind Splitter, I almost don't hate, jamming one with how big of a board he can have. I guess the concern comes down to Lee Sin one-shotting you.
Yeah.
So I'm curious how far off Annie is from the level up, because that could change Glop's mind, but he might just be able to play reactive the entire time and wait for Lee Sin to come down and play Comet. I'm curious if that is going to be the line. Annie, we just saw pick up a deny, so that does help his case. Double Moonsilver, he can actually have a 2-mana deny, which is very scary for Glop, actually. Now, Glop doesn't know that is in Annie's hand. He's never going to play around a 2-mana deny. But for us to know that, it is a scary prospect, because there's an opportunity later in this game that Lee Sin comes down, we see the Fallen Comet from Glop, 2-mana deny stops it, and that is not a situation that Glop wants to hit. Even protecting this Karma.
Right.
This Karma could come down very soon.
Yep. Yeah, I'm wondering if and when these Mind Splitters are going to come out. Because like you said, could develop one now, but I think Glop just wants to play a bit reactively here. Concerta is a pretty huge pickup as well. But yeah, I mean, I think that the Mind Splitters are only going to come out when there's a Lee Sin in play, because it really just thwarts what Annie is trying to do, and like thwarts what's scary about Annie's deck. Because like, yes, Karma can generate a bunch of mana and can do a bunch of stuff, but like without the Lee Sin to back it up, like I don't know that just Karma is going to be able to race the dragons.
Yeah, I'm certainly curious, because it feels like Glop has played very slow, and now Annie's reaching the point where he can get this Karma online. But obviously Glop is getting close to being able to get an Aurelion Soul online. It's just the concern would be playing your Aurelion Soul and then having, it removed or have Lee Sin hit the board and finish you off.
Right.
The attack token is passed back to Annie. Still a lot of inaction from Glop. And I wonder if this will come back to bite him.
So one notable thing about Annie actually being able to deal with Aurelion Soul is that there's actually not really a cheap way to deal with the Aurelion Soul spell shield. It's literally Hush is the cheapest thing that you can play. Because like you can't play a Pale Cascade on an opponent's unit, you can't Guiding Touch a Pale Cascade or an opponent's unit. I guess you could invoke into something potentially, but like it's going to deal with the Aurelion Soul is going to be a very expensive prospect for Annie.
Yeah. I think the time it gets easier for Annie is if he's able to establish this Karma, because then the spell shield just doesn't matter.
That's true.
Because Karma will double cast, remove it, and apply whatever spell that Annie is trying to cast, whether that's Will of Ionia, sending, Aurelion Soul back to hand, which is a massive tempo loss for Glop, or if it's a Hush, just preventing a level up, or something of that nature. But we will see the Concerted Strike to try and deal with this Karma, and she's backed by Deny.
Yep.
There will be a response available for Annie, and this is going to be a turn 10 Enlightened Karma on the board that Glop is going to have to try and deal with. He does have Comet, and he did just see a Deny, so there is a chance that he can just go for that, and that can be a reasonable play, or just try and lead with the Screeching Dragon to try and get that clear.
Yeah, there are definitely a couple of options here. Single combat helps as well.
Karma made her random spell was the Skies Descend. Wow. I don't think that's castable, is it? For
It
For
is
Annie?
castable. It is castable with 2 moon silvers in his hand.
Oh, because they double. Oh my god. Is that ever?
No, even if they
the
weren't
play?
doubled, you can make it cost 13, which is castable.
Right,
technically.
true.
But yeah,
they are doubled, so it's.
Let's see, Casa. Are you ever playing around the sky, like double moon silver into a randomly generated skies descend? Is that a line you're ever playing around?
Yeah, he's never doing that. It's hilarious, but it's not happening.
Right, it's not happening.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Croc makes a good point that the Eye of the Dragon creates dragonlings, which are technically
are they dragons? Do they have the dragon?
They changed it. Yeah, they changed it after the set. Yep.
I love that.
Dragonlings and the Empyrean are both dragons now.
If this gets cast this game, it's certainly a bingo card. I mean,
oh, that's definitely a bingo. Yeah, that is. It might just be a full board.
I can't imagine. Okay. I thought
what are they going on?
They went on the
Karma's.
They went on the Karma spell. Well,
okay.
One of them did. Where'd the second one? Oh, he hasn't cast it. Okay. So one of them went on Karma's Insight.
Okay. I don't hate it.
I for a second though, it looked like he was hovering over the Skies Descend. I was like, there's no, because it would double cast with Karma.
Oh yeah, so it actually would kill
spell shields.
Oh my god.
I'm like wondering, I'm like questioning everything. Like, was it right for him? To reduce the Skies Descend twice, and then the Dragonling comes out and he plays it at 9 mana.
Yeah, I mean,
and just wipes the board. Like, is that real?
He can still do that, right?
Is that real?
He'll have enough mana.
He can.
Wait, he can't
just cast that on a gem. I'm confused by that one.
Yeah, that one doesn't make much sense.
Is he specifically trying to keep up 5 mana for something here?
Or is he opening up hand space?
Yeah, I suppose hand space. Sure.
That seems a little bit like a crapshoot to me. I feel like no cap, the Skies Descend was actually a legitimate line.
Honestly, I'm like leaning more towards it. Like, double cast Skies Descend. It's a meme for sure. Don't get me wrong.
Kind of.
But Glop is never playing around that in the history of his life. There's never a world where that gets played around.
No.
And you might find the most insane blowout ever, and the clip would be all over the internet, and Glop would get flamed, and everyone would be happy with that. Because we love Glop. It would be the greatest
thing ever.
But we also love to flame Glop, because he talks a lot of trash, which is great, and we love it. But that's, sometimes it's got to come back. But, right. I mean, we're not going to get to see it. It's going to be 13 mana. It's clearly not going to be played next turn. Karma's gone here to the single combat.
Why it's not going on the Aurelion Soul here?
Yeah, what is it protecting him from? I mean, the Karma being dead. And he doesn't have a great hand. Try and do anything with this. And Aurelion just gets to stick. Now, the Death Mark is very interesting, because that gets to go onto Aurelion Soul.
Very true. Surprisingly relevant with the Dragonling.
Concerted can respond.
Yeah, that's a low value Concerted though. All right, Glop says, let's roll the dice. What do we get? Ooh. Couple of good ones.
The more I think about it, the more disappointed I am we didn't get to see this. I'm just like, wow, there was a chance we could have seen you see how much mana he's got right now?
Right.
9. That could have been a Skies Descend.
I will say, and I'm saying this with, I'll say 80% confidence, that line will never happen in a tournament. And it might not ever happen, period.
Yeah, I mean,
we had the chance to
right.
see it. And we had the chance to see it.
And you know, if Andy didn't think it was the right call, then yeah, don't do it because it's funny. You know,
Right.
you got to try and win the tournament. But man, I feel like what a way to turn a board around.
But you had the chance to see Haley's Comet once in a lifetime, and you went and saw the Avengers instead.
Yeah.
Feels sad, man.
I'm just kind of sad, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just as a fan, you know? Just as a fan of the game. Fan of the memes.
Yeah. Just as someone who wants to fill out the very unlikely to happen bingo board that is Giant Slayer Fight Night. Yeah, I'm sad.
The thing is I don't even think it was. I actually think it was kind of good because of how unexpected it is, and because
certainly not expected.
Sky's Descend for 9 mana is essentially just a ruination. And against this dragon deck, Ruination's not a bad card. Actually,
one-sided ruination.
One-sided, true. Yeah, absolutely. That is a very big, crucial point that I did not mention.
Regeki for the Yu-Gi-Oh fans out there, or Plague Winds for the Magic players.
Yeah. Crazy. I don't want to keep talking about it because it feels like I'm flaming Annie. I'm really not. I'm just sad.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep. There's no other way to put it. But this game still feels very Glop favored here. Annie does have stuff, technically. The problem, of course, being that there's not really a finisher here for Annie, and at least as of now, there's still an Aurelian Soul and a fleet of other dragons for Glop. Okay, and Annie not even going for the death mark.
Has to come down, right? Is he waiting to see if Glop will tap out with his other Celestial card? I mean, I would just assume that Celestial card is a big, like, giant unit that he can't play.
Right. I mean, I'm certainly not assuming it's a good playable spell. I mean, I guess, like, you mentioned the Concerted Strike, or you know, a single combat could counter the death mark, but like you have to be happy with that exchange, right?
Yeah. Just how else do you win if you're Annie? It looks like he might have baited it with the burst passes. No, Glop's like, no. I'll just play around with it. I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know why you keep burst passing.
I don't know what's going on.
He sniffed something out.
You have to, right? There's just not. Now imagine that face that Glop just made times like 80 if he played a 9-mana of the Sky.
Yeah, he actually played around it. You see him laughing about it. He's like, okay. I mean, he knew something was up.
And as Annie, you've got. I mean, you're not happy because you're just gonna lose right now. But like that exchange, I don't know. I guess Annie had to try to play around it or try to bait something out of Glop. But yeah, this is just gonna.
Good, man. I don't like admitting it because he likes it too much when I admit it. So I don't like admitting that he's good, but he's good. He's a good player.
I have no qualms with admitting that Glop is a great player. I mean, his high-level tournament success, it speaks for itself, right? I mean, Reckoning, and has he won a regular fight night too? I know he got second.
He just won. He won Reckoning 2, and then he had he's had good fight night finishes when he comes around. He's gotten to second place.
Yep.
And you know, he's looking to try and make a final here. You know, he's got this match against Annie. It looks like it's going his way. It's not over yet, but it does look very good. You know, we see the leveled Aurelian Soul. Generally, we see that as always a victory.
Right.
And you know, from there, he's just gonna have one more person in his path before he makes it to the final.
Yep, and Annie, grasping at straws here, goes with the pupper, who I wish you know, I wish could turn this game around, but
He is a good boy.
he is a very good boy. And I would say that I would be mad at, I'm mad at everyone that's not running Cosmo as their guardian, but Glop is using the Blevins approved Nightshade Gromp, which is in fact S tier. Okay,
Oh my God.
Sky's Descent is getting played,
Yeah,
but it's
it
not.
actually got played. Oh man. Oh, but no karma on board with this one, and
Yeah,
it
no
wasn't for
karma.
9 mana. So Bastion gets to respond. But I love it. I love it. We actually got to see it played. Not in the way we wanted to.
Right.
And Glop is just gonna have
Not in a
this
relevant
massive
manner.
board
Yeah.
going through to attack. I like that he didn't kill Cosmo here. He's just gonna stun him up.
Yeah,
I
just gonna
respect
kill
that a
us.
lot.
Wait, is that just in the deck? Is Relentless Pursuit in the deck?
Yeah, I think so. Dragons like that card. It's a
Yeah, they
2-of.
do.
Dragons like that card a lot, especially if you get a
I'm
Mind
in.
Splitter down, and then the
Mhm.
stun leads you into a Relentless Pursuit. It's pretty devastating.
I might be on this deck.
So Glop gonna take this over Anidesu 2-0, and he's gonna move on actually to the winners final, where Stan is waiting. Once again, Stan trying to push his way into the grand final.
Yep.
He's back-to-back runner-up, and Stan trying to find his win, but he's gonna have to beat Glop.
Yeah.
Glop will be his boss to get into the grand finals for yet another invite back. We will have this winners final between Glop and Stan very soon, but we're gonna take a very short break. When we return, more Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss this matchup. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, week number 11. We've been having a lot of fast-paced, actually, LoR action coming out after that very slow round one.
Okay.
It's really sped up. It's really sped up after that. And a lot of that has been due to Glop and this very interesting lineup we've seen from him so far. We're going to be going into Glop versus Stan, the winner's final, in just a moment. But I mean, first off, let's talk about the decks of this lineup. Glop, the Lee Sin Trundle has been dominating. This was a deck that we were questioning at the start, not because it looked bad or poor or anything, just because it was interesting and different and not really something we'd seen a whole ton of. Most of the Lee Sins running Targon, trying to get those gems, a lot of other different uses, but this is more running that like Fizz package, but with the Elixir of Iron, the Brittle Steel, the Entreat, and the Starlit Seer. And I love this this rendition. I really like this idea, and it's been working the way that we kind of talked like it could work.
Right.
And Glop has piloted it to perfection. It's been brilliant, and I've loved to see it. I am curious, however, how it will fare against Stan's lineup, because I think Stan has brought what we would consider like standard. And okay, I wish I had never said that.
Yes, of course.
Let me just take over. I can't. I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna make
failed the
an
city.
I'm sorry
you
video.
Shame.
I need an apology.
That's
YouTube
my
video.
role, to make the really bad jokes.
I didn't even mean it.
But Stan ran this lineup last week, and I don't remember, but maybe even the week before that he got second. I think he was on the same lineup, but he's running the Twisted Fate Swain and also the Fiora Shen deck. The Twisted Fate Swain here, of course, one of the mainstays, just been, I mean, I think even since, Guarja ran it at like Fight Night, what was it, 3 or 4? I don't even remember. Just been a mainstay in the format.
Probably, actually.
Almost certainly both. Just a mainstay in the format, Riptide Rex, Leviathan Swain combo, and then of course all of the Noxian removal, Make It Rain, etc. Nothing crazy here, but the almost sort of the breakout deck has been the Shen Fiora, which has gotten a bit of a resurgence here. One of the older decks in the game, right, from like closed beta. This is one that people have been running. Fiora WinCon, of course, Greenglade Caretakers, Shen, just pretty straightforward. You're playing a board centric deck. You've got a lot of interaction with Repose, Deny, Spirit Refuges, of course, the concerted strikes and single combats, to always have the Fiora WinCon looming, but also just playing a straight up just Demacia deck, right?
Yeah, and we've started to see this kind of resurgence of River Shaper, and it's been doing extremely well. I've been loving this card. I think a lot of people were sleeping on it immediately after the buff, just not thinking that the buff was enough. I know a lot of people did talk about how it should make River Shaper better, but I didn't see it being tested a ton right away. But now everyone's kind of on that River Shaper train where it's like, this card is great. It's doing really well. It fits well into the meta right now. And especially in these decks like Fiora Shen and like this Trundle Lee Sin that we see from Glop, when you have tools that are fairly non-committal to protect it and get multiple strikes out of it, I mean, it becomes an extremely efficient card. Generally drawing, 2-3 spells. That's incredible value to get from your 3-drop, and it's been great to see. And well, we're gonna see the River Shaper mirror, in fact, with Glop playing his Lee Sin Trundle into Stan's barrier deck with the Shen Fiora. And I'm so intrigued by the mulligans from Glop right now, because I have no idea what he's supposed to be mulling for. And every time we see a Trundle thrown away, it is certainly interesting. But I guess in a deck where you're running these Entreats, maybe why not?
Yeah, you've got the Entreat. You've also, I'm just trying to, barrier kind of makes Trundle a little bit less enticing. It is tough for me to see a world where I just don't want a Trundle on turn 5 every time, right? Like, but this is the type of deck, especially. Yeah. I mean, Glop obviously knows this matchup, because that seems, Trundle seems like the type of card that is just an auto keep for this deck, especially considering what we've talked about before, where he is generating a lion's share of the 8 cost cards to actually bestow for Augur the Old Ones.
Yeah, I mean, certainly so. I think Glop probably did want to find this River Shaper. I think this likely was a card that he was trying to mull towards, and he ends up finding it for turn 3. Now, he doesn't have great protection for it yet, actually, other than this Troll Chant, which is certainly a very good piece of protection. But if he curves out into playing the River Shaper on 3, he won't have the bank mana to do so. So I'm curious how this will be piloted at this point. I think there's a lot of interesting lines that this deck can make happen, and well, with second River Shaper, he might be a little bit more inclined to just kind of jam the first one.
Yeah, I think it is pretty fine if you're, playing the River Shaper, you're trading with one of their cards and essentially replacing it for, with another spell. It seems good. Man, Troll Chant here would be an absolute massacre, but of course that's not able to be played. Glop says, I will just trade my River Shaper for your Fleet Feather Tracker. Also allows, doesn't really allow Stan to attack with his River Shaper, which I think is perhaps even more important. Stan says, I don't even want to take the trade.
Wow, okay. I think Glop loves that. I think Glop is living for that pass right now. I think he's very happy with how that turned out. He can potentially establish another River Shaper and play Troll Chant this turn. It's a good start. It's a very good start for Glop.
And I got to point this out because I think it's actually just a super, super high level play that just happened. Because maybe thinking, why is Glop playing his River Shaper into the Fleet Feather Tracker? It's a free kill, right? But Glop, of course, has Elixir of Irons in his deck. And Glop knows that Stan knows that Glop has Elixir of Irons in his deck. And Brittle Steel. So the attack from Stan was anything but safe, and Glop gets to just develop the River Shaper for free, and that allows him to have this turn.
Oh, this is so crazy.
This Troll Chant is just bonkers.
Oh my god, because he didn't have the Elixir of Iron or the Brittle Steel before, but now he does. Now he can protect them because he was able to draw and cycle more. And with these Sonic Waves, oh man, this is going to be really crazy.
Yeah, and that turn is paying even more dividends, because if Stan is putting Glop on the Elixir of Iron, then that attack makes sense. Like, okay, this isn't actually, or that block makes sense. This block is only kind of bad into an Elixir of Iron, not the absolute devastation that the Troll Chant was. Now, of course, this attack for Stan is going to be pretty free.
Yeah.
Not much that Glop can do about it besides just throw a Starlit Seer in front of the River Shaper to effectively gain 2 life if he wants. Looks like he will. And notably, Glop wants the action in terms of any sort of spell war or, combat trick war. He wants that all to happen on his attack token, right? Because if it's happening on Stan's, there's inherently going to be more divine shield, barriers played. There's going to be more barriers just from Shen, and Glop does not want those to be happening when Stan has the attack token. So Glop is going to play a little bit more passive on Stan's attack token, and will, look to turn it up when he's got the attack token.
Yeah, and he's got some pretty scary turns. Reminiscent of that last Shadow Assassin, Glop has ways to play quite a few. That wouldn't work, Glop.
I was
quite
say
a
that
few spells.
Does not do anything.
Yeah. So loses his first Lee Sin. He's got Entreat to try and help him find another.
Yep. And Entreat seems pretty good here. Whether it's a Lee Sin or a Trundle, I think you're just fine with it.
Now he's considering, does he want to play a bunch of spells, set up to get some strikes in with his River Shapers? Or do you just go for the Trundle? Maybe playing around another Concerted? By not going the Trundle straight away. Trying to get Stan to tap below 5 mana.
I think either way, the burst pass makes sense. See what Stan wants to do. I think... I don't know if you actually take a full pass here. But it's pretty low risk to burst pass. If Stan commits something, it makes your Trundle... or gives you more information about whether your Trundle is safe or not. And Glop actually just takes it. Okay. Again, that's just
I am with you on the burst pass though. I think it's always good there.
Okay, Jenny. Oh man, the raw Dragon's Rage just says, you know what? Could kick the Jenny if you wanted to. Concussive Palm is a pretty good. Well, punish is probably not the right word, but a pretty good answer to Jenny.
I really like the Trundle develop. If Jenny goes in, you just palm her as well, and then you have a great blocker to kind of stonewall this upcoming attack. I believe there are riposts, however, and that's certainly a rough card in this situation for Glop. With Stan sitting at 4 mana, it can cause him to lose his Trundle, but he is holding enough for that Elixir of Iron, which I think defends his Trundle from any of these units plus a riposte. So reasonably, this has just got to be the best line for Glop. He's safe against even kind of the worst punish. So at the end of the day, it ends up not being a punish because he's safe from it. So punish probably isn't the right word.
And one thing to note here, Casa, like what happened the last time we saw this with Glop, is that there is just a very juicy fat unit in Glop's deck that it has gotten, I think, literally every single buff so far. So I don't think the Trundle was drawn from an Entreat, and I don't think there's any other units that have gotten a buff yet. So every spell that Glop has played is on a single unit right now.
There is going to be a big unit coming out for sure. That is certain to happen, and I'm curious what it'll end up being for Glop. I mean, if it's a Lee Sin, that's terrifying. If it's an Augur, also scary. If it's a Shadow Assassin, that kind of forces Stan's hand into a Concerted or something of that nature to try and remove it. So
depending on how big it is, it might not even be able to kill. Concerted might not even kill it.
Well, and Glop's holding a Deny, so 3 mana, big dude. Probably. Oh, the math because it's Shen.
Oh, yep.
Oh no, and he's leveling. Oh, this is
that's brutal.
a rare blunder from Glop. I didn't notice this either. A very easy one to overlook. The Shen level up.
I never know how Shen works either. Or I guess he got the. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know how Shen works. Like, when does he give the additional buff to? Although I guess he. Oh, he got 1+1/+1 from Jenny. Okay, so yeah, it didn't matter. The ordering didn't matter. He was always going to be an 8 power there. And Treat coming out. Another Trundle.
Wasn't the top unit of the deck. So we see the buffs are not there. Yet another buff goes into the deck. I didn't count spells again, so I get to be surprised. I think it's a little bit more fun that way.
I mean, it's a sizable number, I think, is a pretty safe way to call it.
Quite a few.
It's going to be a big number, probably.
Yes, Blevins, a big number.
Okay, Fiora coming down. And we're getting to the point where, like... Ooh.
Wow.
Okay, well, I was going to say we're getting to a point where Glop needs to make a move, and Stan says, hold my rally.
Crazy. That was not expected by me. I don't think Glop really expected it either. You can see a little bit of surprise on his face. I think Stan has got to be setting up for a very strong follow-up turn after this, and he's trying to get rid of that Starlet Seer. Does not want that thing to be around any longer.
Yeah, I mean, Glop just gets to pick away here. He gets to just pick at Glop's board, and then open attack seems pretty strong. If nothing else, like. Okay, not even going for the scout attack, which is interesting.
Yeah, gonna give the attack to Genevieve.
Makes sense.
Clear away the Trundle.
Makes sense. I feel like he got to make this same play, but gets to kill an additional unit. Then maybe it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Is the open attack? Is this setting up for an open attack ending the game? Because I think Glop doesn't have great open punishes other than the Brittle Steel.
Right.
And I guess he has Concussive Palm, but he's already played one. There's only one left in the deck. Yeah, it looks like his open punishes are actually not amazing.
Right.
And so Stan, I guess, is setting up just to try and... He was setting up to try and win straight away, and that Ranger's Resolve was brutal.
That is pretty spicy, I gotta say. And it makes sense, because I'm like, why did he not pull anything with... Or why did he not pull the Ice Pillar onto anything? And it was literally to essentially bait Glop into blocking a certain way. Which is, I mean, again, just more super high level play. Okay. Stan looking to push lethal here.
Okay, Brittle Steel can keep him alive. Actually, he needed exactly that draw to survive. With all that damage coming in. Gonna try and save the River Shaper as well. He's got to find essentially just Lee Sin, but he doesn't have the Overwhelm either.
Right. Doesn't have... Yeah, and he can't... Ooh, yeah, Riposte is going to... Yeah.
Yeah, Troll Chant wouldn't be enough either. Stan, gonna take game one over Glop. The first time we're gonna see the Lee Sin deck fall, and I was curious about this more standard lineup. Would the Lee Sin deck be able to hold up against what Stan has brought today? The same lineup that he brought last week. And so far, Lee Sin, it did struggle against the barrier list. It did look like it had some good opportunities. Maybe there were some different lines that could have been made. Maybe if that first Lee Sin had been held onto, tried to play it a little bit later when he had the deny to protect it, maybe this is a different game. But as it stands, Stan was able to take game one. And moving on to game number two, Stan will be on Swain TF, and that's all he's got to win with. We've talked about it in the past. Two games remaining to win with Swain TF is a good position for you to be in any tournament.
Yeah, you certainly, I mean, you always want to get the first win no matter what, but getting two shots with Swain TF, you can pretty much line up any two decks, and I'm going to feel favored to win 1 out of 2 with Swain TF, I think. But of course, Glop has been in similar positions before. He's, no slouch when it comes to the tournament scene. So this is a little bit of a clunky hand, but it could be strong against something like Swain TF if the opener from Stan is not too super aggressive.
Yeah, for sure. I think if Stan is going slow and Glop gets a bunch of dragons online, we talked about the exact line of Mind Splitter plus Relentless Pursuit earlier.
Yeah.
And that's something that could be online for Glop. I do think that his board of dragons will always be a little bit annoying for Stan to remove, unless he ends up on something like a guillotine. Actually, is Stan running guillotine this week? I assume
Stan is running two guillotines.
Two copies. So that will be helpful for him in this matchup. Of course, Ravenous Flock, as always, is going to be good against these larger units. So there are ways for Stan to find the removal, but he also has a lot of removal that doesn't do well into these larger dragons. So it's all about him finding the proper combos, finding ways to deal with it, and avoiding those big burst turns that Glop can put out with Relentless Pursuit on top of all these dragons.
Yeah, and I mean, besides guillotine, like you said, pretty much every spell in Stan's deck is going to only be part of a removal spell, effectively, right? Like, you know, you're going to need to commit at least 2 spells to kill most of Glop's relevant units. And even something like Riptide Rex, of course, is always going to be fine, but it's just, there's just so much meat on the board of Glop for the most part. That Riptide Rex isn't necessarily going to be a game winner like it can be.
What do you like here, Bastion or single combat? I kind of like Bastion.
I feel like I like Bastion as well.
Yeah.
Just because single combat I feel like is more versatile. Bastion, I don't like Bastion as much in against a deck that has Make It Rain in it, just in general. So
yeah, Bastion doesn't get a lot better than this, and this actually beats Make It Rain right now, right? Because it'll eat the damage from the Make It Rain, which will explode the barrel, which will make it so that this spell can't go off. So the Bastion actually does a great job because any spell will explode the barrel. So this is really great for Glop. Yeah,
the little flick. Yep, and this is not going to work out for Stan.
This is a mistake from Stan.
Given the no.
Yeah, he's got
that was a big misplay.
The Matumbo, swats it away.
No.
Swats it away with the no.
Yeah, that's big.
That's bad for Stan. That's really bad. Like he lost a lot of resources there to just clear off a Bastion that was going to go away anyway.
He just threw Make It Rain into the garbage.
Yeah. And it's a big tempo swing for Glop. He's just going to be able to start to actually develop a lot of these dragons, set up for some very big attacks. And we again and again, we have to keep going back to this Mind Splitter Relentless Pursuit combo that he can potentially set up for around that turn 8 mark, which is normally the scare turn. But if Glop can set it up well, he can try and just close out the game before Stan gets any of those big 8 drops down.
I was wondering for a second why Glop didn't attack last turn, and it was because he didn't have the attack token. So I answered my own question. Glop just potentially looking to develop here. Just, hey, you know what? Play a 4/4 for 4 can't be too bad. And really, until turn 8, there's not much that Glop is even going to care remotely about.
Yeah. I mean, this turn is scary. Pale Cascade available for Glop.
Yeah.
So if Swain decides to block, he can at least threaten that. I wonder if he just pre-casts it here and just threatens to kill the Swain. There's a lot of mana available for Stan, but this is a 6 health unit, and we know historically that in one single action, dealing 6 damage is quite difficult for Swain TF. You can't precast the Flock if the unit isn't damaged. So
would need the other 2 Death's Hands. Would need literally 100% of his Death's Hands right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough mana for it either.
Stan does. Stan could cast 2, or not Death's Hands. Noxian Fervors is what I meant.
Oh yeah.
You can cast 2 Noxian Fervors, not Death's Hand.
Right, and are you even winning? I mean, I guess it's okay. It levels your Swain.
Right.
But man, does that feel brutal if that's your play? And this is a reasonable guillotine turn. I'm curious if there's another guillotine or if this is just the one that Stan has. It's a good turn for it. Even if this is the only one he's got, I think this is a pretty reasonable turn to use it.
Yeah, I feel like
but
Guillotine getting rid of 10
Yeah.
mana, or sorry, 10
Yeah.
power worth of dragons has got to be fine.
Yeah, just the late game threats are so scary that
True.
anytime you use that spell, you have to think about how you're gonna deal with the next threats. You've seen, you know, you know there's some scary dragons in this list.
True, but also the late game threats aren't relevant if there is no late game.
Right, yeah.
So that's certainly what Stan is thinking. Probably put into a state of necessity there, if nothing else, or potentially has the second guillotine. It's not unreasonable that he would, be fishing for something like guillotine.
There's Swain mana once again for Stan. If he's on an additional Swain. Also, potentially, I mean, this could be a TF turn, but no, it's going to be the Swain. Interestingly enough, if Glop really wants to, he could Pale Cascade single combat, and we actually just see him mouse over those two cards. So there's consideration to it for him right now, especially with his opponent on 2 mana.
Yeah, there's no punish for it. It's just, is that actually good, is the question.
Yeah, of course. And I think Glop decides that it's not in his best interest to go for that line. It looks like he wants to develop Mind Splitter with the 3 mana left, potentially. But it's not like he's going to play Mind Splitter and immediately rally. You want to let the turn go through and actually apply those stuns. So he could rally on Stan's token on turn 9.
I mean,
that's pretty reasonable for him to look at.
On the one hand, yes, you want to get maximum value out of the rally, but also you're still just attacking with an 8/8.
Right, but if he attacks this turn, then the stuns won't get any value because Stan will just block with those units. And I think in general, we'll probably see some patience from Glop. But I guess the 8/8 is great because even if this is a Rex turn, I think it's a 1 of Rex. I think Glop can be okay. He can survive that Rex. And even if the hits look really bad, he's got this single combat to at least utilize one of the units that's taking a lot of hits and trade it away with the Rex. Farron is a bit scarier.
True. Glop does have the Pale Cascade and the Dragon Eggs to potentially keep the Infinite Mind Splitter safe, though.
Right, yeah.
And, Stan can do the Dewey Decimate system all he wants. It's not going to race the dragons.
It'll be interesting to see how Glop pilots this scenario. Does he go for the dragon eggs, go for the hatch, and give that 1 health? Then he's got potential for Pale Cascade and Guiding Light to try and keep this Mind Splitter alive. It seems pretty reasonable. I kind of like this as the line. I think Glop is like, I really don't want to play it like that, but it seems like that might be the way to go.
Yeah, I think basically Glop is not going to be able to keep this Mind Splitter alive if there's a Ravenous Flock of some sort. That's just not going to happen.
Right.
So just saying, all right, if you're gonna play Ravenous Flock, I'm killing your Farron and I can kill your Swain with single combat if I want to.
Yeah, interested to see what the line is for Glop. He can play his 5-drop dragon and then represent just using hatched eggs to try and save this unit against a Death's Hand. But there's a lot of things in Stan's deck that will remove this Mind Splitter at this point, and I'm not sure if Glop, if it's worth it for him to try and commit to saving it.
Yeah, I mean, he can't actually save it right now unless he wants to Pale Cascade into something.
Right, looking for like a Guiding Touch, but he's already used one.
Yeah, that's why I was a little bit it was a little bit interesting to see the guiding touch played, but also I think Glop just values the dragon's clutch for the, you know, the draw 2, which is clearly much better than just give 2 things +1/+1.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Used Firebrand is a pretty reasonable play here. He can Firebrand, he could rally and just try and get pressure, but obviously there's still 10 mana for Stan, so it's... I think Glop does need to be proactive, though. There's a lot of damage that's going to be coming down towards him. But I guess if Glop does much of anything, there's always the worry that Leviathan is just the follow-up from Stan.
Right. Yeah, Leviathan here is actually pretty safe. Yeah, I mean, it's just not... Glop's not able to deal with it right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Aurelion Soul single combat. He would have hit the guiding touch, so you see him very visibly tilted about that one.
I mean, that's just not how you just can't look at it like that to be...
No, you can't. And
but it still it is still a little, you know, it hurts.
Yeah. Supernova picked up for Glop. Great in this matchup, being able to get rid of Leviathan plus Swain. However, he doesn't currently have another Celestial, I don't believe, so he will need to play the Solari Priestess in order to be able to activate his Supernova.
I would say that that's true, except Aurelion
Traveler.
Soul...
I can't see.
Don't worry, Casanova. I'll always have a Celestial for you.
True.
Aurelion Soul will be generating that one. So, okay, Sentry going to come out. Looks like a Sentry Flock, potentially just for tempo. Glop says, yeah, let's get rid of this Leviathan because that is a scary card.
Yeah, I think he's just saying, hey, you tapped out a mana of playing a new one. Let's try and get rid of that. I wonder if he goes through with this because I think that his Aurelion Soul is likely living this turn, but I guess it's not leveling. So getting rid of the Leviathan is probably overall worth, even if Stan is able to expend resources and clear Aurelion. There is another Aurelion in Glop's hand, and that would basically have to utilize 2 of 4 cards, probably 3 of 4 cards that Stan has to actually remove this dragon. And I think it's just unlikely that Stan even has that. And even if he does, Glop might still be winning from that position.
Right. So at this point, I just don't even... I mean, Glop would need to have 3 spells just to kill the Aurelion here. Right? Because the spell shield is still there. Wait. Why? That count... Wait. The single combat counts towards his Swain? Wait.
Yeah,
Wait.
It makes sense, right?
Does it?
You've dealt out of combat damage this...
Oh, okay. It doesn't say... Yeah. Okay. All right. I guess that...
makes sense.
I'll allow it. No, I guess that does make sense. But, yeah, I mean...
What's weird is it's just not an interaction I've thought about, if I've seen it. I mean, I've probably seen it. I just haven't seen it with a Swain on board. So I haven't thought about it. I haven't seen a Swain level from it. But it does make perfect sense.
All right, so this is, of course, going to stop that. I mean, the Aurelion Soul is still going to... Like, it's not anywhere near dying, actually. We would need a... I mean, it would need to be something like make it rain into taking the 1 and 4 that you don't hit the Aurelion. Actually, I don't know if it's actually 1 and 4. It might be different odds. I'm too dumb to do that. And then also 2 more spells to kill it.
Glop
unless it's a guillotine.
Likely just wins here. I mean, he's got Sky's Descend, so if we see an 8-drop come down,
right,
we can just see that as a response to completely wipe the board.
Herald. Decimate gonna stun the Aurelion Soul.
Yeah.
Now he's gonna get his pick of cards to play.
It would be very interesting if he just rips this guy's Descent now, because only an 8-drop can come down and follow up, which...
But it could be Rex.
If it's Rex... Yeah, I'm curious how bad that is. I guess he's trying to protect against Rex with this line if he does that, because then he can Guiding Touch, but wiping the whole board does seem pretty good right about now.
Yeah, wiping the board seems good. Rex is a 1 of. Leviathan here is also still pretty good, but it's not game-ending.
Yeah, it's pretty beatable, I think, for Glop, if it's just Leviathan.
Okay, response.
Well, I think for Glop, if there's a response here, he's kind of happy, because that means it's not an 8-drop coming down.
Right.
Oh, is it just another Swain? This is stunning both units.
Yeah.
Looks like this is another Swain. He's going to put Glop... Oh, wait, that's bad for Glop. If this is Swain, that's really bad for Glop.
So that's going to be 7, and then all of a sudden, decimates.
Oh, okay.
Oh!
Oh my god!
What if you... Oh!
No
what if
way!
you just win? What if you just win instead?
No way! He pulls a Shadow Fiend! That's it, though! That's the series! Stan is going to Grand Final for the 3rd week in a row, but this time, he's going in winner's side, taking over Glop with the Shadow Fiend, pulled from the Petty Officer, able to get that extra bit of damage. Now, he might have been able to get there with the Decimate on the following turn, but either way, what an explosive way to end that series over Glop.
Wow.
And Stan is going to be our first finalist.
That is definitely a Fight Night bingo card for sure. Get the exact one. Although actually, the 1/1 that grows every time you play a unit would have also done it, right? Because the would have been a 2/2.
Yeah, with the spider coming down.
So there's 2 outs. There's 2 outs.
2 outs to win straight away, and he finds one of them. And you know, Stan, he's gotten 2nd place back to back. Finally, you know, Stan, it's looking like it might be his time, as we haven't had anyone not take the final if they go in winner's side. So it would be historic if Stan doesn't find the win here. But congratulations on him for getting invited back once again, already making the grand final.
Yep.
And we will start to see who will be the one to face off against him in the grand finals in just a moment here, as we'll be following up with the losers semifinal when we return. But we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. There's more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We're coming back in with a losers quarterfinal match that is still going on between Swim and Annie Desu. This is actually game number 1. Looks like we might be in for another long one, but excited to get, Swim up here. We haven't had him up on stream yet. He dropped in the first round of the losers bracket, and he's been chugging along, trying to make his run through. He's got a pretty cool lineup as well. Running that Leona Karma. He's running the same lineup as Kuvira. We talked about it earlier in the broadcast that they did prep together. So he is running Leona Karma and that War Mother's control. And of course, here is Leona Karma being played right now by Swim.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of where you want to be if you're Swim, at least in theory, right? You've got a ton of power on board. You have an infinite mind splitter, though it's not active right now. Actually, I guess silencing the infinite mind splitter actually shouldn't do anything, right?
With a hush, it shouldn't. It depends if it was a hush or if it was.
Oh, right. It could have been Equinox.
Yeah, it could have been Equinox because it looks like this is a double cast Cosmic Inspiration. From the Karma on the other side. This is actually looking like a spot where I fully expect Annie to be able to take this. That seems pretty difficult to come back from. I'm trying to see.
And a leveled Lee Sin as well, and a Karma. No, okay. So in theory, this is where you want to be if you're Swim in terms of his board, but also, Annie is.
You want to be in the late game with Swim's deck, but also Annie wants to be in the late game. And Annie's got his Karma where Swim does not.
Right. Annie wants to be wherever he is right now, all the time.
Oh, someone in chat apparently was watching the game and said Swim's 2 Karmas have both died. Swim, of course, on 2 of both his champions. So if he has no Karmas left, then this is certainly just kind of game over, I would imagine. Because that is the win con between these 2 decks is essentially that late game Karma who can get it stuck on board, unless of course Swim can find the win in the early game with an onslaught of dragons, but of course he did not find that. So at this point it comes down to Karma, and if he has none left, this looks like it's curtains, and Annie will pick up game 1. But of course it's just game 1, and this Lee Sin deck seems to do very well against other late game decks. And so maybe Swim can come back against Annie's War Mothers.
Yeah, it is a bit interesting that the Zenith went on to Karma, right? Because obviously you'd think you'd want to put it on Lee Sin, right? For the obvious reasons. But, doesn't necessarily need to do that, actually, because, if there's an answer, it's going to go on Lee Sin, whether it's a stun or something else, right? It has to. And if there's not an answer, it doesn't matter. Swim is just going to die anyway. So I like diversifying the threats a bit here, and a pretty heads-up play by Annie.
Yeah, I also am a fan of diversifying the threats here. This is basically just making it so if Swim has different answers to this attack, that they have to be split upon multiple units here, because if he stuns the Lee Sin, obviously, well, that won't matter at this point. But if he had Overwhelmed, then that stun would be getting a lot of mileage. Or if he had a Will of Ionia, I think that is being run in this deck. Yeah, as a 3 of. So if a Will of Ionia came out, that would be getting a ton of mileage on the Lee Sin. And instead, not going to actually do anything for Swim. Or at least not stop the entire attack.
Right.
Now, this Hush... Wait, can Swim come back into the game off this Hush? This is like a really insane Hush.
The Hush allows for the kill onto Karma. Can also allow for a trade onto the Phoenix.
I guess it can't stop the kick. Which means that he can't clear the Lee Sin by using the Hush. And so therefore I think Annie is still in an okay spot, but this is still a decent swing turn for Swim, being able to get rid of the Immortal Fire, get rid of the Karma. I'm curious what he's calculating out here Does he just want to try and be able to play... No, he never can play the Mind Splitter. He has to hush 2 targets.
Right. It's actually going to hush 3. Yeah, it just takes a little bit less damage, and actually keeps the Leona alive as well.
Right.
Oh, wait, does it 2, 4, 6?
It comes back to hand.
3. Well, I'm just saying, is there going to be enough cards space in hand, right? 3.
I think so. I think he used the eye and it was showing it
Okay.
in hand.
Yeah, there was only 9 before. Okay. Okay. Certainly a swing turn. The problem is that the window is very small for swim, right? Because every unit that Annie plays is double inspiration, and also Lee Sin can kill in 1 turn if it ever gets overwhelmed.
Yeah, that is certainly the problem for swim here.
Also, there's 2 Dariuses being made every turn.
Yeah, they're not helping. They're not helping Swim's cause. And if the chatter was correct and Swim does not have another karma, I'm struggling to find his win condition.
Yeah, I mean, I can see a couple of not lose conditions, but win condition is a whole other story. Yeah, because like this isn't a deck that has Aurelian Soul. I mean, it's got a star shaping, so maybe you can get one of the big bigs off of star shaping and just win with an elusive threat. That's always an option. Outside of that, it's looking pretty slim. It's Infinite Mind Splitter, really, and then a bunch of mid-range units.
Yeah. I'm having a good think on this one, Blev, and I'm not finding the silver lining for Swim in this scenario. Now, he's gonna have some units stunned up by the Mind Splitter. It's gonna buy time. I just don't see him pushing in. I mean, like you said, star shaping into a big elusive, Great Beyond can certainly find some kind of way in.
Right.
But the Dragonlings are gonna keep getting spawned every turn, so unless Swim does 20, he might never be able to find the win.
Right. So you need to find, like, does he need to invoke like Wanderer into Wanderer into Wanderer into Wanderer into like to get a Great Beyond to 20 and then go and win from there? Like,
yeah. I'm not sure how he's gonna get there. We have Hush. That's his round start, I believe, stun them, so Hush should not work on the Mind Splitter. In theory, I actually haven't tried it. Don't know.
I would think it doesn't work.
Round start, I believe that does not work.
What could Annie be setting up for?
Is Swim winning on deck size? Is that
possibly? There's also if there's 2 karmas in Annie's deck, then it doesn't matter. Right, because he can just karma and then make an infinite number of karmas.
Yep, good point.
Right. Just a casual 18 attack coming through with units that normally should only have 2 attack.
Yeah, shoutouts to the chatters who were watching Swim earlier and have come over and have an idea about what happened. This is a good update. So Annie has shuffled in karmas into the deck, so
yeah.
Swim will not be winning on a deck out.
Right. Yeah, if anything, that should increase the urgency for Swim, because he knows that there is no chance of that. which means Annie can really just sit back and do nothing if he wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of on that game plan here. He's just making sure that he summons Dragonlings each turn, and Swim can't really do anything about it.
It looks like Annie may have even cast a Lee Sin spell with a leveled Karma in play, so... And Swim also has some messengers that have been put into his deck as well, so... I think the straight-up deck-out plan for either player is quite a ways away, and for the sake of everyone watching, I hope that we don't get to that point, but...
Yeah, I mean, this game could feasibly go to time. I hope that's not the case. I hope that we're able to find a victor before that. I'm not sure exactly how long this game has gone, but I mean the in-game timer.
The in-game, literally the game will end time. I have no idea. I've never seen it happen.
Yeah, I actually haven't either. There's also the turn limit, isn't there? It's like 40 turns?
Something like that.
So...
Yeah, the problem for Swim is that I just don't think that there's an actual win anywhere here. I guess what he's setting up and why he picked the Crescent Strike is to just, like, try to set up enough stuns, right? And get through 20 in one turn.
He's trying to finish.
Which I mean, he actually could do here. He's got the Crescent Strike and 2 Palms.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got this... He's got a... You know, 2 of these units are stunned off the get-go. There will be Lings once again. Right. But, yeah, like you said,
that's
Crescent
answered
Strike,
by Crescent.
2 Palms. He's got to deny as well. I mean, maybe Swim finds his way in. If he finds a Daybreak card, his Leona will also provide a stun.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, maybe he's found something here.
It's possible.
I mean, that's what he's banking on. Like, this is still a winnable game, I guess, for Swim. I think, you know, it absolutely is. Like, he's still... Yeah. He has these stuns. He has this stun win condition of kind of opening the gates, getting a back door.
Mm-hmm.
Playing like he's Trick 2G.
Okay. How do you open if you're Swim here is the question.
And this is a hard turn. Because if you just lead with Crescent, that's that. You're committing on this turn. You have to go for the win here.
Right.
And Annie just has to survive with however many cards he has. Passing is actually good, right? Because if Annie passes, then there's no Dragonlings on that next turn. It's like a wasted turn for Annie. True. So that's good.
Okay,
Karma. Wait, I mean, obviously not great for Swim, but also in the same vein, that is a lot of mana used.
It is. It unfortunately negates one of Swim's sort of backdoor safety pins, which is the deny, of course.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. But technically, with his hand, Crescent Strike plus the other palm would push lethal, technically.
Yeah, I think Swim is deciding, is there ever a time that will be better than right now?
Right.
And I think the answer is no. I think he's going to come to that decision as well. And I think he will commit on this turn to try and win. Do I think he'll actually be able to win on this turn? Honestly, I don't think so. I think that it's very likely that on 8 mana, Annie's got an answer. But I think Swim is getting to this decision where it's like, okay, well, we just have to go for it. And it's his best shot. It's his best shot. He's got to go. And at least the game was likely ending in just a moment here, because either Swim is going to win, because Annie won't have a response, or Annie's going to have a way to answer this, and then he should be able to win on the following turn.
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically.
Okay. Swim debating. And there's not really much else you can do, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, you Crescent and you pray that on 8 mana he can't stop you. And I suppose that's the best play. You also get a Pale Cascade with your remaining mana, which can remain relevant.
I'm wondering if, because this is so dependent on, like, if the Crescent Strike doesn't resolve, you kind of just don't want to go for the line at all. So I almost wonder if Swim wanted to open on Crescent Strike.
After seeing Karma, I think maybe he should have gone Crescent Strike like as early as possible, but at the end of the day, I think this turn is just a commitment. Like, once that Crescent Strike comes down, he is committing basically no matter what, unless this gets denied. But even then, if it gets denied, you kind of just lose. So this is just Swim's best case. It was, you know, he's played the turn slow, just making sure, but like I said, you know, I guess a couple minutes ago now, I think he's going to come to the realization that this is the best time. It will not get better.
Right.
And he's got to try for it. So now, I mean, essentially he just hits A, but he's thinking of all the cards it could be. At a certain point, Swim, you're just going to have to pull the trigger and
it's
hope
too
for the
late
best.
now, right? The attack has to happen, right?
It does. It does. I mean, the suspense is building. He's roping now. Attack gonna go in. He's got the Pale Cascade in the back pocket. And that's his last trick remaining. It's the last bastion of hope that Swim has, if there's a response here, is an extra 2 damage. But he's pushing 33. It's quite a lot for Annie to stop, and he's on 8 mana. But what is he going to have? It's a Hush, which will allow him to stop 2 things and block with them. And that can already stop the damage.
4, 7, 10, 16. Not enough. Okay, that'll kill a Mind Splitter.
And he's removing the Mind Splitter, which is very, very rough for Swim. I mean, that just about seals the deal, because that will free up the Lee Sin on the next turn. But did come a little bit close. Swim able to represent quite a bit. And he has the Pale Cascade to push Annie to 2. Really coming down to the wire at the end, but not able to find an out. And I don't think there's an out remaining. Maybe the Will of Ionia on Lee Sin can keep him alive another turn. And if he finds an elusive, potentially the game is still not over.
Yeah, that is true. If you stun Lee Sin, does it still kick? Probably, right?
Yes, I believe Dragon's Rage still goes off, but of course, Will of Ionia could work.
Right.
And we see, yeah, the star shaping being hovered. This is 12 healing, but star shaping can
Chat
find
lied
an
to us.
elusive.
Chat lied to us. There is a karma. Chat is trolling us.
Yes. I wonder, does this change a lot here, the karma draw? I guess it depends on if there's a deny. Because Will of Ionia definitely keeps Swim alive. He's just got to assign blockers.
Right.
And he could find a unit that can push the damage. It's just a matter of if Annie has an answer.
Right. Yeah, knowing that there's a karma in Swim's deck, playing this out makes a lot more sense, obviously, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, this is looking like potentially deny. Okay, Pale Cascades first. Now deny is lethal.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. Annie gonna take game 1 after a grueling, I mean, probably 20, 25 plus turn match. going back and forth for quite a while. Swim almost able to find it with the barrage of stuns, but there was the hush to shut that one down and shut him up. Able to pick up that first win for Annie Desu. He's going to go up 1-0 in the match.
Yep.
Going on to game number 2. Annie just having one deck left. Just the War Mother's Call. Find the win. We might see the Mirror, which can be a quicker matchup, but it's also possible that Swim sticks with the Leona Karma for one more match. See if he can find that win. But yeah, another long game brought to you by Call of the Mountain. The expansion where we've added Targon. And games can tend to go extremely long. But
yeah, they definitely can. But I don't necessarily know if it's, I guess stuff like star shaping really does make it drag out, but like a lot of those cards are, I don't know. It probably is Call of the Mountain's fault.
It is Call of the Mountain's fault for sure. I don't hate it though, because I do think that this is some of these games are extremely high level. There's a lot of different lines, a lot of great plays. But I do think that, yeah, the pacing is a little bit slower than probably the game wants to be right now. Swim, though, opting into the Mirror, knowing that, hey, he's got to win this one. And this is a quicker match, doing everybody a favor. Playing the Mirror first. If Swim wins, it should be a fast game. If Swim loses, it should be a fairly fast game. We'll just see if the War Mothers come out off of the ramp. See what happens.
I mean, Swim has the exact thing that you always want, which is Weirding Stones into Trundle. Always very good. And one of the strongest things you can do in Runeterra, period. Not even just this deck, just a really strong sequence of plays. And there's even another Weirding Stones to potentially ramp towards the War Mother's turn, should that arise. The unfortunate thing for Swim that we mentioned when this matchup was played from Kuvira and Annie is that the decks themselves are built slightly differently, and I believe it pretty heavily favors Annie. The avalanches and just the spell composition for Swim in general is not suited for this matchup in particular. And Annie has a lot more just over the top, and the Ledros and additional atrocity I think is just better in this matchup than the avalanche and the anti-aggro package.
Yeah, and Annie's ramping really hard. Swim does not have a War Mother's, so we will see. I mean, Swim can ramp very hard as well. He's got a second Weirding Stone, so he's already played a Trundle onto the board. Finding an additional Trundle. So you can set up the Weirding Stones, try and ramp into some Trundle's shenanigans where he levels them up and starts to push damage. But Annie, once again, ramping into his Hearthguard. And if he has that War Mother's Call, it's going to be very tough for Swim not being on his own.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, again, we this is looking almost the same exact, looking almost exactly identical to how we saw the previous this previous match go, where Annie just has ramp parity and in fact is a little bit ahead, plays a Hearthguard out, and we'll see if the dueling War Mothers comes out.
Yeah, I expect Swim to decide on the ramp here, because if he does hit his War Mothers, the Weirding Stones being down is actually massive value. Even if he ramps into something like a Tryndamere, but wow, Annie on so much ramp. He's not going to be able to War Mothers this next turn, but the one after he could have it.
Yeah, can also just have Ledros or Tryndamere or, any of that, anything really.
Ledros would be certainly terrifying. It'd be crazy if Swim Unspeakable Horror into Lunari Priestess into Fallen Comet, because that actually could flip things around. It is a Tryndamere being ramped into. We do have Annie's hand now. Okay, Caressing Guardian. Not bad. Could get a 5-3 Overwhelm onto board. Sets up a reasonable open attack.
Yeah, reasonable open attack. Also,
State mana next turn.
I feel like it
Swim?
should be, but it
Yeah,
it is. So yeah, we
So he
get the
probably
ice
wants to
pillar.
level Trundle. Oh my god, that top
But
deck.
that ruination though.
Yeah, I wonder if Swim will play into it.
It's oh man, that's a tough one. Because generally speaking, the ice pillar, you know, essentially soft pass is quite good, and it looks even better now because you either get to, if you want, you can just throw the Crescent Guardian into the Hearthguard and say, I don't care what you have, you can kill my Crescent Guardian, doesn't matter. Or the Trundle can pull,
Yeah,
leveled up Trundle.
if we see the Ruination, at least Swim gets to develop a leveled Trundle, so it's
Oh, that's
not
true.
not the end of the world situation
That's
for
true.
Swim.
Yep.
But that is a bit of an annoying top deck for Swim. Certainly, it's probably not what he wants to see. But wow, okay, and he just straight up passed it back. And
I like
and
the
Swim's
pass.
gonna get to attack in. So this does read as just gonna be Tryndamere, from Annie, most likely here.
Yep, I like the pass from Annie, especially the snap pass. It's like, yeah, I don't have Ruination, just take your attack or like develop your other thing. Like, if I mean, Swim doesn't actually have the ability to develop anything else, but theoretically, like Annie could get more value out of the Ruination there.
Is he gonna
doesn't
cast it? Curious.
What's that?
After the attack, I'm curious if Annie's gonna cast it. He threw away his Weirding Stones. Okay, still Tryndamere.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so, because now the Tryndamere might bait more resources from Swim.
I guess Annie has ramped enough with the catalysts that he probably doesn't need those Weirding Stones anymore.
No.
Ah, yes, face. I like this.
Yes, let's get that NA aggro brain going.
Smork. Ooh. Elusive. Can continue to Smork.
True. I was gonna say, I don't think Swim is looking to really develop anything more onto this board. Oh,
found
well.
it? Okay. Well,
Unless-
that is huge. Swim found his War Mothers. 4/12 mana. He's just a good player. You know? He's just a very good player.
Yep.
It's what good players do.
This is
You draw-
exactly
you draw
perfect
your good
scenario.
cards. And Swim can set up to just Vengeance the Tryndamere off of this. And then play probably just the Shadestalker. This is what? 12 mana? Oh, no, he can play Trundle. 7 and 5. So this is
pretty
a pretty
good.
solid setup for Swim.
Unless you just slam
Is he
more
just-
mothers.
I guess his life total is pretty safe.
We
Yeah,
say
this
that,
is
but of
probably
course
reasonable.
we see the atrocity in Annie Desu's hand, so that's a little bit scary. And that's not a great.
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty awful hit for Swim. Of course, it's free, kind of.
Okay,
Okay.
Hearthguard.
All right, pickup.
So, I suppose we Trundle here. Wow, Annie, 1 mana off of being able to play his own War Mothers.
Yep, no War Mothers for Annie here. Does get to play a Hearthguard if he wants. Still a little bit short of Atrocity being lethal as well.
Yeah, he would need a few more points of damage. He's got to get him down to 9 for the Tryndamere right now. He's got to hold up enough mana for his War Mothers, but he's behind. Having to War Mothers on a turn where Swim already has it, can actually function on the board, continue to make plays.
Yeah, and especially since you know, with the active War Mothers, obviously the beauty is that you're getting so much power put into play, right? That's just, you're just constantly playing threat after threat. Notably, you're able to play the threats without spending mana. So Swim is not only going to be continuing to put threats on the board, but also is going to be able to play his vengeances and you know, get the ice. I mean, you can get the ice pillars in anyway, but you know, play these removal spells as well as grab the units from the deck. Okay, now Swim deciding what goes in. I was gonna say the elusive seems like the only must attack. Don't see why you wouldn't attack with the elusive unless you're just not attacking at all, which is fair, reasonable.
Yeah, and I mean, Swim gets his free Tryndamere.
Oh, I was like, what happened? And the Tryndamere was on Annie's side, not Swim's. Okay. I was like, I did Swim run out of units already? What? Okay. Annie developing their War Mothers now.
Okay, big
Simple
Trundle.
Trundle.
But we do see that a Vengeance can come out for one of these threats from Swim. Continue to have a very strong board presence, and Pillar could potentially just set up for the game on a subsequent turn here.
Is it even subsequent? Honestly, Pillar
Yeah, it might just be
pulling.
next turn.
Well, Pillar pulling Trend, okay, and then you attack with everything. Oh, okay. I did the same thing I did before, Casa, where I'm like, Swim definitely has, I think, a lethal attack here, and it's just not his attack turn.
So Swim, he's gonna Vengeance plus the Pillar, but his open is gonna pull another unit. It depending on what unit gets pulled by Swim from his War Mothers, he might just be able to finish it off. But of course, Annie's gonna get one of his, second Trend is big, but Annie picks up his own Trend. That's gonna get pulled though by the Pillar.
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if the line was just play Troll Chant last turn. No, I guess not. Well, the thing about the difference between, like, yes, you leave a unit in play, but also being able to Vengeance a unit blocking an Overwhelm is just extra damage.
Right. Yeah, that can certainly be strong. We'll see Annie Vengeance here. He can stay alive. But barely, I think. And Swim does have ways to push a little bit of extra damage with these 1 damage pings.
Yep. Can actually
Each
put
Vile Feast can essentially go
3.
face. The Unspeakable can literally go face.
Yep.
He can even play the Withering Wail, get an additional 2 damage to face. I think
True.
Swim's gonna find it here. There's a little bit of healing that Annie can do. He can heal for 2, but I think between Withering Wail and all the pings, I think Swim's gonna find it.
Yeah.
And I think we're getting a game 3. If I have done my calculations correctly, this will be going to game 3. Swim will actually be winning the mirror matchup, getting that first War Mother's call out, being such a big deal that we've talked about in this matchup. Even though Annie's deck is slightly favored in the mirror, doesn't really matter if Swim is the one who gets to cast the first War Mothers.
Yeah, I mean, seems pretty cut and dry, right? Get your War Mothers out first and just don't completely low roll it against your opponent having a parodied War Mothers that high rolls, right? I think that's one of the only ways. Yeah,
they're just matching pings, but Swim has enough. Gonna be able to finish the game with yet another Vile Feast, and Swim tying it up 1-1, and we're gonna have a decider match between Annie Desu and Swim. Gonna be War Mothers versus Leona Karma, and that is a deck that is sporting 3 denies. Certainly not what Annie wants to be facing down in a tournament deciding match. Your fate in the tournament being decided here, as this is your last life, both of them in the loser's bracket. One more game to go. Win or be done for the day.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really good call by Swim, right? To, you know, have your last matchup be, I mean, this is exactly what you want, right? You're running a deny deck versus a War Mother's control deck. That's just, on paper, that's exactly what you want, and Swim navigated it well. I mean, this is, it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out, but on paper, I think it's certainly favoring Swim here.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. I think just anytime we look at it base level, you know, War Mother's deck versus 3x deny, it's a little bit cut and dry. You got to give it an edge to Ionia. And we talked about earlier how we've seen War Mothers beat Ionia in the past, and that's just by jamming the War Mothers and hoping they don't have it. It's going to come down to the heart of the cards here for Annie, and if Swim can find his denies early enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, it's the number one thing on Swim's mind, right? That's the beauty of the open deck list format, is that both players know exactly what the other is playing. So there's no surprises. They can see the deck list. Swim is clearly going to be playing around the War Mothers as much as he can, and we'll see how it lines up with the nice.
Yeah, but we're going to jump right into it. Game number 3 between Swim and Annie Desu. Losers quarterfinals winner will take on Matthew Foulkes in the losers semifinal, as he has taken down Alanzq in the meantime. And it's going to be this Dragons, you know, Leona Aurelian's, or sorry, not Aurelian's, Leona Karma.
Yeah.
With Fused Firebrands, the Mind Splitters, you know, Dragon's Clutch. It's Leona Dragons, I think, is what they're calling it.
Yeah.
Going up against the War Mothers from Annie Desu.
It is a very interesting deck from Swim. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it seems to be kind of streamlined for like a mid-range control-ish deck, right? Where you obviously have your dragons. It's not running the full suite of dragons like the other decks that we're seeing are running. Obviously, it doesn't have the Demacia dragons. It's not running Demacia. And it's not running Aurelian Soul, instead opting for Leona. I don't know if this is the matchup where you're really happy to have Leona, but it's the matchup he's in, so I guess we'll see.
Yeah, but Swim has already found the deny, and Annie has an insane amount of ramp to get to this War Mothers that's in his hand. But when it comes down, Swim will be ready. He's got the deny. And even though he doesn't have many proactive plays, he could at least Dragon's Clutch, draw a couple of his late game threats. He might even, I think he's guaranteed to hit the Fused Firebrand, so he'll have a great turn 5.
Yeah, Fused Firebrand Mind Splitter is what it will draw.
Yeah. So he'll have a great turn 5 and lead into a Mind Splitter later on in the game, which can deal with any big units that Annie plays. So I'm liking the spot that Swim is in, and I think he is too. Gonna try and get his rematch against Matthew Foulkes, even though we talked about earlier how that's the only person in the tournament that he really wanted to dodge.
Right.
He might have to play him a second time.
Yep. Casa, I know we've seen the card played a decent amount over the weeks, but this week, maybe it's just because of the matches we've seen, but is Dragon's Clutch just the best card draw spell in the game right now? Like,
really good, actually. It is a very good card.
There was a I'm gonna go on a little bit of a tangent here because I think we've got some time. Of course, feel free to jut in if action happens, but sure. I think we're a ways away from that. There's a thread somewhere talking about how card draw is just not good in Runeterra compared to other games like Magic, where Magic, you want to draw more cards because you need to draw lands to be able to cast your spells. Obviously, in Runeterra, you don't need that. You automatically are generating mana every turn, and you don't need to draw cards to smooth out your draws to be able to play. In Yu-Gi-Oh, when you draw cards, you are you're just winning the game and you just get cards. You get to play them because everything is free essentially. But in Runeterra, you don't need that. But when you're drawing cards and you know the cards you're drawing because you set up your deck and you're always getting these bangers of dragons, it seems really good. So I think it is kind of the answer for Runeterra in terms of what is a good card draw spell.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely, it is great. I think this is one that we explored a lot as like a one of early on to try and help you find Aurelion Soul and Mind Splitter and like some Trundle ramp decks. And I think people just kind of realized that, wait, what? It doesn't need to be a one of. This card's just great.
Right.
I always want this card, and now we're seeing it be run in much greater copies. Of course, we see, I believe it's 2 this time, but we did see this in the 3 of in other decks last week, I believe.
I think Glop was running 3 as well.
This week he's got 3 of them.
I think so. Maybe not. I don't know. he lost, so I closed his deck out. Oh, actually, I didn't. Oh man, that's a surprise. He is actually running 3. Yes.
So definitely seeing a lot more. And
all right, this is how you draw it up.
Yeah, this is what we talked about. Just jam the War Mothers.
Huge tempo.
And yeah, Swim gonna be able to deny that, get rid of that one. Maybe he can look for a counterattack. Actually, he doesn't have a way to really get past this Tryndamere.
That is true. I was thinking he had an additional mana, which he doesn't. Yeah, not really a good attack. Looks like he's debating if he wants to play a Guiding Touch to turn on the Deep Med next turn. But it's kind of a push, right? Because you're spending 2 mana that will be banked next turn to get a 2 mana discount. So it's a push. Doesn't actually need to do that.
Yeah, I mean, Swim also has this Comet for Tryndamere, so I'm really liking Swim's position in general. If we see the Trundle come down for Annie, which is pretty likely, we can see the immediate Snap Comet in return, but it is going to be an open attack. This is a little bit more annoying for Swim, but even something like the Will of Ionia on this turn is very safe. He may want to be saving that for Atrocity, so I kind of almost just like Steel Tempest, kind of chill out. You can even Steel Tempest into Infinite Mind Splitter.
Yes, that was what I was thinking.
You do want to play around Ruination still, but it would be a fairly solid play. Wow. That's not what I expected. I don't mind it. I just was not expecting that one.
It is, it's not super scary, I don't think. But this does, essentially pass back to Annie, right? To say, okay, I want you to develop more. I want to get the full value Mind Splitter here. I want to get the full value Mind Splitter to be able to just open attack and win. Now that's a little more awkward for Swim. He could still develop Mind Splitter here and hit Tryndamere plus Spider and have a pretty good open attack, and it's Ruination proof.
Right.
It's also, there's no Atrocity is not going to kill from here. And I mean, the Trundle will come down likely, but that's not super scary necessarily.
Yeah, the other play is Comet Tryndamere, right?
True.
Just get it out of the way. You Mind Splitter the next major threat that Annie plays. I do think that Trundle is a good response for Annie into the Comet play, so that'll be a little bit annoying for Swim if he goes for the Comet. But I don't mind Comet overall. Pass back and forth here. I'm trying to think who has the edge if this continues to go late. I think, Annie found another War Mothers. There's no deny.
I think I know the answer now.
If Swim had more denies, I think Swim wins. But with if a War Mothers gets online, this becomes very hard for Swim.
Right. Swim can theoretically draw a deny with Deep Med.
Right.
So that would mean he would need 9. So he would, if he spends more than 3 mana, that won't be an option. And unfortunately, it looks like he's probably going to have to. Unless he's sort of committing to a pass back here.
What does the Leona look like? Because you kept hovering it. So it stuns Tryndamere. War Mothers gets played. You can Cussive Palm the War Mothers unit, and you can't afford Will at that point. So you have Conk Palm for one more unit, and so your attack isn't winning.
Right.
It's not really
or you
amazing
it,
here,
I guess.
Right, yeah, it could just be Comet. Yeah, this War Mother is gonna be extremely punishing.
Yeah, I mean, the attack is fine. It's just not going to win the game, and then Swim has to deal with an active War Mothers, which, you know, for what it's worth, he can actually deal with, at least for the time being. He's got stuns. He's got the Will of Ionia. He has Infinite Mind Splitter. So he can actually navigate this pretty well, potentially. And he's still out of atrocity range, which is also very important here. Because I don't know if Swim is going to have enough wiggle room to always keep up a Will of Ionia at this point. Now Annie deciding, does he want to just commit the War Mothers? Because, again, Annie doesn't know that Swim doesn't have a deny here. So
Right, but I honestly feel like Annie's like, okay, well, I kind of start to lose if I'm not jamming War Mothers at some point. Like, maybe this isn't the turn, but it's this or the next. Like, you don't... I think that it still applies, right? The first deny came out and stopped him. You just keep jamming it, because if it sticks, you win. That's not guaranteed, but, like, that's the philosophy.
It's your
that you have to
line to
live
win,
behind.
yeah.
Like, if it sticks, you win. So you kind of have to just keep jamming it, because it only gets worse odds for you as the game goes on, theoretically, that Swim finds the deny. So you just got to keep jamming it, and he gets one out.
So block 3. I mean, the attack's just not even that good. I mean, he can Comet the Tryndamere and then essentially just not attack. Or he can palm the Hearthguard, attack for 7, and that's if, I mean, he can attack for more theoretically, but that gives Annie gets better blocks. I mean, it's just not looking good for Swim here. Okay, another Hearthguard. Oh, that's a feels bad. Draws the deny the turn after the War Mothers comes down.
Which means if he hadn't played Leona, he would have deep meted into the deny, which was the other potential line, was to keep that enough mana up to play that.
Yeah, I think it's hard to...
It is hard.
It's hard to make that call. I think it's hard to even, like... Does that even put you in a winning position, necessarily? Because, like, he develops nothing if that's the case, if he does that.
I actually don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, Blevins.
Right.
The one you just posed. I'm not sure if that puts you in a winning position or not. But this is certainly not a winning position for Swim right now with War Mothers rolling. Annie just going to be able to continue to pick up the tools that he needs to finish this game off.
Yeah, the Vengeance was absolutely disgusting, because now I think Infinite Mind Splitter has to come out. Does it actually, like, it's actually the line. Swim basically needs to fade exactly Vengeance this turn specifically, which he's not going to. And then he's actually in an all right spot, kind of. But it's really getting out of hand very quickly for Swim.
War Mother is also the only thing that still matters for board space, because you can replace units, but War Mothers will not replace them. So Swim deciding to leave up the Weirding Stones and the Spider To
That makes sense.
to just try and keep the board somewhat manageable.
Burn, yeah. Burn some resources. Swim just passes. Okay, so, I mean, Swim got some pretty medium rolls for Annie's War Mothers, right? Like, the Hearthguards are fine and you want them early, but also they're not the Tryndamirs or the Trundles that are going to end the game very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the War Mother's coming out. This might be the end of the road for Swim. Once again, this Leona deck, it comes to that crossroads where Swim has to apply a bunch of stuns and find that one shot from 20, but it's up against a Shadow Isles deck, and they've got plenty of removal with the Vengeance. That is being run as a 3-up for Annie. He's got a good amount of healing as well, and just the fact is getting 6 stuns on one turn is just incredibly difficult. Deny potentially can be used to stop this Vengeance, but that just opens up the door for atrocities down the line, or even another, you know, any other thing. I mean, he needs to find more, but I think it just has to be the Deny. It's still the best play. It's just, it's probably not going to be enough.
It has to come out here, unfortunately, for Swim. Because that just means there's no other development, there's no attack. I do kind of like the play from Swim. I don't know if I would have played nothing last turn and taken the pass, but I like not playing the Infinite Mind Splitter last turn, because it does allow you to at least have the Deny backup.
And he even kills his own spider here to open up the board space. See Swim's game plan, you know, trying to make sure you get something out, and a Trundle, instead of getting obliterated, gets brought onto the board.
Yep, that's pretty good. And now makes the another War Mother.
I mean,
not
if he
actually
plays
good.
that, he's actually griefing.
Right. Yep. That's gonna flip Trundle. That is going to allow for a pretty good attack here for Annie. Well, I mean, maybe not, though. Here's the thing. Swim is able to actually survive for quite a bit here. I think with all the stuns and the Will of Ionias, the comments, all that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he can stall. I just don't see how he wins. Is really the issue I'm finding.
Literally
here for
just
Swim.
like milling. Like.
Yeah. I mean, War Mother's. I mean, it'll run out of units actually, probably sooner than setting up a mill. I mean, I guess, yeah, Swim won't draw as many cards as Annie. Maybe mill is the strategy he has to go for.
That's just not a world I ever want to live in.
He keeps kind of clicking the deck. I'm curious exactly how many cards it was. I didn't catch it. Chat, if any of you caught it, just... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to ask you to do that, because I'm just going to get a bunch of random numbers in the chat.
Put your favorite number in chat.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Pillar is going to pull Mind Splitter.
Yeah, just to have it self-die so that he can spawn another unit with War Mothers.
Right.
Just playing around, making sure that he doesn't burn cards. That would be the worst case for Annie, is obliterating threats and opening the door for Swim to somehow hit enough removal to deal with all of the threats that come out. I mean, maybe there's enough control in this deck to do so.
Yeah, I don't know if I would want to pull with the Ice Pillar, but I think pulling in general seems fine. Although, if you're not going to pull with the... If you're not going to pull with the Ice Pillar, I mean, I do love sending the message, but... What is the point? I guess to maybe make Swim accidentally block it?
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. I am struggling to find exactly. I mean, I think this is a strat for Swim. He has to deck out Annie. That is the game plan we're on, Blev. I know this is not the world you wanted to be in, but it's the world we're living in.
Not.
Is that Swim is going to try and deck out Annie?
Is it in poor taste to take a commercial break in the middle of a game?
Yeah, it's hilarious, but yeah. Okay. So Vengeance is gonna come in.
I'm getting word here, Cass. So we're actually gonna go to break. We'll be right back, chat. We'll be right back.
Nope.
Okay,
nope.
I'm kidding.
We're gonna hit the Vengeance.
We got at least one person, I swear.
I'm so mad. And the will to stop the Vengeance. Okay. Mind Splitter is an important unit for Swim right now. He does need these.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at it through the lens of I'm going to deck my opponent and I just go through the amount of sheer cringe that my body is giving me thinking about that line, I actually it almost seems winnable for Swim, to be completely honest. Like, if you can actually
insane?
outlast it.
So Swim currently is the record holder for the longest set on a fight night. He and Black Boss went the distance in a game, resulting in a deck out where Swim won his set against Black Boss with the deck out. I believe the game was over an hour long.
Mm-hmm.
And he is looking to beat his own record here with this game, and potentially Swim might win another set via deck out with a different deck, which is kind of crazy to think about. And the thing is it's honestly impressive because Swim is clearly playing very well, because in these situations he's on the back foot. He's losing and he finds a way to just hold on and hold on and hold on until somehow he's able to find a win.
Right. I mean, it makes sense if he's able to use and get value out of these Mind Splitters. So every Mind Splitter is effectively making Annie use another card, use another 2 cards to deal with the Mind Splitter, because Mind Splitter inherently is effectively answering 3 attackers, right? It's stunning the 2, and then it's blocking another one quite effectively. And every turn, another unit is getting pulled, but it's such a gummed up board that, like, it doesn't even really matter. And we've already seen a couple of times where Annie has effectively just suicide attacked to open up board space so that he's actually getting value out of the War Mothers.
Yeah. And Deladros has arrived, which is definitely a tough one for Swim, but he's held the Comet long enough that he can actually deal with it, which I think is very important. I'm not sure if it was the exact card he was waiting for, but it might have been, because it is the one thing that, even if he can continue to deal with it or bounce it back, it will kill him with the atrocities. But now there are 2 atrocities in hand, so double atrocity is on the table for Annie Desu, and now the HP is starting to dip for Swim, and he may be running out of time at this point.
Yeah, this is... I mean, maybe he still has Will of Ionius. Like, he stuns the Ledros here, which is a good answer. Does not kill it. Does not take damage from it. Doesn't have to block it. And if he wants, he can will this Tryndamere, if he so desires, which actually effectively kills the Tryndamere, right? Because it will turn into the Battle Fury, which is actually not good because of Will of Ionia. Does not opt for that play, though.
two flipped Tryndamires, two leveled Tryndamires on the board. Leveled Trundle. 11 mana to try and deal with the Atrocity. I wonder if Swim considers double Atrocity, or he's just like, okay, I lose the double Atro, and let's just go for the Ladros removal.
I think Swim has very effectively played around one Atrocity this entire game. I think it's very reasonable to put him on 2 here. Those 2 Troll Chants have been to the Catalysts, and also the second Trundle, and the Atrocity. The 5 cards on the left have been in Annie's hand for a very long time, and it's not unreasonable to put 2 of them as Atrocity, and I think that's what Swim is debating right now.
Yeah, I also think Swim is thinking, can he beat double Atro? Did he just full rub? It actually didn't look like it was at the end. Is that what Swim's thinking about?
I thought he clicked very close to the end.
Wait, but Annie's just ripping it. Wait.
Oh.
Is he tossing it? This is what Swim wants. This is exactly what Swim wants.
This is going exactly into Swim's plan. I'm gonna make my opponent so bored that I.
To the left? Is he like almost out of cards?
Yeah. What? That is
Why did he do
interesting. I wonder if it's just I want to reset this because next turn I'm at least going to be able to play the Ledros, I guess. I don't know. That was an interesting one.
Game again. I don't think Swim could beat double Atro if Annie forced Swim to make the first move. He just keeps waiting and attacking every turn. Eventually the Tryndamirs win with the Trundle.
Right.
But instead he rips an Atrocity. And now is Swim gonna be able to answer both Atrocities here? It's so greedy.
Wow.
Swim responds.
And this is actually even better for Swim because it's effectively killing that Tryndamere. He didn't even go for the second Atrocity on to the Ledros. Yeah, this is. Of course, now that both wills are gone, the Battle Fury actually looks kind of good again.
I mean, Annie might still just win, right?
Right. I think
looking at this,
Swim is kind of out of answers here.
It's so close, but I don't know what cards Swim has left to find. I know he's got karmas that he just hasn't hit.
That's true. Oh, there's only 2 karmas, so I guess that kind of makes sense that we haven't seen one yet, but also it's kind of interesting that we haven't seen any.
All Atros down.
Yep, every Atrocity's gone.
So Swim can tap out mana if he wants to. He can try and find Karma. I don't think Karma's saving him.
I think Annie was debating if he wanted to use Battle Fury on the pillar there to kill this Mind Splitter.
I mean, do we see second Mind Splitter come down? Do we see him dig for Karma? Does he look for spells? I don't know what spells he has left. I mean, we've seen so many cast already. I'm not sure what's done. He probably has a Hush, a Star Shaping. He has a Deny left.
Right. He let's see.
A couple wills maybe, or a will.
Swim has 1 will, 1 Star Shaping, 1 Deny, between 0 and 1 Concussive Palms, 1 Hush. And I think maybe 1 Pale Cascade and maybe 1 Guiding Touch.
Steel Tempest? I think he's only played 2. Oh, he's played 3?
My gut says he's played 3, but it might only be 2.
Okay. How does Swim... How does he get out of this one? Like, the deck out is still the win con, but I don't know if we're getting there. So, is there any other out? Obliterating Ladros. Keeping the stuns on the board? I suppose.
But again, obliterating Ladros is just a not lose condition right now, I think. But again, that might just be good enough. Okay. A pull. Pulls a Mind Splitter. Attacks with the other units. Not much. He can use the egg plus a Pale Cascade or 2 Pale Cascades to save the Mind Splitter here.
Yeah. Yeah, he could. He does need to block everything because he's aware that there's a Battle Fury.
Battle Fury, right. He's also to the point where if he's keeping track of the cards in his deck, he can pretty reasonably predict exactly what this deep meditation is going to get. I think there's not a lot of options that he can pull right now.
Yeah. Okay, so he's got a heal, so he can survive.
Oh, and the last Palm.
Yeah, Palm's actually great here. He doesn't want the Ladros going back to Annie's hand. He also really wants to keep this Mind Splitter alive.
Yeah, so here's a question for you. If the game... I feel like it's not a question, it's a realization. I don't think that the game plan can actually be milled because Annie can just play Ice Quakes and Battle Furies, right?
But he won't draw the units, right? They'll just come into play.
Oh, that's right. The additional ones.
I think he can still... Yeah, you can still, go through his deck.
That's true.
But it does certainly make it harder for Swim to get there. This is just the craziest game. This is so insane.
This will certainly be the craziest game only because we didn't see the 9 mana stars descend that we could have seen earlier.
But this is just, this is insane.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Pale Cascade, can't really play that. You don't want to be drawing.
Helps. That helps Swim's win condition.
Can play it a bit later, I guess. Okay, third Mind Splitter.
Okay.
Third Mind Split. Wait,
that's
actually big.
Wait.
That's actually big.
We're getting to and a Karma. Although a Karma might not actually do anything.
Karma can be played with Comet this turn to get rid of the Ladros if he wants to, but you could also stun the Ladros with the Mind Splitter. I guess Annie could try and destroy his own Ladros.
Yeah, I feel like the Ladros is getting grasped one way or the other, I think.
Yeah, I think it's likely. Whether it's stunned by Mind Splitter or if the Karma comes down. Karma coming down might be good, and here's why. So Karma, the Guiding Touch will allow Swim, obviously he'll draw 2, which, puts him closer in his deck, but I think that's okay. I think Swim is never going to out-mill himself versus Annie. He can always put Karmas back in. And Guiding Touch can start to heal him up, and he'll hit his 1 of Star Shaping that can help him top off his HP even more and be even safer against the Ladros,
and potentially have an actual threat to, maybe win the game sometime today. Maybe.
Okay, I mean, Ladros goes back to hand. Karma is definitely the play now for Swim.
Yep.
He's got the guiding touch, which will be doubled. There's no way he's like passing this, right? It's got to be. I'm just trying to think. Is there like any world where that makes any sense? I don't think so.
He's not gaining any safety by waiting, right? Like he's not actually playing around anything additional. I guess actually he kind of is. If there's another, well, let's check the decks. No, there's not another grasp, so actually he's not playing around anything additional.
Okay, okay, he's just killing the
pillar.
The pillar. That makes sense.
Yep. Troll chant does not do anything.
Yeah, I don't think you want a Pale Cascade here.
Troll chant, okay.
And then okay, so he is gonna draw. Finds a Ruination.
Ruination, that is.
I don't know if he wants that though. Because even he needs to find another way to deal with these Mind Splitters. I don't think Ruination is the way to do it.
Yeah, Ruination is doing the same. Is essentially doing what Swim wants the Mind Splitters to do, except it's permanent. Although the Karma makes it a lot juicier to potentially let it rip.
Okay.
Another trend.
Another trend, and this time there's not something to stop it.
At least not yet.
I don't know what Swim has left. I'm not gonna try to tell you what Swim has left. We're just gonna see.
Yeah. All I know is that Swim can draw 6 cards right now.
Yeah, he can draw a ton. He can draw a ton.
He can double progress day here. I'm giving him a shot. Let's see. I'm gonna try to at least. No more palms. Hush, I think would do it. There may be one more.
Yeah, Hush
Steel
can probably
Tempest.
save him.
There might be another Steel Tempest. Okay, Fuse Firebrand, dead. Karma. That gives more
card.
rolls.
Yeah, that's a live card.
Gives more rolls.
I mean, it's just RNG, right? But I think it's probably the best.
Are random spells better than what's in Swim's deck is the question. Okay, those are all blanks.
Those are not doing it. Can Pale Cascade? I mean, I think he's got to be out of stuns, or he would have gone with the Pale Cascade as the first plan. Maybe he can buffs this up to, yeah, he can live on 1, but the Ladros. Hush,
okay. Oh, Deny gets, Deny, I don't know if that was relevant. Mikasa, okay, he's still gonna have Hush though, okay. Because the Battle Fury is going to come out, right? And then Hush will come out.
Oh. But he's just dead to Unspeakable Horror.
Well, he doesn't know about Unspeakable Horror.
No, he doesn't know yet. He knows it exists in the deck. Yeah, he couldn't, you're right, he couldn't Hush because of Battle Fury. He knows Battle Fury's there. So this is his best bet. He has to avoid the Unspeakable Horror. He didn't hit any good cards off of his Karma spell. And so if Annie... Is there another Guiding Touch left? Because Annie might be thinking about a Guiding Touch.
I don't think so.
Yeah, if he plays the Battle Fury, Swim is still in this.
Yep. Okay, Withering Wail. Yeah,
okay.
Withering Wail will do it.
Swim has to Hush
now.
Which will put him at 3 still. Or 2.
2, I think.
Which is still technically living for now. Yeah, that's Pale Cascade would do 2 health buffs, which also would live, I think. It would be the same.
Yeah. Could have been reasonable.
Okay, so he's alive on 1, but the Ladros can come down, but he still has a star shaping, right? It's still...
Wait, he's actually alive on 2.
Right,
here.
that's what I'm saying. He's alive on 2, so the Unspeakable Horror puts him at 1. Ladros would finish the game from Annie, but Swim could hit star shaping, and it's still alive.
Right. Oh wait, no, he's actually just not taking anything here. So he's alive on 3. Oh, the karma dies because the double hush. It gets recalled into a full hand.
Yeah, he didn't have a choice, though. He did need to play it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no avoiding that, I don't think. Unless... No, there's not even a 1-cost spell to draw. We might be at end of the line here, Casa. Draws the karma. Doesn't even have the mana to play Sky's Descend, which would be a hilarious card to play, I will say.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be insane.
So... Mind Splitter hits... Trundle. And then you have... Tarek's Blessing to potentially make blocks better.
I mean, Swim's looking. He's trying to find some way out, but it might be the end of the line. After all this, he came so close, but yet so far away.
What are the chances that there's only 2 cards left in Annie Desu's deck? One of them being a unit and the last one being
0.
a card you draw. Or actually, it would only have to be 1 card, right?
There's no way.
2 cards would still be alive.
It's 6 cards. It's 6 cards.
Surprisingly close, though. Although the Tryndamere spell can be played, too.
And I don't think that Swim can live at this point. I think it's finally too far.
Well, we've got chump blockers and an infinite mind splitter here.
Right. And the infinite mind splitter essentially blocks 3 things.
Right.
But I just think that the Ladros and the Unspeakable Horror is going to be able to do it. But this is Withering Wail, so Ladros isn't being played.
Yeah. Okay. Mind Splitter comes out. Trundle.
Swim also has this Blessing of Targon to buff above Overwhelm thresholds.
Mm-hmm.
Is it not over? Blevins, is it not over?
I mean, no. It's not.
I think it's still right. The pillar. No, the pillar hits the cheap one. So, okay, yeah. Okay, so Tryndamere just pulls the one with 2 health.
Yep. Wait. No, this is it. Unless...
Can he draw into Star Shaping and live? No, it doesn't heal enough.
Well, he...
Oh, wait, no, it could heal enough.
Oh, he has to play the dragons. He has to play
Dragon's Clutch into Pale Cascade.
Dragon's Clutch also could give an additional
But then he still
buff.
dies to Ladros or Battle Fury or Unspeakable Horror. It's finally done. It's finally done.
Unless...
He had a Steel Tempest.
Unless...
He had a Steel Tempest.
Kessa, I've gotten to the point where I'm now just
I thought he was
mad
out.
with power.
I thought he was out of them.
I'm now just, I've gone crazy. I'm past the point of wanting this game to be over. I don't ever want it to end.
I want to be here forever.
I don't ever want this match to stop.
Yeah, he's still dead to Ladra's horror, isn't he? Goes down to 1, and then the horror on face.
Unless
Unless he doesn't play it. Unless he doesn't play it.
You gotta hold out hope that there's some sort of Annie is spooked by the fact that he might deck out and plays Trindamir's Battle Fury on something for some completely unknown reason and doesn't go for lethal. Also could be playing around another life gain spell. Oh, it happened! I willed it into existence.
Playing around Guiding Touch? Is there another Guiding Touch?
I think Swim plays 4 in this deck. I have never been more excited for a game than this one right now.
I mean, it is very late at night for Annie. He could be asleep at the wheel here.
How many cards are left in his deck?
Or maybe it is right to play around these healing spells. And it just seems...
He gets to play the Sky's Descent. He has enough mana to play it.
Maybe we just have not seen as many of these Guiding Touches as I've thought.
I don't know.
Sky's Descent comes down for Swim. And Annie, with his
Wait, what if he
opponent
plays Glimpse?
tapped out, should be able to just play Ladros Unspeakable Horror.
Wait, let me see. Why are we seeing the sad Pora? Wait, does Annie just not see it? Does he not know that you can go face with? Unless he's sad that this masterpiece of a game
is he BMing
finally over.
Like what?
It's possible that he's sad that this masterpiece of a game is finally ended.
Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, he's looking at it right now. He knows.
Oh, he found it. He found it. Oh.
And finally, after how
time will be called
long?
When the Nexus explodes.
Annie Desu.
And that is time.
Down Swim.
Do we have a record? Do we have a record?
Probably Blevins. We're being informed that it was 2 hours and 3 minutes for the I believe the set, I guess. Yeah, for the set, which is about half the broadcast of the day.
Yep.
Targon, I don't even want to properly throw it to break. We'll be back, and we've got. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. Blevins and I are back and re-energized after a nice, relaxing nap.
Speak for
Two
yourself.
and a half hour nap. Really felt great.
Yep.
And at the end of the nap, we found out Desu has taken down Swim, and will be moving on to face off against Matthew Foulkes, who is playing the only real aggro lineup that we're seeing in the tournament today. In this losers semifinals, winner will face Glop in the losers final to have a chance to go against Stan for the title and for the invite back to Fight Night. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, try and see kind of how we've got here and how it's gone.
Yeah, so of course we saw the first round play out. Matthew Foulkes won 2-0 against Swim in the first round. A couple of other matches getting played out there. Glop takes down Desu in the second round. Stan bumps Matthew Foulkes down to the losers bracket. And then we saw Stan win 2-0 versus Glop. We fast forward to the match that we just saw. Desu winning a grind fest versus Swim 2-1. Matthew Foulkes was patiently waiting after he beat Alanzq 2-0. That leads us to where we are now, Casa. Matthew Foulkes versus Desu here.
Yeah, and I've actually wanted to check in on a Matthew on one of Matt's games all day, and it hasn't lined up perfectly, and we actually get to see him here in the losers semifinals going up against Desu, and his lineup is quite interesting. He's running Fiora Shen, but his version does not include the tippity top end with the bright steel formations. He plays a little bit more of that mid-range style, and then he's got a one of Lawrence Chevalier, which is pretty spicy, a little bit interesting, just some more value generation alongside the River Shaper. And then alongside that, he's actually running a Shadow Isles Noxus burn deck, which just Elise the champion, utilizing things like Doom Beast, Imperial Demolitionist, and the taking value of Stalking Shadows and Unspeakable Horror to gain additional damage. Stygian Onlurker can also be a great way to find that early damage. I love this lineup. It's very aggressive. It's very fast-paced in a meta where a lot of people think that you can't play aggro, and he's made it all the way to the loser semis, and I'm excited to see if he can take down Annie's very controlling lineup.
Yeah, I think that this will be... I mean, we've seen these matchups play out, right, where sometimes aggro can just be massively fast and can certainly go underneath the control lineup, but also like sometimes the control deck has it has the answers, right? Notably, the thing that we brought up a couple of times in Desu's War Mother's deck is that it was much better in the mirror than it was against aggro. There are 0 avalanches, and if you look at that Elise deck for Matthew Foulkes, boy, oh boy, do I want avalanches in that matchup.
It's getting a win. It is. I am confident. Matt is finding a win against Desu here with this Elise deck. I would be shocked if he does not pick up the win with it. It just comes down to, can he find the win with Fiora Shen as well? And I think it has reasonable matchups into honestly both of Annie's decks. I think they're both winnable. I wouldn't say he's like heavily favored to win them, but I do think that he's definitely finding the win with the Elise deck, and it's a matter of if he can take it with this barrier list. And well, he's got a decent start. He's got both his champions and a 1-drop to start things off, and pretty excited to see Matt play. He was really hyped about getting into Fight Night. He'd been reaching out. He really wanted to play. There were a couple of clips that came from his stream that were hilarious. One about slapping everybody in Fight Night. If you know that that internet video, that nice meme where it's the guy going through slapping people. There was one about something about beating Nick's plays, but Nick's not here this week. But there was just a couple of really funny clips coming from Matthew when he's talking about really wanting to get involved and play in Fight Night. And he's come here and we haven't gotten to see him on stream yet, but he hasn't disappointed. He's made it all the way to loser semis through a really intense bracket, losing only to Stan at this point, who is sitting in the grand finals, and he lost 2-1. He was able to find a win, and he's had great, quick 2-0 victories over his other 2 opponents, Swim and Alanzq.
And you pointed it out, just great, nice, beautiful, quick wins against opponents. Just It's everything that we want now. I mean, we need to make up for some time here, Casa. Matthew Foulkes has got to be able to really get through and crush here.
And there we go. It looked like Annie was actually lagging a little bit there. We saw on his stream, and so ends up getting through the turn 1 eventually. I know Annie's definitely going to be feeling some exhaustion at this point, being a European player, but so is Matt. Matt is, of course, from the UK. So both of these are EU players staying up past their bedtimes in order to compete for your enjoyment, chat. So be appreciative of these EU players.
Someone just unlocked a door on Matthew Foulkes' stream. That's a deep cut Harry Potter reference for anyone who caught it.
Okay.
Matthew deciding, does he want to play a Fleet Feather Tracker? Does he want to bank some mana? Does he want to maybe play the Bright Steel Protector? Though that one doesn't make that much sense.
Yeah, he just doubles up with the Fleet Feather Trackers, and he's just going to try and get a very big turn 3 attack, challenge with Fiora, go in with these trackers, get some damage. And this is pretty solid aggression early on, and it's going to curve into a Shen, which is going to be a great turn 4 play. So, so far, good start for Matt. He wants to be top decking some of his more powerful units, like the Genevieve, pretty soon here. If he goes Shen on 4, finds a decent turn 5 play alongside this Brightsteel Protector, going into a Jenny turn 6 is kind of the most ideal scenario that Matt could ask for, and certainly the Trickster is not really what he wanted to see. A 3/3 actually responds to him quite well.
Yeah, just playing a straight up 3/3 for 3 actually is really quite nice. And unfortunately for Matt, even if he tries to take the, air quotes, free eat of the Spacey Sketcher, it's like Pale Cascade just ruins him, right? I mean, I guess he could pull it with the tracker as a hedge, but Pale Cascade really throws a wrench into this plan, and it makes this attack really awkward.
Yeah, and I think Matt's realizing that it's so bad if Pale Cascade is there, but it's also so bad if he does nothing, and just says, okay, well, if he's got Pale Cascade, I guess I probably lose, but if he doesn't, then I'm in a way better position, and he goes for it and is rewarded by taking the risk. And when you're playing an aggro lineup like this, you're gonna have to take these risks at certain times, and I'm glad to see Matt starting off really strong, taking one of those risks and being rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, we've talked about this for months and months now, Casa. Like, it is playing a more aggressive strategy, or even just a straightforward strategy, is not like, you have to know when you have to take those risks, right? Like, because it's not always right to take that risk. It's not always right to just say, well, if they have it, I lose. But it's more than that. It's, if they have it, I'm in a bad spot. But if they don't have it and I don't go for it, I'm also in a bad spot. So inaction can be just as bad as the wrong action. And Matthew, made the correct play and the right read there to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and he's going in for another very strong attack here. Gonna be the Concussive Palm, saving the Trickster. But Matt can still utilize this barrier by using single combat, and I think he might as well, honestly, utilize a spell. It's just whether, I think he probably just wants to kill this Trickster. He gets a ping on Fiora, he actually levels her up. And he's got double concerted. Honestly, he might be able to win with Fiora in this game. It doesn't look like Annie's got a lot of interaction in hand right now. There is some card draw, but
just
Bastion will stop this, which is good, but it's buying time, right?
Just more 1-for-1s, which I guess in theory favor Annie, but also Matt's not too upset by any of these trades. River Shaper is certainly going to help him get any sort of card disadvantage back in his favor. Ooh, and he can actually, with the Concerted Strike, he can set it up so that both the River Shaper gets the strike and the Fiora gets the last hit, so it's actually just the best of both worlds. At least I'm pretty sure you can. The ordering that you click dictates the order they strike, right? I'm assuming that's how it works.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So you can set up for Fiora to find minions
Yeah.
with considered very easily. It's actually a very, very crazy card. It's helped Fiora come back into the meta in a big way.
And River Shaper.
Yeah, of course, and River Shaper, yeah. Because you can actually get the hits from both. Like if you went on to the Trickster, I think this might have been what you were saying already, but yeah, you can hit with the Trickster and then hit with Fiora to get the clear. And he gets the spell drawn as well.
Yep. All right, Spacey Sketcher has a lot of potentially decent pickups here.
Snake gonna be the one that gets picked up.
Okay, Snake is pretty strong.
Yeah, I actually wonder if Matt's gonna concerted this Snake or if he just protects Fiora with Bright Steel Protector. And well, I mean, this kind of answers my question, but I guess it doesn't fully, because maybe he doesn't concerted the Snake.
Well, here's the thing. If the Snake pulls Fiora, he concerted the Trickster. Fiora levels up,
right? Yeah,
and eats the Snake, and that's actually 2. And then the other concerted is actually Fiora WinCon.
Game. Yeah.
Oh boy, that's spicy.
Yeah, I wonder if he sees this line. You know, it's really funny you bring this up because I was in his chat probably a week ago, and he was playing this deck. He's been grinding this deck. He's top 5 on the EU ladder, I think, right now. Mostly grinding this list, and there was an opportunity for that exact kind of line to happen.
Yeah.
And he didn't go for it. He ended up winning the game with a different line that was very good. But I pointed out this line in his chat where you go for that concerted in the middle of combat to level up Fiora to get 2 ticks, and then you finish off with another combat trick. And I wonder if he would see it this time, but he is deciding to just use the concerted now on the Snake, get it out of there. And
why did that get both?
Why did that get both? Is that a bug?
Is that just how it works, where it like does 2 separate instances, but it stays out to always?
Does technically it strike even if there's no target? So for Fiora, it wouldn't work if she was second, because she wouldn't get the kill. But maybe he still strikes regardless. It seemed like Matt knew that was going to happen too.
Well, he hovered, and that's what it showed.
Oh, he hovered, and that's what it showed? Okay,
yeah, it showed that. And I thought it was just a visual bug, because I saw Fiora leveled up, and there was going to be a random card in hand. And I'm like, okay, that doesn't seem like it should work like that. But and this line here...
It would work with Fiora, but it works with River Shaper, because I guess they still strike. Even if the unit's dead, they're still striking. That's cool. No, that's interesting. I haven't personally seen that.
So... Here, this actually sets up Fiora WinCon as well, right? And this actually, I think, is a little bit safer than the line that I suggested, because I think the line that I suggested is still cold to Pale Cascade. I think that there was still mana for Annie to have Pale Cascade, which would have thrown that off a bit. So, this is a much more conservative line, and I think just pretty clearly, depending on what this invoke gets, is going to just end it here.
Yeah, I mean, if this is Comet, then Annie's okay, but I think if it was Comet, it would have been picked a lot sooner than that.
Yes.
And Charger, certainly, like you said, not really what Annie wants to see. I think this is just looking like a Fiora win on this turn.
Behold Infinite could get Crescent Strike, could get...
No. And I would say the answer to the age-old question, Annie, are you okay, is no. He's not okay. It looks like this will be Matt picking up game 1 with Fiora Shen with the Fiora WinCon. I guess there could be Bastion, so maybe Matt holds out and doesn't use the concerted here. So I guess maybe it's not done just yet.
Yeah, there could be 1x Bastion. That is definitely possible.
He does win by playing this slow as well. Like he is going to.
Also, there's just no more units, so can't actually do that.
Well, he could have done it in combat, right? So he waited playing around, I guess the Bastion, and now essentially he can just win if Annie ever plays a unit to the board, and he can just play slow because he'll win via damage by just continuing to attack. So this makes sense. This is just very safe play from Matt, and he's pretty much has the game locked up. It's just a matter of time. He's either going to win with Fiora or he'll win just by continuing to push the damage.
Yeah. And now even the Bastion is not enough here.
Right, yeah, the single combat can just eat the Bastion if it comes down. And we see the Concerted.
Would the Bastion still not work because of Concerted? Because of
no,
the
Concerted
double
is the single spell. It's just one spell. So Bastion stops it. If I remember correctly. But yeah, so that still is going to be Fiora picking up the kill. Pale Cascade.
Okay,
the second one doesn't do it either.
Doesn't do it. Oh. Will of Ionia just a little bit too late.
This time around does find game number 1.
Yep.
Going to pick up the kill with Fiora. And we're going to get a Fiora win con in a minute, Blevins. Since we've seen this animation on Fight Night.
That is definitely a bingo square. Even if it's my own personal favorite one. I love Fiora's one of my favorite cards. The win con, love it.
Yeah, and Matt's going to pick that one up. And now the Elise deck, which I assured everybody I was certain would be able to find a win against Annie's lineup, is now the last deck that Matt has to find a win with. And I'll see if I have to eat my words or if Matt can find the win. But I'm
you're gonna have
sure
to eat a bowl of spiders if he doesn't get a win.
I'm not taking that bet because dead ass someone.
It's not a bet; it's already been made.
A bag of spiders to eat on stream.
Not a bag of spiders, a bowl of spiders.
Yeah, I know, but it's not like they're gonna ship it to me in a bowl.
Oh, you have to find the spiders and then put them in a
bowl. I'm
bowl.
not hunting down a bowl of spiders, Blevins.
I'll do it for you. I've got them on hand. All right. Well, this is pretty aggro here.
Yeah, he's got Precious Pet on 1 or Saboteur. Additional damage can be pushed with Saboteur, but he's playing around Spacey Sketcher.
Yep. I like
Precious Pet a better starting 1-drop, but now he can go 1 into 1. Stygian Onlooker though only gains the damage for the single turn, so instead potentially gonna set up to play Stygian on turn 3, see if he can actually get that extra damage. Potentially just bank mana for Brothers Bond here, I think is not bad, and then you just go Saboteur into Stygian Onlooker. There's not many early drops for Annie, so this is pretty terrifying because the Brothers Bond can come down onto the Fearsome units. This gets pretty scary, but that top deck from Annie is huge. It is very important that he picked that up. It will be able to respond to this.
Now, if Matt plays Fervor, he's not going to get a 3-2, right?
Yeah, I believe... Man, I forget that interaction. I'm pretty sure.
Well, he could hover it. He can put it on the stack and hover.
I forget that interaction. It's been a little bit.
I believe it would stop the 3-2 from happening.
Okay. Yeah, I think so too. I think it fizzles the spell. So I think that's what Matt is considering is does he want to go for the Unspeakable Horror and just play the Stygian Onlooker?
But he could play the Stygian Onlooker with the Fervor as well.
Yeah, use the eye. Yeah, I guess I'm curious what the Fervor is being saved for in this event then.
I guess you'd rather save the damage as a surprise for later. Also, you don't necessarily want to kill your 2-1 here, which is fair.
Okay, so he loses the Stygian Onlooker to the 3-2, but he can still use the Brothers Bond to push additional damage here and set it up for his 1-drops to potentially attack later. Brothers Bond on the Precious Pet and the Legion Saboteur. It still threatens a massive open attack that can lead into Decimate, Noxian Fervor, Unspeakable Horror down the line. And yeah, I mean, Annie's not going to have amazing responses. He does have Lee Sin, but he can only grant it Challenger, which means it will die to anything that it trades into here.
Yep. Stalking Shadows can give you the world. A little bit awkward. The pet is not great, and the Skitterer is also kind of not amazing here. But I guess Skitterer is a little bit better, pushes more damage. It is expensive, though.
Yeah, Skitters are certainly scary when you can play multiple of them in a single turn.
True.
But
I think I like Pet here.
I like Pet as well.
You want your mana. There's a very. You want to close the door quickly, right? And you want to be as efficient as possible. You want to play basically as many spells, as many of your spells as you can. And I think grabbing essentially 2-3 mana units is more raw power, but I don't think that Matt needs that. He just wants to get he wants to get quick damage in now to effectively get his opponent to 4, 7, 8, 9. He needs to do 5 more damage, basically.
Yeah,
and then the rest goes upstairs. Of course, life gain will change that, but as it stands right now, 5 damage needs to go through.
Yeah, and the double Unspeakable Horror on this turn is pretty devastating for Annie's hand right now. The Cosmo is definitely a good pickup. The Messenger will be able to help defend. I mean, it can't block any of the Fearsome units, but it can at least block the Saboteur and not die to one of these Unspeakable Horrors. So we'll likely see it come down if Matt goes ahead and plays one of these onto the Spacey Sketcher.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, this board is definitely terrifying for Annie. This matchup is just certainly not good. Like, this is just not
right.
Like, this is what I was talking about when we looked at these lists from the start. Like, this is a really well-made aggro deck for Matt, and I really like its matchups with a lot of the lineups in this tournament, and I like it especially against Annie's lineup right now. I think he has a great matchup with this deck. I think it's always going to find a win, and he already found the win with the deck that should have been a little bit harder to find the win with, but I mean, not by much. And now it's a matter of Annie trying to hang on for as many rounds as he can and stabilize. But there's so much pressure, and Cygnus is just a finisher. Just a late game finisher being picked up.
Down with the Cygnus. That'll kill someone out of nowhere. Okay, I mentioned the 5 that needed to be done. Now needs to be 7, but 6 of that is happening right. Actually, all 7 of that is happening right now. Although it actually needs to be 8.
Yeah, more was
one
healed.
of the one was healed. One of the Unspeakable Horrors was used. So
right.
I think 1 more damage needs to be dealt. Right, 4, 6, 7. That'll put him to 9. He's got 4, 7, 8. Yep. Okay.
Just gonna push some additional damage on this turn.
Matt knows how this game goes, and it is upstairs. Just needs to find 1 more piece of burn.
Yeah, I mean, Cygnus might just be enough himself, but there is a hush in it. Well, there are 2 hushes in Annie's hand, so that can at least potentially save him from Cygnus. But the fact is Matt can play potentially Skitter this turn, and then Cygnus, one of the units to give it elusive, basically guaranteeing that it gets through unless, well, the Trickster is picked up, and that comes down to potentially block an elusive unit.
That is annoying for Matt, for sure.
But he's just 1 burn off of ending the game.
Right, and also the Skitterer will help. I guess the Hush will change things, but the Skitterer helps his fearsome units get in, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, it can. So you can hold it for the next turn. Both of these units are 3 attack creatures, so the Skitter will reduce them below the threshold to block Fearsome, which actually it's in Matt's best interest to not kill that unit,
Right.
because then the gems can be used to actually turn it around afterwards. But there is the challenge from Lee Sin.
Yeah, this is actually all of a sudden kind of scary for Matt. Of course, that all changes with a single card draw, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he just finds a Decimate or really just any form of removal, Matt's still gonna find it. He's gonna have to go take a break really quick, it looks like. We'll see if the chair plays it out.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Needed to change his blanket. Okay, so now, I mean, now that the attack has already happened, I feel like you just have to let this happen, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's still, you know, I almost like just Unspeakable Horror there and see if you hit Doom Beast, but okay. I mean,
Captain Crunch!
if he doesn't win off that, I don't know what to say, you know. I don't.
So notably here, not going to draw a spell. This is a non-nightfall Unspeakable Horror.
Yeah, this is to give Cygnus.
Yeah, but what does that even do?
Yeah, I guess it doesn't do anything with the Trickster on board.
No. This is just a 5 mana or 6 mana 5/3.
Hey,
6 mana kill your.
Does he just not notice that the Trickster is elusive right now?
I don't know.
You missing that one? I think just skitter into the Unspeakable Horror was probably the best line. You just look for Doom Beast to try and finish the game.
Yeah, because Skitterer effectively made it so that Lee Sin would have to block, right? Because the Trickster would not be able to block Fearsome. The Mentor would not be able to block. Of course, Karma would have came down, or could have came down in Hush, but even so. So now, like, if you weren't planning on attacking, you should have just done those in the opposite order, right? Because it having elusive for one turn did nothing.
Right, exactly. I think it's just a mistake from Matt. I think he's probably hyper aware of the fact that he messed up. And I mean, the fact is he still has this Farron, which is likely to win the game. But if Lee Sin is gonna be able to level up here with that Zenith Blade, then
And
maybe Annie can actually finish.
Spirit's Refuge too. It's also Spirit's Refuge won't win the game outright, but it can put him out of range. Although
it actually doesn't put him out of range because, well, not completely, because of course Farron can just open attack and set up with 2 casts of Decimate
but
next turn.
the Hush will stop the Farron from being relevant.
Right. The 2 casts of Decimate though will be 8 damage.
that's
so
true.
If there's no
True.
other healing.
Okay,
Matt
Captain
is going to
Crunch.
win. But yeah, you are right about the Hush.
Is there additional? So now Matt actually needs to not attack.
Right.
Because the additional the Spirit's Refuge will actually gain life.
Well, he knows that he runs Spirit's Refuge, so it does make more sense to just play the Decimates out first anyways, I believe. Because there's not
a punish.
Yeah, and there aren't development punishes, but there are open punishes with Conch Palm, Will of Ionia. Like, those all exist there. The development punishes, yeah, it's just maybe a card getting beheld and used. But yeah, for the most part, I think Decimate spam makes a lot of sense. And we'll see if that's what he decides to go for. And it looks like those Decimates will come out first.
Yep. And there's just no response for Annie. That's just it.
Yeah.
As long as Matt just plays the other Decimate.
Yeah. Yeah, if Matt just plays Decimate here, he will win. He will advance to the loser's bracket final to play against Glop. but it's very hard. It's very hard to say, right? It's very hard to say, because
It's on the stack. He just needs to press OK.
Yeah, he has no idea what's in Annie's hand, but I think it's logical to go with your 2 decimates first here.
Oh no! Oh man.
Is he
So
baiting
close.
us? It is hard. I will say it is a lot harder when you can't see the entire opponent's hand and know that this is.
But here's the thing: I don't think there's anything that punishes him for playing the decimate.
I agree. I also think it's more logical to go decimate.
This is just a throw.
I also think it's more logical to go decimate, and Matt does not agree here.
I don't think. Oh yeah, because he just plays Spirit's Refuge and Hush. Yep, and he sees it.
Yeah, he sees that he's
made a mistake.
And
now the Hush isn't even. Yeah, and now Hush is going to be a massive punish. Lisa
and now he's got to beat
That's
War
just
Mothers, which the War Mothers is not tech for aggro. So Matt still may have a good chance, but this was a great draw. This should have just been a win.
Yep.
And Matt's not going to be able to close this out. This is going to go over to Annie pretty much assuredly.
I mean, it's just, he just wins on the open attack.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to do it. Matt could have had it with just the decimate.
He had the spell on the stack. He just needed to press OK.
It's, you know, Blevins, it's European players playing aggro. We know it's the NA deck of choice, even though we haven't seen NA players really play it since.
Oh, Chad is pointing out, if he fervors the Lee Sin will die, and then Annie will only win by a bunch on the open attack. It's true. Annie will only overkill by 3 instead of by 12.
Thanks, Bleb. Sick.
I just had to point out the chat is the best. I love you guys.
It's okay. They flame us when we miss things, so we get to flame them when they troll.
Yep.
But yeah, Matt.
That one hurts.
Unfortunately, yeah, it does. That should have been his. And now, I wonder if I'll be eating my words. I think that his deck is still favored against War Mothers.
You'll be eating more than just your words, Casa.
Never agreed.
Chat, you heard it. He agreed. He said, I will eat a bowl of spider.
I never said that.
Chat, someone find the clip. And by find, I mean create the clip, please. There's technology to do that. But yeah, Annie Desu taking that one out of nowhere, really. And I again, we have caster vision. It's easy for us to play that there. We get to focus on nothing but looking at the decks and looking at the player's hand. So it's easy for us to make these calls, right? So I don't want to harp on it too much, but it was definitely a misplay to not play the Decimate.
Yeah, of course.
We're going to game number 3 here. We'll see if Matthew Foulkes can play the redemption arc here in the losers bracket versus Annie Desu.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if he can find, an aggressive curve to kind of steamroll past this War Mothers list. I think I agree with the Arachnoid Horror keep over the House Spider. I think it generally does a little bit better. There's no Avalanche, as you pointed out earlier. This deck is teched to beat Mirrors, beat Control. But it does have, the Vile Feast, the Unspeakable Horrors, Troll Chance. It's got some ways to deal with the early game. And we'll see if he found it. Not the best draw for Annie, dealing with an aggro deck, but he does have Unspeakable Horror, which certainly is going to be a help to the early game.
It's going to stem the bleeding that is about to ensue, which is going to be a pretty massive amount of it, with just the curve here of Matt. Arachnoid Horror, of course, going to be great. Into Skitterer. I think you just have to jam Skitterer.
Yeah, likely.
Remember when that card was a 3/3?
I do remember. It was a good card.
I mean, it
Matt?
still is. It just doesn't see the same amount of play that it once did. Those were
Yeah.
days, spiders. Okay, Unspeakable Horror. Again, going to stem the bleeding a little bit and is going to ramp Annie into a Trundle this turn or a Hearthguard.
Okay.
Captain
Farron.
Crunch, we'll see. Captain Crunch is bestowing Matthew with another chance. Is he going to be able to take it? Or is he going to betray the captain again?
Decimates are great against Freljord SI lists in general, just because it's like they can't be interacted with deny. 12 extra damage can get through a lot of the healing.
Yep.
So long as Matt can find enough of the early damage, this is a decent turn to go for Demolitionist because it can't be interacted. But of course, putting his units on 1 health is not as exciting as he'd like. However, he does have the Noxian Fervor for a future turn, so I would like to see him go for Demolitionist.
Yeah, it is
Just
really
go wide,
hard.
just play everything.
It's really hard to do that just because there's, well, now only 2 Unspeakable Horrors left in the deck, but 3 of those, 3 Vile Feasts, 3 Withering Wails, all just make you really kind of want to throw up at the prospect of that. But also, again, like we talked about before, inaction can be just as bad as the wrong action, right? And I think that's what Matt is debating here.
Yeah,
actually hovering over to killing the pet.
Yeah, he's thinking about exactly Withering Wail that he talks about. So killing the pet's better against Withering Wail, but you can just try and say, hey, I'm going to try and fade this Withering Wail, go as wide as possible and just look for the attack. But he's going to go with the inaction, bank some spell mana. He does have spells to cast, so might not be the worst thing, but open attack is essentially only worth like 3 damage, and there's the whale.
All right, that's a pretty strong draw here. Effectively fogging this turn.
Yeah, I think Matt mostly likes this attack, getting his opponent down to 7.
Okay, Annie just letting it happen. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, Whale can't be played. He's worried about another
Whale can't
ping.
be played now, but
yeah.
Puts him to 5. He's 1 off. He's
yeah, he's
one
off.
off.
Finding it right now. Could look for a Doom Beast.
Yeah, Doom Beast. Can we see it? Oh, I thought that was it.
Actually, not bad again. Pretty reasonable, but it does lose out to these AoE abilities if any has the ability to play those.
Mm-hmm. Stalking
that
Shadows.
can find Doom Beast. Again, very, very scary.
Yeah, and I kind of think Annie missed the boat in terms of getting the value off the Withering Wail. Yes, he's going to be able to...
Okay.
That is great.
Is very good, yeah.
Annie's going to be able to gain 3, but effectively missed out on, you know, an additional 2 health that he could have gained by killing a pet, and it's also not getting damage through. I mean, yes, you want to develop, but man, it is tough to not play Withering Wail when you have an all right Withering Wail.
Yeah, I think Matt is very likely to take this, considering that he has this Farron in the back burner to get additional damage out. But it depends. Whatever Annie does here can get heavily punished by these Demolitionists coming down. If they actually get to put 4 damage onto Annie, I mean, this is definitely game over.
Yeah. Notably here, I think you should have played the ephemeral one first, because now he's going to have to put in additional damage on a real one. Not that it matters that much. Yeah, I mean, this is just game, right? Because he's going to have Fervor as well. This is going to threaten.
Yep, and then the whale comes out
And
and,
then-
makes you fervor.
Fervor in response, yeah.
Yeah, he might end the round actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's eating a lot of mana.
I think he's
I th-
calculating. It's 9 mana, so it can't be 2 5-mana spells. So I think he always goes for this. I think it's always correct to go for this.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Whale plus
Yep.
plus
And there
Vile
it is.
Feast.
There it is. Yeah, it could be, but Vile Feast actually doesn't save you from this specifically. You have to cast it on a 3 health unit, so it can't be like double
Right.
2 mana spell. But Matt is going to still take it, even after the game 2 misplay. He's able to find the win. He's going to take down Annie 2-1 and move on to face Glop in the losers final, trying to make that full losers run. Very well played from Matt. He had the slip up in game 2,
Yep.
but the decks he brought have been very good against the meta so far. He just stumbled once against Stan, who does have that more mid-range lineup and has a little bit better odds against the aggro. But we will be seeing Matt continue this losers run as he will be facing off against Glop in the losers final in just a moment. We're going to take a short break, but more Fight Night Legends when we return. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends week number 11. It's been a pretty crazy night so far with one of our longest sets in history. But I think the last 2 sets, or maybe 3, that we'll have tonight will be a lot quicker. A lot of faster decks left over, especially coming out of Matt Foulkes.
Yep.
Having this double aggro lineup with the Elise burn list alongside a more aggressive variation on the Fiora Shen.
Yep.
He will be going up against Glop in the losers final for an invite back to Fight Night and a chance to take on Stan in the grand finals for that top prize. Glop has been performing well all tournament. He's performed well in just about every event we've had him in. Probably all of them, actually. I say just about, but I
feel like he's
don't
top
remember
4
a bad
just
performance.
about every single event. Now, granted, it's a top 8 event, but that you got to
No,
go
that
through the
still
losers
means a
first.
lot in this one.
Yeah.
That still can mean a lot in a fight night. It can be very hard to get that top 4. And he has done it already. He's in the top 3, just trying to make it to the final with Lee Sin, Trundle, and Aurelion Soul, like dragons. Essentially just dragons. It's got the Herald of Dragons. It's kind of a mid-range dragons list. Demacia, and it's been working out very well for him, but I'm curious how it's going to do against Matt's aggro lineup. It does have a lot more mid-range tendencies, so it might do better than how we saw Annie Desu fare with this kind of double control, anti-control lineup.
Yeah, I think the interesting difference for Glop's decks is, like you said, they are decidedly more mid-range, and by that they certainly can play the control role, but they can play not an aggro role, but they can be more board centric. They're not all big windmill slam spells. I mean, Glop, I'm calling it the Herald deck. The Dragons deck can have a very solid board presence and can just stop a lot of these aggressive attacks from Matthew Foulkes' deck. So it'll be interesting to see that. And then the Trundle Lee Sin deck, like, it's basically nothing but combat tricks and units that benefit from getting buffs. So, like, seems pretty decent against what Matt is putting up. At least the Fiora deck, I think.
Yeah, it's got some reasonable counterplay, at least. I think that he'll be able to put up more of a fighting chance against the aggressive decks than maybe some of the other control lineups that we've seen fall to Matt prior. He has not played against Glop yet this tournament, so this is a fresh matchup for him. He was able to take down, Swim. He was able to take down Alan, who also had a controlling lineup, and he took down Annie, who also had a control lineup. And then he struggled against Stan, who was playing more mid-range. So Glop, also being closer to the archetype, might be a little bit harder for Matt to get through. And of course, once again, starting with kind of his, at this point, I would actually call this his signature deck. He grinds this on ladder all the time. He's currently in top 5 on EU, I believe, and he mostly has done it playing this list. So I know he's incredibly comfortable. And interesting mulligan, throwing away the Green Glade Caretaker, knowing that he needs some later game stronger pickups. Maybe even looking for a Fiora win condition into the Dragons with just more spells, utilizing the River Shaper in the early game. So Matt aggressively mulliganing for maybe some later game stronger threats.
Yeah, I think you definitely want River Shaper. You definitely want some interaction. The Concerted Strikes, of course, are fantastic, especially since you're going to be getting... apparently you just get full value with River Shaper and Fiora anyway, but getting massive value off of those just to be able to, really stay card for card, right? Like, eventually Glop is going to be able to overpower the deck, but if, you don't get to that point, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and Matt going to be able to remove this Herald of Dragons very quickly. Not before it does get some value, though. White Flame Protector going to come down on turn 3, getting that 3 mana 4/4. That's a beamer.
That sure is. Beamer, we saw dominated the format for quite some time. This is actually better than Beamer, right? Because it's got Fury as well. It is an angry Beamer. And I'm sure there's at least 6 people in chat that went, angry Beamers. Only boomers know, though. Because apparently that's a boomer show now.
That missed
came out
me.
in the 90s.
I came out in the 90s.
I mean, so did I, technically, but at the beginning of them.
All right. Single combat committed here already by Matt. This is not going to go well for him. He is going to lose his Fiora certainly here. Through either, I mean, Glop has options. He can single combat with the White Flame Protector, or he can go for the Pale Cascade. Gonna opt for the single combat.
Yep, I like this. Single combat's good. Obviously, gets the synergy with Fury. Just a nice clean kill there. Honestly, either choice was going to be fine, but this one seems like it was just a little bit better. And now, I mean, the Pale Cascade would sort of ruin this plan anyway, but the now Matt's dragon is not able to eat Glop's dragon for free.
Yeah, I actually thought that Matt was in a reasonable position with double concerted Fiora with 1 tick already, single combat in hand, riposte.
Yep.
From second Fiora, I was liking the spot, but now not so much. No riposte, lost the single combat.
Lost the Fiora tick.
Yeah, lost the Fiora. I mean, I think that this matchup I think is actually unfavored for Matt. I think that the dragons get pretty scary.
Yeah.
They're just too big, and then eventually you get to something like the Mind Splitter. It becomes very difficult for Matt, and I think the Fiora win con is actually one of his ways kind of back in, where it's a very good option for him to take. And unfortunately for Matt, I don't know if he gets there with this hand. Maybe with Concerted's using the River Shaper, he can start to find more cards and potentially start to string something together. He does have Deny to protect the Fiora, so can save it against something like a Falling Comet. And potentially there is some game there.
Yeah, and this turn is actually pretty decent for Matt here. He gets to trade up his Fleet Feather here. He gets a free eat with Fiora, which kind of puts him a little, puts him back at parity with where he was. Of course, he's -1 single combat now, but he still has double concerted, and he still, is in an all right spot. Of course, this 5/5 is just going to be tough to deal with for Glop in general.
Or for Matt, yeah, Matt's gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, sorry. Yep.
5/5. The spell shield
It's late
is
for
brutal.
me too.
yeah, of course. The spell shield is brutal. It stops the concerted strike entirely. And Matt doesn't have great cheap spells other than single combat that can kind of ping it off, and that trade is of course not the most fun, losing a single combat for a spell shield.
Right, and another unit theoretically.
Yeah, so he's gonna be relying.
Oh wait, does that doesn't work like
no,
that?
Okay.
It
wouldn't. It would just break the shield, but it's gonna be a pain for Matt to remove this 5/5. May have to sacrifice 2 challenger units into it, and that certainly does not feel good.
Yeah, I think Matt needs to figure out, is he on a damage win con or a Fiora win con? Because, I mean, theoretically, he can go wide, use the Fleet Feather to pull, or, he could just open attack, use the Fiora to pull, get 6 in, get a River Shaper hit. It's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible.
Wow.
All right, that seems like a pretty
Worried about
easy
the River
deny.
Shaper.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it could be a deny, or you could just let this happen.
I think you might need this River Shaper. Try and generate some value this game. But this is such an interesting play. I mean, I like it from Glop. I think you'll win on card advantage, especially with this the value of the cards that you have in hand. You're gonna draw with these Pale Cascades. You have this infinite Mind Splitter. So just preventing Matt from finding more cards is huge, and making sure that this River Shaper is gone. But I think that we're denying this if we're Matt, unless we feel like we can win with Fiora by holding deny and praying for some better spell draws.
Yeah, the problem is that Glop doesn't actually need to play any more units that are smaller than this one, right? Like, Infinite Mind Splitter can be played. Not that he can. There's no other units, but like, the concerted strikes are really bad against this Firebrand, and like, there's just not a lot of spells that deal with it, or even Infinite Mind Splitter. I mean, you can like Concerted Strike. I mean, Concerted Strike's not even killing Mind Splitter at this point.
Yeah, I think this is okay for Matt because he can try to get this at least some attacks through to the face by pulling the 5/5 with the Fleet Feather Tracker, and then that sets it up to die on a future turn to the Screeching Drake, which is not the most amazing thing in the world, but it at least kind of breaks open the game and gets rid of this Spell Shield unit over 2 turns while pushing some damage. And it's, I mean, yeah, none of it feels great, but it gets a River Shaper attack, and I think that's what's important here.
Yep. Yeah, I'm kind of... It's a little interesting to me that the White Flame didn't get played. I feel like White Flame with Pale Cascade seemed pretty safe.
I'm curious if he's just continuing to play around any spells being cast, because, well, okay, I was thinking maybe he could just go Concerted on the River Shaper if he really wanted to continue to deny drawing, but decides against it. And now I almost would have liked to see, well, he's got to play around single combat, I suppose. I was going to say I almost would have liked to see a Concerted, but I like playing around single combat here. Save it for a future turn as well. But getting strikes with the Concerted, with the River Shaper and Fiora, and trying to push towards that condition is certainly what Matt needs to do. And I think he has an opportunity to find the win now. He's drawn into enough spells that he can piece together a win. But Infinite Mind Splitter, certainly a scary card to come down, and Glop still has some decent answers with the Bastion, with the Pale Cascades, and with the Concerted Strike.
Yeah, Bastion is actually pretty insane. The problem... Yeah, a single Concerted does not even kill the Mind Splitter, so you can't even go like Concerted into Concerted to kill the Mind Splitter.
Yeah, it does not.
Wondering why he would go. I guess Fury almost allows
it's
it.
being stunned though. No, I think this has to be Fiora. I think you need to be looking for the Fiora win con.
Right.
Getting the Fury proc doesn't really matter. This unit is being stunned. I guess he's trying to set up for a Concerted where you get the Fury and then you Concerted with Fiora and this unit to kill off the Mind Splitter. But Fiora getting the kill does the same thing because Fiora would level up and have 4 attack, and you could do 4 attack plus 4 attack. So I think just in general, I think that Fiora would be better. I think Fiora has to be the better play. But now that we're getting this blocked by the Bastion, do we see Matt go for the second Concerted to guarantee he gets the strike, draw the card, remove the unit, and I think he should look for the Fiora level up, but then how does he deal with the Mind Splitter, I guess, becomes the question. Does he need to wait till next turn, utilize something like Riposte plus Concerted to remove it? This is a very difficult scenario. There's a lot of decisions to be made, and I don't really blame any decision here from Matt because he does not know what is in Glop's hand. For us, it can be a little bit easier to try and determine and be like, well, there's Concerted on the other side, so you have to play something now to get around that countering you and figuring that out. But Matt has a million cards to think about. I mean, like 30, but a bunch of cards to decide what he needs to play around, and this makes this turn very tricky. He doesn't have to play around anything this second. It's what he has to play around next turn.
Yeah, I feel like one thing is that you want to cast this. I think you want to cast this Concerted Strike.
I think so too. I think you are wanting to cast this.
And if that is true, then you want to cast it now because you're only opening up options for reaction for your opponent.
Resolve, not the card he wants, not this game. Can utilize these riposts with the River Shaper and the Caretaker to potentially find reasonable trades.
Maybe. I guess if Glop plays a concerted strike to try to kill the River Shaper, and then Matt goes riposte into concerted strike to counter the concerted strike, that can be a pretty big win.
Actually,
They're like a small
win.
Win.
Just like riposte on River Shaper here.
Yeah, with the blocks happening, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
this is pretty
just
big.
wait. Oh, he's gonna go double. I almost just like waiting that out, to see what Glop did, but concerted is gonna punish this quite heavily, as there will not be the concerted response from Matt. He doesn't have enough mana, so he can't get the strike. I would have tried to let that go through.
Yep.
Because potentially you could counter whatever Glop wanted to do with your own concerted. Now that you have that attack, you could kill the Mind Splitter theoretically. That would have been huge. But maybe there's still a way to get through the Mind Splitter, right? Now that you've got a strong unit, 5 attack.
One thing I want to point out is that the Firebrand did not get a Fury proc there, so it works differently than Fiora. So I'm not sure if that is intended or if that's just a bug with Fiora.
Well,
but
no. It's the River Shaper. The River Shaper strikes. It
it's
still strikes.
the
Fury is
River
like
Shaper.
Fiora. Yeah, it's the same as Fiora. It has to get the kill.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, that was interesting though with the River Shaper. That's not one that I had realized. I'd always just ordered it so that he would hit first, unless it was gonna die. And I just never thought about it. So that is a cool one. It makes sense. It's consistent with the reading.
Yeah.
If that's how striking works. Doesn't need to actually deal damage.
Yeah, but then I don't know. I don't want to get into it because if you don't get anything from striking a barrier. I don't.
Technically, you don't strike it. That's the difference,
Right.
I think.
A little bit confusing, but
I
it
don't
does
think it
make
counts
sense.
as a strike. Yeah. Okay. Laurent Chevalier being played, the one of. Gonna generate value. This is actually a great card for him to pick up. He needs value. Value is the name of the game for Matt right now. So Laurent Chevalier may have been one of the best cards that he could have gotten, but that is a challenger unit for Glop.
The challenger unit for Glop, it is massively more power for Glop. It is a 4-mana spell that can draw one of his champions and give it +2/+2 for Glop. It is need I keep going on?
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, Matt could just clear away the challenger. But this is probably good to free up the Fiora. Unfortunately for him, Glop's got the Pale Cascades. I almost would have liked to see just the concerted onto the Screeching Dragon with the Laurent Chevalier to try and just generate value and protect it for another turn. So basically you could generate 2 challenger units and just try and get this board a little bit wider. But not going to work out. The Pale Cascade going to protect the Infinite Mind Splitter. He gets a Screeching Dragon.
That's another Mind Splitter.
Okay, Shen plus Screeching Dragon that can deal with one of these Mind Splitters, but then the second one can come down. This game is still actually kind of winnable. It's very hard to navigate for Matt, and it still looks really hard. It all comes down to his top decks as well.
I think it's winnable for one of the players in this game for sure. I don't know if it's Matt.
Yeah, I mean the second Mind Splitter does complicate things.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, that Rin in the Stars gives him a 9-mana Soul. Oh, that's pretty crazy.
Yes, it does.
He can play it this turn too.
Yes, he can.
Oh man. Okay. Well, yeah, one of these players can win.
Yeah, I mean, can't even really attack with Shen.
He does have resolve. He could have. Oh no, there is the firebrand. Of course.
Firebrand. Yeah.
Hiding.
All right. Well, I mean, in Matt's eyes, his board has just been cleared up. I think he's still a little bit behind, even without seeing another card get played.
Yeah. Here comes the soul.
looks to see Glop's deck. Oh, what champion? Oh boy.
Yep.
There's only one.
He's gonna be leveled, and this is probably FFable. At this point, it's gonna be a free Scourge.
Yeah, 9 mana, 12/12. That seems pretty decent. Oh, and there's Baron. Are you sure he's not a dragon? Because he's in the dragon deck right now.
It's not.
But
not
he
Baron.
can even draw a descend from the sky.
Yeah. Okay, so game number 1, gonna go over to Glop. Now this mid-range deck did look very good against the slightly faster mid-range deck that is being brought by Matt here. I think it's a little bit more aggressive leaning, but it's still, I probably would classify it as a mid-range barrier deck. Yeah, he's not able to get things put together. I think there were some opportunities for different lines that he could have taken, but of course we do have caster vision. We do see what Glop had in hand, and you can make near decisions from that. But now it comes down to Lee Sin, Trundle, and can it take down both of Matt's lists, or even just one of them? Really, just has to beat one. First one
needs to win 1 out of 2.
Yeah, going to be the barrier list once again. Wonder what Matt's looking for in this matchup, considering throwing away the River Shaper. I know it's something he's kept in the past.
Throwing away River Shaper and Brightsteel Protector. I
Kind
have
of
to
a brick.
imagine that the 2 pair was not what with the riposte kicker was not what you were looking for. Ooh, into deny against the mono burst.
Gotta hit
deck.
Fiora. That's not Fiora.
Okay. At least he's going to be able to. Oh no, this is not a
Now it's Fiora.
a Lux deck. Okay.
This is a really bad start for Matt. I mean, he does have the Genevieve, so I wouldn't actually call this like over. I think it's possible that he can just win on the back-to-back Jenny turns.
Yeah. And actually, Glop doesn't. I mean, Glop has kind of a bunch of air in his hand. He does have the Lee Sin, of course, and Troll Chance galore.
Yeah, so I do think this is still reasonably winnable for Matt. I think he's got really good cards going into the late game. He's got Fiora, he's got Shen, he's got a second Shen, he's got double Jenny. I think this is kind of like everything that he wants for the late stage of the game. Could have considered. I think he's just losing this Shen here.
Yes.
I think Fiora would have been generally safer to play because you could have the riposte to follow up. But that is 1 Shen down, traded for a couple spells.
Just 1 spell. That has 2 parts.
Yeah. Third Jenny, though, certainly a good pickup.
Sure.
It's going to go in Jenny into Jenny into Jenny.
Now, Fiora, Casanova, what do you call 3 Jennies?
You got one? What do you call 3 Jennies?
It is called Jenna 3.
It is late, isn't it?
It sure is. It sure is. Chat, if you have a better one, I implore you, please.
I'm sure they do. Woo. Okay.
I don't know. Chat seems to like it. I'm getting a lot of laughs.
Yeah. Yeah, really past Blevins' bedtime.
It sure is.
And,
all right.
yeah.
Shen coming in. Getting 3 in, but Glop doesn't really care about that. Okay. Casa, would you believe that chat came up with worse versions of what I said?
Yeah, I'd believe anything. honestly. But triple Genevieve can come down over the next 3 turns if Matt wants to, and that is, I mean, that is surely something that can get things done, but is triple troll chant for Glop, and that can certainly answer a lot of what Matt wants to do.
Yeah, and the problem is that, you know, Matt can stop this Lee Sin from eating the Shen, but it's just a barrier bounce. He's not even getting value out of the riposte. He's essentially trading a riposte for the Lee Sin spell, and it's just a net negative for Matt here.
Yeah, the one from Skarzig was actually pretty good. I like the triple bypass for Genevieve of Elmhart.
Okay.
I think that's a good one.
It's a good take on it, at least.
Solid one. I like it.
I don't know if it's better than Gen.
It's clever. It's better. It's definitely better. Significantly better even. Oh god. Genevieve gonna finally hit the board. Or not. Maybe. We'll see.
There we go. The first.
And he's tapped out of Deny Mana. We could see the Dragon's Rage potentially come down, just to deny the ability for the Jenny to get good challenges here. But Shen Fiora with the buffs could still clear with Lee Sin potentially, or at least threaten him. But of course he can have the barrier, so it's more likely we would see Starlit Seer taken down.
Yeah, I think Matt is pretty likely to get some value out of this Genevieve.
Concussive Palm. I think Matt's generally okay with this. I think first Genevieve comes out, doesn't get to go in immediately. Shen actually going to be held back, worried about potential spells. I mean, the same could be said for the Fiora. The Fiora could certainly just go down. I'm curious if it's better to not even attack here.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, we know that Glop has a lot to protect against this. We know he's got triple Troll Chant in hand, and yeah, it's just gonna protect the Starlit Seer. Matt still got the Jennies though. I mean, it's still possible that these Genevieves are just gonna be able to win, but Lee Sin is very close to leveling up, and that does become a pain for Genevieve.
Lee Sin's getting close to level up, and also there's a very fat unit on top of, well, not on top necessarily, but in Glop's deck, as is tradition with this deck. It's going to be interesting to see what one it is. When it was the Shadow Assassin, it was pretty hilarious to see a 15 power Shadow Assassin, but we're not far off of that. I mean, there's been at least 8 spells played. I think that
yeah, I mean, Lee Sin's leveling up.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a buffed unit come out. I don't know how many spells have been played since the Starlit Seer at the board, but it's been a lot.
Right.
And well, I mean, Concerted Strike can come down. It is protected by Deny, but there are a couple ways for this to be stopped with the Troll Chants.
Troll Chant will be good. 8. So he's actually only needs to cast 1 Troll Chant, right?
Yes. Will be interesting if he Troll Chants. How close is this Shen gonna level if he uses Stand United? Because swapping in the Genevieve, because she has more attack, could still potentially clear away the Lee Sin. I'm actually not sure on the math of it. We'll have to see with the Troll Chant coming out. But second Troll Chant, I think, would certainly still protect it.
I don't know if I've ever seen Stand United swap an attacker out for a bench, essentially. You know, I've never seen that interaction happen. It's interesting. I mean, obviously it works like that, but I've never seen it. I've never had it play out like that before. I haven't played a lot of Shen either.
Yeah, I don't think Shen's gonna level here. You could go for second concerted. Maybe that can get Matt there, but yeah, the Lee Sin is certainly problematic. I think Matt needs to remove this Lee, and maybe this is the best time, is to just go for this concerted. Try and put an additional 6 into the Lee with the Shen and the Genevieve. Oh, don't use Fiora, though, because you're playing around Brittle Steel already.
Oh, boy.
So just continue to play around
boy.
Brittle Steel, I think, would be best, but
Oh, boy.
he's going to get punished by exactly Brittle Steel Troll Chant here
Oh,
once
boy.
again.
Yeah, this is what we
really,
in the
he
business
just
call
needed to-
brutal.
He just needed to make sure the Lee died. Now, yeah, did that save the Lee? I think it did, right? Yeah. It's going to keep him alive at 1.
Wow.
Yeah, because he needed to ensure that it died in order to protect his Shen.
Yep. Yeah, I don't really know what the thought behind that one was to not to randomly go for the Fiora, but yeah, it's tough with caster vision.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. I think it's impossible. There's so many different tricks that he was needing to play around that it got very, very difficult.
Oh god, Casa, how big is the River Shaper? 10-10.
Is it 10-10? Did you see it?
Yes.
Oh man.
It's a 10-10 River Shaper.
Yeah, well, Matt also just used 2 concerted strikes, so
Good luck. Good luck dealing with that.
oh boy.
Yeah, that is a thick boy.
Certainly is.
Oh, by the way, the Dragon Strike can come down too on it.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a deny for the Dragon's Rage.
True.
But yeah, River Shaper Dragon Rage sounds pretty funny. Especially because there's some elusive units on the board to finish the job, if that were to happen. I'm curious if Glop is just gonna rip it, and see. The Troll Chant doesn't actually save Lee Sin.
Right. The elusive units are actually at least one of them I think is going to get pulled here, right? I feel like
Oh right, yeah, of course. So deny is great here.
Yeah.
You have to deny, you pull the elusive one of them. And I mean, what else do you pull?
You
Do
pull
you pull
3-2
anything?
or I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you try and hold this unit back. Maybe find a barrier. Find something. I mean, you've got them in your deck. You've got a Shen as well. Can enable it.
Okay.
And there you go. That's a barrier. Open attack. Gonna have to sack one of these, but you could actually not allow the River Shaper to strike. It just depends if you want to get the 5 damage on it now. You probably do. You probably do want the 5 damage on it. So you can just take that trade. And then take a little bit of damage probably. And preserve your second Genevieve.
Right.
Start to develop the Shen, maybe the River Shaper, and then go into Brightsteel Protector Genevieve for your next turn, and then essentially just try and win with that momentum. I actually think that Matt's in a good spot right now. It depends on the draws here.
Yeah.
Brittle Steel's pretty good, but actually going to be countered out by the Genevieve coming down. So this other Genevieve on the board will be a 6/4. Will dodge the Brittle Steel range. So overall, yeah, this is a decent spot for Matt looking at the 2 hand states. Single combat, pretty reasonable. Gonna go Jenny first. And then we might see, I guess, the Brightsteel Protector comes down afterwards, not actually worrying about the buff for that particular unit, just wanting to get the buff down immediately.
Yep. Yeah, get your buffs now. Get the Jenny out of Brittle Steel range, like you mentioned. And I mean, he kind of gets Matt has kind of stabilized here, actually. I feel like that's what the look on his face is like, have I actually done this? Is
this is very close. This game is still very close. Glop has to preserve the River Shaper and get as many strikes out of it as he can to find spells to thin his deck so that he can actually pull into his champions. Because Lee Sin can still probably find a way to win the game, but yeah, that's gonna be a stun onto Shen, not gonna allow him to come out, but Brightsteel Protector will grant the barrier onto one of the Genevieves, which is really all that matters. Try and take down that River Shaper.
Yeah, this is actually huge. Now, the Troll Chant and or the Iron Pot are going to be able to save the River Shaper for...
Right, which is going to grant draws for Glop, which is important. That does mean that this is not just so cut and dry. This is not GG. Right. Matt's not just guaranteed to win because we're getting strikes from the River Shaper. Glop is finding more spells. He's finding answers.
Right.
See what he gets. I mean, deny is not really what he wants. Yes, he will be able to deny one of these single combats.
Wait, so you do get a strike on a barrier then?
Yeah, no, I thought when you said when you said barrier, I didn't hear barrier. I heard like the phantom blocker is what I was thinking. You don't get a strike on a phantom blocker.
So you just get strike on everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense then. That makes full sense.
Okay, so this won't strike, of course, because it has 0 attack.
Yes, but
so
the
Matt
Big Ten
will not be getting.
See, that seemed a little bit. That seems pretty greedy to not pull. Well, I guess it kind of makes sense. You kind of need to be a little bit greedy here, I guess.
Oh, okay.
But this is going to get blown out. Or Iron Pot.
Well, will it? Because Iron Pot can answer this. And then if we see Matt go for a single combat with Jenny,
yep.
Then that gets blown out by the deny.
Yes. Yeah, I was talking about Matt gets blown out by the Iron Pot into deny here.
Yeah. And this is going to be 2 draws for the River Shaper.
Yep. Yeah.
Now, while it's a blowout, Matt still has a reasonable board, right? And he's got double Jenny still online. He's got Shen. His River Shaper is going to be gone, but Shen can grant a barrier to something to try and take down the River Shaper. However, River Shaper could just open attack here with this Deep Meditation. Entreat, great pickup.
Huge.
And I think Deep Med plus this Entreat is, that's going to put it potentially in the hands of Glop, as he's got spells to spare, and he's going to be able to kick Matt's Genevieve into the Nexus, pushing that damage.
It is only going to be 4 here, though, depending on what Glop gets from the Deep Med, though.
Another Iron Pot, so he might actually be able to save the River Shaper once more. In fact, he could, but he's just going to go for the kick.
Yeah, I like this. It would essentially be cycling elixirs. You're trading 2 elixirs for 1 random spell.
Yeah, and I mean, Matt's already gone through his Genevieves. He doesn't have good top decks left.
Yeah.
Just has these 1-drops, and it looks like Glop is going to be able to move on to the final in another Giant Slayer event. He will be facing off against Stan. 2 Americas players making it to the finals. A lot of European players this week as well. But generally, I mean, we see a lot of European players make it to the finals. This time around, Glop for representing Canada, Stan representing Brazil. Holding out.
I was going to say this feels like the 15th Iron Pot that's been played, but it's also just Brittle Steels. It's Brittle Steel. Or not Brittle Steels, Troll Chants and Iron Pots. Insane. Yeah,
doubling up on them makes it very, very difficult.
Yep. And there's Entreat. There's Trundle. Yep.
That's going to be a GG, but Matt. Loser's run going to be stopped by Glop. See that surrender come out.
Unless, The Kuvira did the Kuvira, the hover.
Yeah.
Okay. Leveled up Trundle.
He's going to let the motions play out.
Yep. And you've made it this far. You might as well get your last few seconds on stream. Lee Sin comes through, is going to kick for lethal. Trundle's going to be attacking for lethal. River Shaper is going to be attacking for lethal.
Yeah. A lot of overkill. But Glop going to take it 2-0 over Matt. He will be moving on to the grand final, facing off against Stan.
Yep.
And Glop will be returning next week for Fight Night as well. He's punched his ticket to return alongside Stan for next week's week 12. But, of course, before that, we will still have the grand final match between Stan and Glop. We'll have that coming to you very soon, but we're going to take a short break. The conclusion of Fight Night Legends Week 12 right after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends. We've finally made it through the day after some extremely long sets and some extremely short sets.
Yep.
But all in all, it has been an epic day of Legends of Runeterra action. And we've made it to the grand finals, Glop versus Stan. Stan from the winners, Glop from the losers. But before we jump even further into that, Blevins, why don't you break down the format for anybody who may be new here and just joining us for the final?
So we have slogged our way through our double elimination bracket where we invited 8 players from around the globe. Every match has been a best of 3, and the players have brought 2 decks with no region overlap. And in order to win a match, players have needed to win with both of their decks. And of course, Casa, they're playing for that $1,000 prize pool. Notably, this is our last week of the increased prize pool. So this is the tournament to win. This is the one that you absolutely want to win. Now, Casa, one last thing to note here. If you see that little black box at the bottom, the grand finalist from the lower bracket, in this case Glop, wins the first best of 3. There will be a bracket reset, in which case we'll play an additional best of 3, and whoever wins that wins it all. If Stan wins the first best of 3 here, Casa, that's it. We crown Stan as our champion. Stan finally catches the Fight Night bouquet, is no longer the bridesmaid, and is finally the bride.
Yeah. I mean, back-to-back second places coming from the losers bracket. This time, it's coming in from the winners bracket. We'll be going against Glop here. He's already beat Glop 2-0 in the winners final. So, theoretically, Stan should be able to take this. He should be favored to find the win. But looking at his path, he took down his Brazilian counterpart Trivo in round 1. Then he was able to beat Matt Foulkes, who just finished 3rd behind Glop before taking down Glop once more to end up in the finals. Now he just has to take down Glop again. And Glop, of course, made it all the way to the winners final, taking down Alanzq and Desu, and then falling to Stan, where he awaited Matthew Foulkes in the losers final to make it back for his rematch against Stan.
Yeah, we take a look at Stan's card here, of course. I mean, if you've been watching us the past few weeks or even in Fight Nights past, we've seen a lot of Stan back-to-back second places. Yes, it's a feels bad. Yes, it is heartbreaking to do that, but also take the emotion out of it. Getting second back-to-back is actually quite a feat in and of itself. So absolutely one of the best Brazilian players and just one of the best players of Legends of Runeterra in the world right now. And absolutely, I mean, making the finals 3 times in a row is certainly a feat in and of itself. But of course, Glop we'd have to take a look at the actual stats, but is one of the most consistent Fight Night players. I think it'd be very hard to find Glop placing lower than top 4. He, of course, is our reigning Fight Night Reckoning champion, which is our big monthly event. He's currently coming in as our champion there. But man, Casa, this is a duel for the ages, if nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, this will certainly be another great set. Even the first set between them, while it was a 2-0 for Stan, I did feel like it was fairly close in general. There were times where Glop got very close to finding the win and closing it out, but Stan able to pull it out in that 2-0 fashion. And we'll see if Stan can repeat his success in this first BO3, or if we will be getting a bracket reset, or, even see Glop be the first person to take a Fight Night from the losers bracket.
Yep.
It is quite hard. You do have to win the 2 sets. But of course, that is how double elim tends to work. And yeah, that is going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, the last time Glop came up through the losers bracket was against Sero, and I believe he forced the bracket reset.
He did.
Yeah, and it was definitely close, but it is such a hard feat to win 2 sets in a row, especially when you've already lost to this player earlier in the tournament. It's very tough, but certainly possible, and would cement Stan as forever second place.
Yeah,
would be crazy.
it would, and I mean, Stan would have another chance to come back again and see if he could do it. But Yeah, I mean, not bad being second. You still get to come back, play again.
Yeah.
But I'm sure Stan really is hungry for that victory. He's gotten second 2 times in a row, and I think,
Mhm.
you know, coming from the winner's side this time, I think he really is ready to punch that number one spot, get a
Yep.
fight night win on his resume. And yeah, he's been working hard, he's been prepping hard, and he's been playing extremely well. But we're gonna go ahead and jump into game number 1 of your grand finals. Stan versus Glop. We're gonna see Stan on his version of Fiora Shen. He's got a little bit more greed attached to his, a little bit
Yep.
more late game. But of course, you know, Glop, we just saw take down this deck just a moment ago. We'll see if he can do it again.
Yeah, this is certainly a different flavor of Fiora Shen here. He's got the 1x Relentless Pursuit in hand as well, which is certainly a strong one when it's only a 1 of and you actually draw it, right? Because you know you're not necessarily playing around it as heavily when it's a 1 of.
Yeah, definitely not one ofs. You tend to, I mean, a lot of players tend to almost fully ignore unless they have absolute luxury to play around it, or hand read that they believe it's there. And so yeah, it's certainly not going to normally be played around. Stan with a good early aggressive start. He has a 1, a 2, and a 3 to get things rolling. He's got the Ranger's Resolve, which will be able to help him with maybe some of the early trades. But Glop going Herald of the Dragons. We'll see if he has that
Herald.
White Flame Protector, and there it is. He's got the 2 into the 3 himself.
Yeah, I mean, Herald has been very good here, and unlike the what's the spell that we saw that you mentioned earlier that Gummy was playing? The
Mobilize.
Mobilize. That card seems like a meme. Herald seems a little more solid, at least. Granted, we've seen it be drawn at relatively relevant points. But even if you get it late game, like, it still will free up mana, and Glop's deck does utilize, you know, additional spell mana quite well, actually.
Yeah, and well, Stan's gonna remove that immediately with his Fleet Feather Tracker. Not really looking into another attack here, though. Just gonna play away from this White Flame Protector, not give it any fury proc just yet. Trying to look for some better draws to help turn this around, because right now the Deny not really doing much. The Rally certainly not doing anything. And just gonna look to probably bank mana. Maybe we'll see the Fleet Feather Tracker come down to not float any, and just bank that spell mana for this Concerted, for this Deny, for this Rally later on.
Yep, spell mana looking very good here, and you know, a slight misstep from Glop can be really capitalized on by Stan. I mean, you think about if there's a good Relentless Pursuit turn with the River Shaper, I mean, just that value is just outstanding.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to get additional spells, and now the pass straight away from Glop. Stan has the option to play the 5-drop that he just found, but you know, it may be a bit risky playing into something like Concerted. However, we will be seeing just the attack in, trying to bait some kind of combat trick. Let me kind of take a look and see what it could be. I mean, of course, Pale Cascade is a possibility alongside, you know, the single combat, the Concerted Strike. Dragon's Clutch even, but that seems a little bit strange if that was going to be used as a combat trick here.
Yeah, I feel like attack or block with the 4/5 seems a little ambitious if you're
suspect.
Yeah, I think. I mean, it's great if Glop has nothing here, like that. Those are the types of attacks that I think you need to be a very, very experienced player to make, obviously. But like, if Glop just had nothing there and attacked, like, that's just so Jedi mind trick, like, so good, because you're representing. I mean, we named off the top of our head 4 different spells that it could be. So it's just kind of it's not a free attack because, you know, Stan had the ability to block profitably, but really strong if Just a really strong attack from Glop, regardless of whether he had anything or not.
Ranger's Resolve lines up really well here. I'm curious if Stan pre-plays it, and then just kind of has the Concerted Strike as a backup, but no, just gonna
Kind of
let
feel
it
like
go
you had
through.
to, but also getting a River Shaper hit is pretty good. Ooh,
Yeah, but he's lost his whole
sisters.
board. I think the threat there and forcing Glop to respond while you still had the Concerted Strike in your back pocket, I think I would have really liked
And
that
denied
play
too.
from Stan, because now, I mean, look, he's just gonna be dropping 5 mana on this turn, and he's lost his whole board. He only has spells and a River Shaper. Now, River Shaper can keep drawing him spells so that he'll start hitting units, and he can try and protect this River Shaper, but it is still, at the end of the day, it's a 2-2.
Yeah, I think that was a Stan got greedy and wanted to play the Resolve reactively when he actually lined up the attack so that it just needed to be pre-played. Especially considering that he had interaction himself. So I think that's a bit of a blunder there, but it does still get a free hit in with River Shaper, which is not not to be underestimated.
Yeah, and just a pass from Glop once again. If you're Stan, I think you almost just take it. Start looking for more units to actually play to the board and start playing proactively once again. We start utilizing these spells. I mean, Fiora could be a very strong pickup, but it's going to be another spell. Maybe you just keep going with the River Shaper, try and utilize these spells as you cycle more and more of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is you certainly want to start getting value out of these spells because you want to, yeah, like you said, cycle them. You want to get through, right? Because right now, Stan is just kind of on air. Glop playing very conservatively here, which makes sense, right? He is always drawing into these Mind Splitters, into the Aurelian Souls. Like, that is where Glop is, and like.
Well, Stan can deal with this quite easily, right? He could riposte Concerted. There's no interaction available. He can just immediately remove it. I think it's likely just a good play to riposte Concerted. I know it's a lot of resources being used. You're not getting any use out of the barrier. However, the stun won't be there, and you're buffing up the Caretaker by actually playing that barrier. And you're cycling another spell. I think at this point in the game, you need to hit units. You need to keep drawing the spells out of your deck. And it can't be stopped by your opponent. I think dealing with this this Infinite Mind Shaper is certainly good. And can you even rally alongside that? No, not quite. You're 1 mana off.
Yeah, Relentless Pursuit. Now that is interesting.
Yeah, I'm interested what he's doing with this.
To me, this makes no sense.
Yeah, I think Proposed Concerted makes a lot more sense in my eyes, but I could be...
I'm thinking the same thing, but I mean, 3 more damage go through and another card is drawn. I stand.
And now we're throwing away 5 mana again. Could have used 9 on that turn. Still had 2 banked. I mean, this attack is lethal, but obviously there are spells. It's just if interaction can actually stop Stan from stopping this.
Yeah, this is very interesting because now he essentially is doing the play that we suggested in reverse, right? Like, he is now priced into doing riposte plus Concerted now, but instead of Glop having 0 mana, he now has 9 mana.
Okay, so I mean, now we see Concerted, but a single combat just ends the game.
Yeah. I mean, there's at least no, there's not even deny mana. Yeah,
he had all these spells. Just doing this when there was no interaction, drawing an additional spell with the River Shaper. I feel like could have been a very good spot for Stan, seeing as how he has all these barriers, he's got so much protection, and he's drawn a lot of the spells in his deck. He only has good hits remaining. Looks like we have a little bit of lag here. It looks like even, yeah, maybe Stan's stream is crashed. See if we can get that back up for you guys in just a second. We'll try and swap up the perspective over to Glop if we can. Okay. So it looks like the crash happened, and the game there was some kind of desync or delay on Stan's side. So game 1 did end up ending there. I assume there was a single combat or some kind of trick for Glop
or
to
anything
finish that game.
of the 8 cards in Glop's hand.
So now Glop is up 1-0 in the first set of the grand finals. He will be playing Trundle Lee Sin, going up against Stan's Fiora Shen once more.
Okay, Chad is saying that Glop used Bastion there. Okay. I mean, that was another option. There was a lot of options there for Glop, so. We're going here. I mean, I guess I kind of think that this has to favor Glop, right? Just the deck matchup overall. I at least think it does. Maybe not. Okay, and Glop saying, if you wanna pull with Fiora, I will trade Sonic Wave.
I guess he's gonna trade Sonic Wave Resonating Strike.
Yeah,
Get
it's
two buffs into the deck.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know if it's necessarily great for Glop, but it does deal with a Fiora, which is certainly a scare card. It also, I mean, feels like kind of a risky attack from Stan because like Troll Chant just pretty. I guess doesn't actually kill the Fiora, so I guess maybe it's not that scary. Glop deciding, does he want to use the discounted Deep Med? He does. Get some spells banked up for future Lee Sin. But Stan is now able to, I mean, have the combo. Greenglade Caretaker plus Shen. A tale as old as time. At least in terms of Runeterra. The old day one combos. And there's a Fiora to boot. Now, Glop can play a Trundle and or Lee Sin and has some Troll Chant shenanigans potentially. Oh, also has Resonating Strike.
Yeah,
Okay.
gonna end up going with the Trundle. Set up to play this Lee Sin a little bit later.
Yeah, okay.
Gonna be
That makes
revoked.
sense.
Yeah.
I was wondering what the line was there where I'm like, I feel like you're just throwing away Fiora, but this makes sense. This will save the Trundle.
Yeah, gonna prevent a little bit of extra damage as well. Protect Trundle. I mean, Troll Chant, such a powerful spell. We're seeing its like full potential across multiple games. This fight night.
Yep. Stan is pushing some decent damage here, though. Ooh, that's somewhat of a bad unit to have the buffs on. As it's obviously a second Trundle.
Need this first Trundle to die, and I don't think Glop really wants that to happen. I don't think he's really interested in his Trundle dying.
True. The good news, though, is that if he can get any sort of value off of the Trundle dying, that's, not the worst.
Yeah. Glop actually has the OTK if he can get the Lee Sin level up. He has Augur and Battle Fury, and Augur is, of course, online due to Battle Fury and Ice Pillar and Ice Quake.
All of the above.
So it is online. We may actually get to see it. Troll Chant cannot
No.
save.
Very close.
So gonna have to let that go through. So now he doesn't have to Lee Sin for the OTK. That is just a normal Sonic Wave.
Yep. Can use it to give Trundle Challenger, though.
Yep. Cannot use the Resonating Strike, however, so he will just have to clear either the Fiora or the Green Glade Caretaker.
Wondering what the thought is here. What the past thought is, because there's not any. It's not burning mana. He's not getting anything additional. I guess he just doesn't want to. I don't know. I feel like that attack was pretty free there. And maybe missing something in terms of a one. I mean, the only one mana card is Ranger's Resolve. I feel like that was a pretty free attack there. Maybe I'm missing something. I feel like that attack should have happened. But regardless, Stan gets to develop a River Shaper here. And oh man, does that Trundle's Icequake look spicy.
Yeah, it really does. If Stan is on Deny, then he's entirely safe here, and this is actually a blowout.
Yeah.
For Stan, he can basically just pull the Trundle and go all in.
Yep.
Let's see if the Deny is there. I mean, that's basically just... If Deny's there, Stan wins. If Deny's not, Glop wins, and we're going to another set.
Yeah.
I feel like Deny would get snapped off here unless Stan is just considering what the next step is, and he's just thinking through it before he goes for the Deny.
Right.
But yeah, this is looking a little slow if a Deny exists. I think it's pretty unlikely that Stan has it.
It also could be debating like a Ranger's Resolve to save Fiora.
Right, yeah.
Technically. Yeah,
Ranger's Resolve.
There's the Resolve. Okay, so still pretty great for Glop.
Yeah. Curious if there's any buffs at all. River Shaper, okay.
Okay, that's pretty relevant because now he can attack, pull the Trundle with the barriered Fiora, get a free River Shaper hit in.
Yeah, but I think Glop is in a pretty stable situation off of that. He's got Ice Pillar now.
Sure.
He can Augur with that so that it's always high HP. And then he can even play Battle Fury on the Ice Pillar after the fact, just to make it have like high HP, high damage, overwhelm, and regen, just to make sure that he has the board stabilized. But he also has Entreat, so he can probably just find Lee Sin and play from there. And it's probably just a safer line in general. He can find his combo and should be able to close out.
Yeah, I think there's actually a lot of different lines that Glop can take.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
got the Lee Sin. This seems like
There's some
one
really
of the better.
weird, interesting ones too, but I think the Lee Sin one is the best.
Sure. The question now is, does Glop want to commit a spell to actually give Lee Sin Challenger here?
I think it depends. Will it level? I think he can level with the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike.
Okay.
And that is pretty relevant. But he could just burn Stan's mana. Potentially good here. That will allow Shen to level up on open attack, theoretically. Sonic Wave.
Looks like he's doing that.
Resonating Strike going to level up Lee Sin.
Level up comes in. Now, so it's going to do 6. Yeah, no, I don't think there's a way to actually kill here. Yeah, nope.
Yeah, I mean, 9 mana for Stan, no interaction available for Glop. It's just entirely up to what Stan has. He didn't have the deny before. It makes me think he might have some kind of removal, single combat, concerted. Concerted could be very good. Single combat doesn't really do too much here.
Concerted also doesn't really do much either, right? You need
it has to be concerted plus another
something.
thing. Yeah, it has to be an additional thing. And I mean, we'll see if Stan has it. I mean, that certainly is his way back in.
Yeah.
If he has riposte plus concerted and can play the riposte on Shen, Shen can actually level up, kill Trundle, and kill Lee Sin, and I'm pretty sure the game just goes to Stan.
Yep, that would certainly, I think, do it.
But he'd have to have exactly those 2 cards in order to make that happen.
I mean, it's not unreasonable, especially considering there's a Fiora in play.
Okay, single combat and concerted strike.
All right. Still seems like it's in Glop's favor. Okay, Trundle comes in, hits for 4. And after the dust settles, I would much rather have Glop's board than Stan's here. Card economy is in Glop's favor. I'm sure just raw card power is in Glop's favor, and board is in Glop's favor. The only thing that Stan has is a slight life total lead. Shen might open some stuff up.
Yeah, but Shen unfortunately did not level up for Stan, so now it's got to start over.
Oh, that's
on
right.
the counter.
That is right.
And while a leveled Shen, I think, could have some use here and potentially finding a way for Stan to come back. Just a baseline Shen isn't quite going to get there. I think at this point you do actually go for the Augur on the pillar and set up to play a Battle Fury on it on a future turn. It's a very weird line, but you end up with an 8/12 unit that is granting vulnerable to an opponent every turn, and it's actually very powerful.
Now, I remember we went over sort of the flavor behind the pillar being able to attack, right? Now, what's the flavor behind Battle Fury on the pillar?
It's just really mad.
It's a very mad pillar.
Yeah, it's a very mad pillar.
I wish it had like a specific voice line when when it attacked and it had Battle Fury. That would be hilarious.
There's ancient beasts frozen in that ice of the pillar.
True.
They're just coming out.
Okay, what does Stan have here? A single combat? I mean, there's not... I'm missing something. There's not... Oh, duh. Shen gives barrier. I'm an idiot. Okay, I was missing something. It was the very obvious onboard trick. Got it.
Yeah. Just trying to essentially get a proc towards the Shen level up.
Yep.
Obviously the regeneration working out, but this is going to be the Battle Fury onto the pillar most likely. It currently pushes lethal, but also, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he just puts the attack forward and calls it good for now. I think it's hilarious, and I don't know if it's safe or not for him to Battle Fury the pillar here. I just want him to at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do too. It feels like it's pretty safe.
So alternatively, Glop, you could put that on the pillar.
Right.
You could Battle Fury the pillar.
I think that's also a Fight Night square, by the way.
Totally. See, instead of on the auger, you could be putting that on the pillar, Glop.
Another square ruined.
See, he could have done that on the pillar.
Also, I mean, it's not super relevant, but Trundle gets one less power because the Battle Fury is no longer there to the hold.
Yeah, he does. Really, though, I mean, the main problem with this line is that the Battle Fury could have gone on the pillar.
I agree.
And it didn't.
That seems like a huge blunder to me.
Yeah, massive blunder, honestly.
Not in terms of winning or losing the game, but just in terms of style points.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Double riposte.
Double riposte does not do anything there.
Single combat, however, if it is played alongside it, potentially could save the day. Or just the Fiora being placed in front. There's the single combat.
Okay.
Troll Champ. You play it on Trundle and then Shen, and you save both.
Yep. That'll do it. Troll Chant, okay, it doesn't actually save that, but it keeps the damage going through.
Well, right, yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, and Stan down to 1. Now the question is, what if that Battle Fury went on the pillar?
That's I mean, what if? Really crazy how it could have happened. I think Glop would have actually netted less damage, but he would have had an 8-12 pillar on the board still.
Yep. He would have had an honorary Fight Night square on the bingo board.
Right.
That
exactly.
Still doesn't exist.
Yeah. So I think Stan is doomed for set 1. I think Glop is guaranteed to just find this. And this will be a bracket reset. We haven't seen these very commonly. They've happened a few times. But still, even when they've happened, the loser's bracket player has not come away with the W. But Glop going to take the first set, and he's got to get one more over Stan if he wants to become the Fight Night champion for week number 11. But it's going to be interesting to see.
Which curse is more strong, Casa? Is it the curse of the loser's bracket finalist always losing? Or is it the curse of Stan always getting second place? Which one is stronger? We don't know.
Ooh, it is hard to say.
Well,
it is hard to say for sure. I think the fact is it's been 11 fight nights and no one has won from the loser's bracket. So that's a pretty powerful curse.
True.
But Stan back-to-back second places the last 2 times. I mean, we'll see if it can be broken or if Stan will be forever second.
It's well, what I will say is that if we're looking at just this fight night right now, they are tied up 2-2 in games. They both 2-0'd each other. And I don't know if we've seen this instance happen where they've played each other twice and they've both 2-0'd each other, and we're going into the rubber match here. Bracket reset, one final best of 3 to determine it all. Our fight night number 11 champion. Will it be Stan? Will it be Glop? I mean,
best of 3 in sets as well, right? So best of 3 sets, but they have played 2 sets. They're 1-1 in sets against each other in this fight night. They're gonna have a third one to determine who the champion will be in the longest fight night that we have had on record so far. You know, thanks to potentially a 2-hour round, and then alongside round 1 being pretty long as well.
Yeah.
You know, Targon, the Call of the Mountain is certainly increasing the amount of hours that we are calling the games. So it is an interesting meta to be sure, and there has been a lot of high skill play from all the competitors that came out here tonight.
Oh yeah.
Through a lot of these control mirrors. But now at the top of the table, we have a little bit of more mid-range, more, you know, quicker lists from Stan and Glop, and this is the ultimate decider. This is the final best of 3 of the night. Winner takes first place in this week's fight night, and a couple of trundles are picked up for Glop to start things out, but no early game plays yet.
No early game. I mean, man, this is a pretty clunky hand from Glop right now. Obviously, you know, double trundle is fine in the sense that you definitely have a trundle. You got to get there. Stan, you know, playing the TF Swain, which certainly can have some more explosive draws, and notably in the winners finals, Stan won with this deck off of the petty officer getting the 4/3 into a house spider to deal exact damage to Glop on the very last turn. So that was a pretty fantastic end to that game, in that set in the winners finals. But it's been a long time since that game, Casa, and much has changed. Both of these players now are able to shoot their shot here to be our Fight Night 11 champion.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Stan starting off only having a 2-drop by turn 4, not having a very aggressive opening for the TF Swain list. And Glop, I think, is happy just kind of vibing, setting up for his trundle. He can even potentially go for the Lee Sin on this turn. However, it is a little bit risky, considering that there is a barrel on board.
Yeah, there is a barrel. You can, you know, Troll Chant can save Lee Sin, right? Because we do 4. Yeah, Troll Chant would save if there was something like if it was a Fervor. I'm assuming that's what Glop is thinking, and really just wants to put pressure on the barrel itself, and maybe just wants to just start getting some pressure on. I mean, Lee Sin into Trundle's pretty strong, especially when you've got 1 and 2 cost spells to fuel that.
Okay, so getting 3 damage right now with the Twisted Fates yellow card. This could be setting up for just a Make It Rain to just try and clear this away. Or, I mean, realistically, pretty much any removal in Stan's deck can now remove this Lee Sin in theory. We do see, of course, that Troll Chant, but overall, it being used to prevent a spell from clearing away, basically being used as an Iron Pot, is overall in Stan's favor, and, well, it's not going to be able to save him from a Ravenous Flock. So Lee Sin will be going down first. Lee Sin down for Stan, just trying to get rid of that as quick as possible.
Yep, this is one of the lines that to give barrier. Okay. I'm like, that doesn't do anything. But no, this makes sense. This is effectively a heal for Glop.
Yeah, wow. Okay, is there an answer for Stan? Does he have the Make It Rain? That's great for Stan. He got a lot of resources out of Glop, but of course he did have to use a lot of resources himself to remove the Lee Sin. So it is gonna kind of depend if Stan's hand quality is very good. If he's on second TF, I think it's brilliant for Stan. He's gonna be able to like completely refill and potentially even set up for a TF level up after a couple of turns here. But yeah, turn 5 could be a Swain turn. Going against Trundle though, that's not really your favorite Durain. Not a lot of great answers for the Trundle in general in this deck, but you can take the 4. It's not really a big deal. Go down to 16.
Yeah.
And just set up to have potentially, maybe, Arachnoid Sentry is a pretty scary play for this turn, because then the Swain is threatening to get in.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Glop would actually use a deny on an Arachnoid Sentry stun here. I kind of think he might have to, honestly. Even though that obviously leaves him a little bit open, but... And notably, Glop doesn't have a lot of great answers for Twisted Fate. The Trundle's Icequake, of course, is going to be able to threaten to kill it. But it's kind of close. Glop might have to fire that off as soon as next turn, potentially. It keeps quick hovering. I don't know what the... I'm guessing the Twisted Fate's at 4, I think?
No, it's on like 2.
3? Well, he
4.
just cast a salvage, so it's at least 2, plus another one is at least 3. That is at least 4.
I didn't even see the salvage, so I was just like,
yeah.
Like, but okay, yeah. So no, he's definitely on 4. Yeah, if he's on another TF though, I mean, he finds it in a turn, and there's not a removal spell for Glop right now. Deal with it.
And yeah, Trundle's Icequake can't happen here. And I think, beating a flipped Twisted Fate when you're not, already attacking for lethal is certainly got to be a bingo, a giant Fight Night bingo card, that's for sure. Doesn't have enough mana for it there. Okay, that's also a possibility. He can challenge the Twisted Fate, so that kind of puts a damper on that. Oh, he's actually just gonna... Okay, he's gonna challenge the Swain. That makes sense too.
Okay, taking another swing. If Stan has a way to level TF, he absolutely should do it here. So I assume if he doesn't, that he actually just doesn't have a possible way to do it.
Right.
There's potentially opportunity for him to remove Trundle after this attack. Now, of course, Glop has ways to protect his Trundle. He has Deny, he has a Iron Pot, and he also has... yeah, that's it. Just the Deny and the Iron Pot. But that could be enough to defend against a couple different spells. Okay. That will level Swain, so that is protecting him currently. I think that probably gets Deny out of Glop. I don't think he can allow that one to go through. And wow, if you see another Noxian Fervor come down, that could be a big blowout.
Yeah, that would be pretty strong for Stan here.
Certainly like this line of play, but seems like he doesn't have it. And I'm curious, will there be a way to level the TF? Is there a Ravenous Flock? I mean, there's 5 cards there. I am very curious how he can affect the board with them right now. And there's the pick a card.
Oh, there it is. Leveled up TF. And now... And the Trundle's Icequake still does answer it, but any additional Twisted Fates are leveled from here on out, Casa. This is going to be a tough one for Glop from here.
Sure. I mean, I almost think I think he is just forced to Icequake. And it comes down to what Stan's follow-up is that. He can always, he can always open attack here to just try and force out the opportunity. It really, I mean, this hand, it's all a matter of the hand for Stan. There's so many different things he can do with the level TF. Like, obviously, he wants to get blue card, red card, and gold card out on this turn if he can. So likely we won't see an 8-drop from Stan. But if the Icequake comes out, then it becomes a question. Like, do you develop an 8-drop on this turn where it becomes a little bit more free? Or are you trying to get, the value of the blue card, of the red card, of the gold card out of the Twisted Fate?
I really, really like this attack from Stan. Even though it's technically throwing away, or theoretically throwing away some units, I mean, Glop's not even looking to take the block here. It passes priority over, because the fact that, I mean, Stan leveling up Twisted Fate is great, but the fact that he has those 3 fleeting cards in his hand is actually kind of awkward, because he wants Glop to act first and play something like the Trundle's Icequake before Stan commits the fleeting cards, right? And if Stan just raw passes, I think Glop just takes the pass and says, okay, I eat your mana and 3 of your cards. Of course, the Ice Pillar puts Stan back in the same position, unfortunately. Could be a Rex here.
Yeah, Ice Pillar is very good against Rex.
Yep.
This situation. And there still is this Ice Quake to follow up. So Rex would actually not be very good, but Salvage gonna draw more.
Okay.
No more
All
Make
the
It
Make It Rains are gone.
But that is a blue card. Gonna draw more. Stan having a lot of cards available, and the TF can continue to make that happen for him. But I do expect with this much mana left, Glop's just gonna rip that Ice Quake.
Yep. Unfortunately for Glop, with the number of cards drawn, there's a pretty decent chance of another Twisted Fate having come out. I didn't catch if that salvage was an ephemeral salvage or not. So we don't know what's getting burned here from Stan.
Okay, wow. So maybe he's got a TF, ephemeral TF in hand.
Oh, man, if he had like an ephemeral, if he has a TF into, okay, he has a Flock. Yeah, Flock was a card he definitely wanted.
Flockless TF would be pretty insane, but he would have played the TF prior to the Flock if he had the TF.
Yep, exactly.
So, I mean, that reads as just not having Twisted Fate at all. Wow. Is that... Can we tell if it's fleeting when he's playing it?
I don't know.
If that's not fleeting, that's a very interesting play.
I think it was because only one card got burnt and it was another Flock. And so I'm guessing the salvage was fleeting and the guillotine was fleeting, and then the Flock was the other one.
Right, okay.
Although, actually, that one of those two cards wasn't, because if he had a because he played a fleeting Flock, or he played a Flock, and why would you play a non-fleeting Flock if you had a fleeting Flock?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I've lost track. My brain it's gone back to mush. Yeah. I had a boon of energy for a bit, but it's gone now.
Yeah, but Stan gets to develop Swain onto an empty board. Glop, of course, having the answer of Trundle. It is Glop's attack token on this turn, but he does not have Sonic Wave or Resonating Strike or anything to try and take down the Swain. So maybe sticking on the board, and if we do see a Leviathan come down next turn, that's going to get pretty dicey for Glop.
Yeah, I mean, the Trundle draw was great, but it's still... he's still kind of on air a little bit. I mean, double... I mean, he can draw a lot of spells here. Double Deep Med is pretty good.
See Death's Hand coming out to try and get the stun, but the second deny is going to come down. Stop that Death's Hand. Prevent the stun. Prevent the damage on to the Trundle. Ice Pillar going to come down for Glop, setting up to potentially... I mean, he can play any of these spells, but I think Deep Med is going to be necessary very, very soon here.
Yeah, Glop is going to want to play the Deep Meds, to just draw some gas, but also he kind of really wants a Lee Sin, and thinning his deck of spells as well as potentially drawing the Entreat is going to be pretty big. Is going to be pretty big in terms of actually generating a board here. The good news for Glop is that the Swain in and of itself is not super threatening to what Glop has right now. Leviathan Swain, however, is always threatening.
I mean, this is probably going to go the way of Stan.
Yeah, that's
With
not
Leviathan
what you
Swain
want.
on the board. I mean, Glop doesn't have amazing answers. I think he's got Will of Ionia. So that is certainly what he's going to be looking for. Oh, he doesn't actually. That was a different Ionia
He
deck
does
earlier.
not. He's got Dragon's Rage,
Dragon's
though.
Rage legitimately is a decent pickup if you can find it.
Yeah, the Rage.
Other than that,
would
though,
do
his
it.
deck does not deal well with the Leviathan on board. I mean, this is certainly looking like a stand victory.
Well, one thing he can do is he can OTK with Lee Sin from hand, right? Potentially, at least. Now, I don't know that he's going to have enough time to do that. Augur doesn't do anything. I guess it heals up the pillar, which is nice. Can actually push 5 damage here with attacking with Augur and stunning the blocker.
Right. Doesn't accomplish much for Glop, though.
No, it does not.
Now, Sonic Wave Resonating Strike does allow Augur to take out Swain. It will give enough damage to do so. It's just a consideration of can Stan stop that once it starts coming down. I mean, he has 10 mana. It is quite likely that he has something to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is not looking great for Glop here, and I'm just taking a look at the deck list, and I don't know what. Oh,
I mean, even if he kills Swain, I mean, double Leviathan into Stan's token is pretty insane. They're just gonna deal 6 damage, and then Stan passes the turn, so the Swain being dead doesn't really matter. I think Stan's just gonna be able to close this one out. I don't think Glop can remove 2 Leviathans from the board ever.
Period.
Stan is the one with the attack token, so once this passes over, it's going to be 6 damage to Glop's face, and then Stan just hits the pass button until the game ends.
Yep.
And Stan will be starting out with that 1-0 lead, it looks like, in this third best of 3 that these players have played against each other today.
You know, honestly, at this point, Casa, just give me the game 3, right? Give me the full series, right? Like, we've come this far. It's late. We've been casting for a long time, but let's get the full series. I don't want to see another 2-0.
Why not? Yeah, of course. Like, they have worked so hard for this. They're fighting tooth and nail for this championship, for this first place. I mean, let's send it the distance. Why not take it to a game 3? But, you know, Glop's going to have to bring it back because Stan is going to pick up this game number 1 in the third set these two have played. This is, of course, the bracket reset in the grand finals. They also faced off in winners finals where Stan was victorious. And now 1-0 lead for Stan heading into game 2. This could be the final game of the tournament. This could be Stan finally taking it home, unless
the redemption arc
to say about it and can bring it back in game number 2. He's got to find the win with Trundle Lee Sin.
Yep.
If he's going to win this series. And we saw him take it against both Matt and Stan playing the Barrier Fiora Shen list just a moment ago. So we know it's possible. We know he can do it again. We'll see if that's the matchup that we are getting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks, it's Glop went the dragon route here.
Okay.
I said Stan's redemption arc earlier, but really it's not really a redemption arc. I mean, back-to-back second places and back-to-back finals is absolutely spectacular, regardless of the outcome. There is no redemption arc. Stan has never needed to be redeemed. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Stan is an exceptional performer, constantly making top cuts of tournaments, both EU and NA and opens, and comes to fight night and continues that success, getting top 2 in the past 2 weeks, returning again and again, and now once again he's top 2. He's maybe finally able to get his win, so you can finally say that he has won a fight night, join that prestigious group of players.
God, I mean, this is not the type of hand that Glop wants to see at this point. This is a what we like to call a clunker, Casa. And Stan's got a at least slightly aggressive hand. An open attack for 6 would be big. And if Stan smells the blood, he could even develop, as there's no punish. But Harold coming out. But Harold likes friends, Casa.
Yeah, Harold does like friends, and there are no friends here yet. There is the Dragon's Clutch, however, so Glop could look to draw into that White Flame Protector, have that for the next turn, or even, of course, any of the 5-drops, like the Fused Firebrand, or the Screeching Dragon, which he does find here, but, of course, losing the Herald of Dragons, so won't be able to play that on this turn 4.
And Stan is implementing the time-honored tradition of bolting the bird. When your opponent has a unit that ramps them, just kill it. You don't want to deal with the thing that it's ramping into later. Just bolt the bird when you have the chance. It's literally been around since 1993 in Alpha Magic, and it still holds true today in 2020.
Yeah, and, well, with no board from Glop, Stan freely able to push this 5 damage, find the draws from this River Shaper, and continue his onslaught. I mean, Glop down to 8. There's not a ton of healing in this list. There's some guiding touches. There are, a couple ways for him to gain some HP, but overall, this is quite worrisome for Glop. He does have some mid units that he can start to get out to try and stabilize, however.
Yeah, I mean, the next few turns are going to be absolutely crucial because Glop is going to be playing some bangers, right? I think he'll have 6, so he'll actually be able to play Herald into a Screeching Dragon if he wants. He's got Bastion backups, and the next few turns, Glop's going to be able to play 5-drop dragon, 4-drop dragon, and eventually get to a Mind Splitter very soon. And as we've seen before, it's kind of tough for Stan to deal with.
Okay. So Glop can go Herald into Fused Firebrand or Screeching Dragon. Get one of these 5-drop dragons, play him for 4. Get them out onto the board. Stan, curious what his play will be. 8 mana is a lot of tricks represented to protect against this Screeching Dragon that's already on board, and Riposte is a very scary card to represent right now. I think it's pretty likely that we'll actually see Stan sit on 4 mana regardless while waiting for the attack.
Yeah, it's just so hard to attack into this if you're Glop. I mean, the Concerted Strike is there, but there's just so much. He got 8 mana from Stan. So yeah, it can't be Concerted plus Riposte, but it's tough. Now the Concerted isn't even up for Glop, so.
Yeah, just playing a 1-mana card, threatening Riposte as a complete blowout of Glop right now. But he may just have to accept it and go for something. I mean, he can try and pass, try and get through this mana of Stan, try and wait for the next turn so that he at least has some counterplay with the Concerted Strike. I think that's probably likely the best line for Glop. He can still develop more dragons and keep up mana for Concerted, so continuing to pass. I mean, we'll see if Stan dips below 4 mana. I doubt he does here. I think he's going to represent that Riposte until the end of time. Considering that Glop has a Screeching Dragon.
Yeah, I think you just have to, right? I think you just have to represent it if you're Stan, whether you have it or not. It just makes Glop's attack so awkward now. The dance that Stan has to do is how much does Stan actually have the ability to commit something that still leaves him 4 mana here? Concerted Strike comes out. That's going to get Bastioned, and that's going to, I think, open the door up for Glop here, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this is going to get heavily punished by Glop. This might be able to completely turn this around.
Yeah.
And Glop may be able to take control of the game from this position, but we will have to see what Stan's follow-up is. He is going to get an extra draw from this River Shaper, but overall, yeah, I mean, he could have just continued to represent that riposte and had a really good time with that one, but instead, Glop going to be able to get this attack in with the Screeching Dragon, the Fused Firebrand also being able to go through. It's very unlikely that Stan can actually find any blocks. In fact, he probably will not block it. Probably better for him to take 5. And Stan, I mean, yeah, he's got some very strong draws that he can find. Things like Genevieve, even Shen is pretty reasonable right here as long as he has a trick to protect him. But losing out on Concerted to a Bastion is just really tough. It is going to be the Jenny, though.
Yeah, I just feel like we have seen many times this tournament the like raw Concerted Strike just get punished. And of course, as I say that, Glop is going for 1. Less mana up though, of course. And I guess just less options for Stan in general here. I mean, there's really not a lot of good that would be able to that Stan could do here with just 3 mana.
At best, he can just go for a single combat, take out one of these units.
Right.
But is going to be that Concerted Strike. Coming into the Genevieve, trying to take her down. He will be
resolves.
Ooh, Guiding Touch. Gonna be a punish on this one as well.
Big.
Glop really pulling back into this game after a tough early start. Trying to get us that game number 3 we're asking for.
And the beauty here for Glop is that, again, open deck list format, so the players know each other's decks for certain. Now they get to use the ! Dex command in chat just like you guys can. They know exactly what it is. Glop knows exactly what's in Stan's deck. So you take a look in terms of what Stan could possibly have on 3 mana. It's single combat and it's Ranger's Resolve. There's no other spells that are castable right now. So what does single combat do? Not too much. Ranger's Resolve also not doing really anything at all here. So Glop pretty safe here to be able to block.
Yeah, he's even, it looks like, discussing whether he wants to Guiding Touch the Screeching Dragon or if he tries to hold up mana in order to play his Infinite Mind Splitter and have the banked mana for Bastion to protect it.
Right.
On the subsequent turn, which is a pretty interesting line. I think I like the heal. Just preserve what you have. Outvalue Stan. He's running out of cards. You will be able to continue to outvalue, so you might as well keep your unit alive. You can get another complete unit clear with it down the line. Overall, it's going to be worth it to Glop probably to have that. And he can hold off on the Mind Splitter for a turn if he wants. He's not to the point where he's threatened that he will lose the game if he doesn't stun. So he could still set himself up to just go wide with some dragons before going into that Mind Splitter turn.
Yeah, and all these things, you know, very true for Glop moving forward and going into the late game. The one thing that we've been kind of glossing over is the fact that Glop is at 4 life right now. So the threat of death is imminent in theory, at least, depending on what Stan can put together here.
I mean, Stan would have to find a way to go wide with some challenger units to try and push forward that extra 4 damage. Screeching Dragon, I mean, that is a challenger. It also deals 4 damage, but Infinite Mind Splitter.
Yep.
It's going to be the response. And will there be potentially a Concerted Strike on deck for Stan? That is the big question here.
That would be gigantic. And I think that is actually what Glop is considering here. Pulls a 4-power dragon, trades. Infinite Mind Splitter can come down, stun the 2 units, and Concerted Strike is no longer a kill. This is actually brilliant from Glop.
Yeah, the concern here for me from the Glop perspective is if it's exactly Rangers Resolve Concerted, this is losing. But
Yes.
that is an exact 2-card combo in a hand of 5. I think the Rangers Resolves are as a 1 or a 2 of.
Ooh.
Rangers Resolve.
It is a 2 of.
And do you want to play into this Concerted? Do you want to mess with it? Glop might say yes here. He is hovering the Mind Splitter once again, waiting for priority to be passed. And
yeah, I think this is a winning line and not a not losing line. I think that's what Glop is thinking here. We've already seen a Concerted. Of course, there are 3.
It's looking like another one.
Yeah, which is going to be brutal. I mean, you just got to slam it if you're Stan, I feel like. There it is. Yep. Worst case scenario for Glop here.
If he has a barrier in hand, theoretically Stan has this open lethal. And I think that's what he'll go for. Now we see Glop's on double guiding. So he will be able to heal up for 4. However, if it is riposte going on to the Green Blade Caretaker, that is gonna be 8 damage going through. Will be interesting to see because that doesn't seem like a very natural line for Stan to take, but it is going to be what he does take. He's gonna represent the most possible damage.
Unless there's a draw.
There must be something, but he doesn't find it, if there was. That's gonna be Stan.
Wow.
After 2 back-to-back second place finishes, is going to squeak by Glop after losing the first set of the Grand Finals coming winner side, beating Glop in 2 sets out of 3, beating him in the winner final, as well as once in the Grand Finals.
Wow.
Stan is your Fight Night champion. Congratulations to Stan. I mean, Blevins, let's take a look at the bracket. See how we got here. Go ahead and break it down for us, Blev.
Yeah, you can see it here. I mean, we started with 8. Many great names here. You know, we had Swim, we had Alanzq, and when we came into this castle, we were actually talking about the story Kuvira versus Alan. Kuvira, of course, came in as our reigning champion, called out Alan. They didn't really pan out, and it was really again, I say redemption arc, but really it was the triumphant return again for Stan. 3rd fight night in a row that he's been at. He got second twice, and finally on the 3rd try, Casa is able to take it down, beating Glop in 2 of 3 sets. Absolutely spectacular performance.
And Stan is going to return for his 4th consecutive fight night next week. And he'll see if he can defend his title this time instead of just making top 2 this time, finding that victory. We're going to try and get him in for a winner's interview in just a moment here if we can get a couple words with him before we sign off for the night. But, I mean, spectacularly done by him. Stan, can you hear us, buddy?
Yes, I can. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Just first off, congratulations. Finally, 3rd week, and you get the win instead of 2nd place this time. I mean, how are you feeling, buddy? I mean, you finally did it. You finally got it.
Yeah, it was tough, 3 weeks, and yeah, we finally made it. I was very nervous because my PC was crashing. Maybe it was because I was waiting for so long that my PC got too hot. But yeah, I'm very happy that my practice paid off this time.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely fantastic. I mean, tell us a little bit about, you came in and you look at it as a bystander. You got 2nd place twice in a row in just such a stacked tournament. That's such a great performance. But I'm sure for you, getting so close to winning but only getting 2nd place, that kind of hurts a little bit. How does that feel, you know, getting second place twice in a row?
Well, the last 2 weekends I got to the grand finals, but from the losers bracket. So I played it with not much confidence because I had to win 2 times. But this time I was in the winners finals, and then I was very confident to win this time. Yeah, I'm very, very happy.
That's awesome.
It's so great to see you having the success here. I know the Brazilian scene was hyping you up a ton. They were really disappointed when you weren't going to be in the Ascent of Targon Invitational, and I know there was a lot of outcry for that. And I think, you know, just once again, you didn't need to prove anything. You've already done so through Opens time and time again with amazing results in Europe and North America. But to come here to Fight Night, where we invite, I mean, some of the best players in the game to play these tournaments and to have this consistent success. I mean, second, first, and you're coming back next week for another shot to continue this streak. I mean, I don't really have questions here, man. I just want to congratulate you. I want to say you're representing Brazil well. You're representing yourself well, and you're an absolute force to be reckoned with in the Legends of Runeterra scene. And I wish you the best, man. I'm very excited to see how you continue to grow in Legends of Runeterra esports.
Thanks a lot. I'm proud to represent the Brazilian scene and to show that I deserve it to be here with a lot of great players. And yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot for the invite, and I will be preparing for the next one.
That's awesome. Well, before you go, we've got one last question and we like to ask Stan. Is there any call out, anyone that you want to see or want to play against on a fight night? Any called shot opponents you want?
There is a lot of players. I think one of the Brazilians that qualified for the Targon events, I think one of them will have great results. So maybe the best one. I would like to see maybe one of them.
Nice. I think that's going to be super doable. Whichever Brazilian
there
gets
is
the
a
best
lot of
results in
underrated
Targon,
players.
we're going to bring them over for sure. I already had my eyes on a couple of those guys, and so I'm certainly going to be excited to see if we can bring them on. So thank you once again, Stan. But that's going to be it for us today here and on Giant Slayer TV. Thank you all for watching. Congratulations once again to Stan. We will see you guys next week for more Fight Night Legends. Have a good night.